Good afternoon and welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It's Thursday, we're live on the Jcsa YouTube channel and we've got 12 races to bring to you live from Saudi Arabia. My name is Callum Hellywan. It's a pleasure to bring you this wonderful action, but I won't be doing it on my own. I am joined once again by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delaghi. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, Callum. Thank you very much. How are you?
And you know what? I'm okay. I am okay. I'm getting along quite fine.
No one ever asked you that, did
No one ever asked me how I am. No one ever asked. But no, it's been lovely. I've had a really good couple of days off to get ahead of the cars today. And I'm very much looking forward to getting into it. I think we start off with such a bang. We've got some very good races early and plenty of wide open action. In fact, in our first three races, we've got three last time out winners. Let's have a look at them now. The first is Jcsa, who was last seen winning here last season in Maiden Company, but as Rory will explain, what this horse did to the clock was quite frankly terrifying. He steps up massively today into Open Company and faces some strong rivals, but if he can repeat that form, he'll be dangerous. King Rise cut through a rainstorm last time out in Taif to win on debut. He goes into a 2-year-old open race this time, only a small field, but he could have a very big future. And finally, we've got Alpha Salaya, who features in our third contest. She profited from a very good ride last time out to win here, but she reopposes with Al Riyadh, who is a very talented individual as well. So it'll be interesting to see how both of those get on and whether the tables can be turned. There's some interesting jockey bookings in that race, but we'll get on to that in our third contest of the day.
Indeed, there's plenty to look forward to, isn't there?
Yeah, there are plenty, and I really can't wait to get stuck into that third contest. However, it's not just Rory and myself taking you through the action. There is a third member of our team. He is our voice from above, our man in the sky. It's Mr. Mark Francis.
Hey Callum, Rory, and to you at home, welcome to Riyadh for meeting 64. It is a Thursday. It is the first of your 3-day weekend of racing here in the Saudi capital. Really looking forward to today's card. As you can see on the screen, we have lots of exciting runners on the programme, and I definitely fancy a few winners here today. We kick off in a few moments' time with the non-winners of 2 events for 3-year-old fillies and colts. Runners and riders for that in just a moment, but as the guy said, we do step up the quality over the next hour and a bit. Race 2 is an absolute belter. 6 furlong, small field, but 2 horses looking to maintain their unbeaten starts to racing in the shape of Satay Alanea and King Rise, who are really liking this. Race 3 sees that rematch between Reem Al Riyadh and Alpha Sailor, who were 1-2 last time out, and meet here on different terms, whilst in the following contest, Al Rafea looks for quickfire compensation after throwing her race away back in meeting 56. Our 2 Arabian contests are races 7 and 10, both maidens for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds respectively, whilst our final race is definitely going to capture the most attention as we see the return of Making Miracles, rated a whopping 114, formerly trained by the Johnstons in the UK, but certainly better known for his efforts here, now finishing 4th in last season's Saudi Cup. We go right through to the later hours of the evening here in Saudi Arabia. This 3-time Group 1 winner could have me, Rory, and Callum on his back. Couldn't see him losing tonight if he's anywhere near his best. That said, I'm sure he'll be triple penalised with us 3 latching onto his tail. And of course, stranger things have happened. But what a superstar he is. I can't wait to see him back here lapping around this stunning race course. That's all to come here on this Jcsa English broadcast of the racing here at Riyadh. Race number 1 is on the way, and they're headed by number 1, Tabashir for Abdullah Al Farouz. The first of 5 fillies is Lady Mesnar for Fawas Wanas. 3 Bojink is a scratch, so on to 4 Miyagi for Mohammed Al Daham, and 5 is Oral for Ali Al Mimoni. 6 is Gar Al Mali for Khalid Al Mimoni. Brothers next to each other in 5 and 6. The 7 is the first of 4 maidens, High Ovation for Ahmed Al Shara. The only grey is Taj Neon for Adel Al Faradi. And the 9 is Imbaha. That's a jockey change. Now it's Mohammed Al Sharima aboard. Turning the page, Atomic Impact for Abdulaziz Al Massa is the 10. Abu Gadar, who was 4th last time out, for Abdullah Al Sayedi. And the 12, the other jockey change, San Remo, is now piloted by Abdullah Al Yesh. 13, Alula for Mohammed Al Habib, first start for Jimmy Jerkins. Tahiyati for Jimmy Carrion is the 14. Alm Gadam for Ali Al Matib, the 15. And Miss Helen, the 16 for Luis Morales. 17, Rebellious Stage, Camilo Ospina. 18 is a late scratch over the page. Hawajeez is a late scratch, so I don't think we'll see a reserve 20 or 21. There is one reserve that gets in, of course. Bojink is out. So number 19, Muktase gets in and inherits stall number 3. That's race number 1 coming up in just under 10 minutes' time.
Thank you, Mark Francis, there for taking us through a very detailed explanation of the runners and riders. We've just seen Tabashir in shot, Rory. Take the audience through what makes this horse so exciting, because he's a 3-year-old colt with only 2 runs, but you were blown away by what he did to the clock.
Yeah, needed the experience on his debut. Quite a striking looking colt, Tabashir. But he won a course and distance maiden in March by 3.5 lengths. In a time of 1:12.59. Now that's a decent time for a horse with that kind of experience. For example, Sunset Flash was slightly outside that time when she won here a few weeks ago. It's second that there was Rimal Riyadh, who we've seen plenty since and is a useful performer. Final Destination, who's the leading point scorer this season in the Saudi season, was back in 3rd. So that form has worked out tremendously well. And although this is a big step up in class after a break, he could well be good enough to beat the likes of Taj Neom, who obviously sets the standard in terms of ratings.
Yeah, Taj Neom was quite unfortunate not to be seen last week with a very late scratch, a late withdrawal. Comes into this contest, which looks a little bit easier on paper for me.
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends what your view is on Tabashir, but Taj Neom comes here on the back of an excellent second in the Type Sprint Cup last time out. That form, I think, franked again since, although the winner was beaten. I think he ran a career best.
That was Rossmore Nation.
Rossmore Nation over 7 furlongs. So the form looks good. He was very game there as well, Taj Neom. Was coming back strongly at the line. He was due to run over 7 furlongs last week, runs over the 1200 here, which is the trip he ran over last time out. I suspect that he might end up being slightly better over the longer trip, but I think he'll sort of switch between the two. But yeah, really likeable performer, has a rating of 86 and runs at level weights with Tabashir, so that will give us a real indication of how good the top one is.
Yeah, we can just see Abu Ghada in shot right now, making his way out onto the course, and San Remo in behind him, who's another interesting runner. Only had the 1 win from 15 starts, but he's a real paddock eye catcher. Every time I see San Remo, I always get tempted to select him.
Yeah, it does stay a fair bit further than this, San Remo, and was tailed off in a mile open here last time out, so not easy to fancy on recent form, but yeah, he does tend to catch the eye, doesn't he?
We know Alula will have plenty of supporters from the James Jerkins fan club. They're always very big on our YouTube channel, and I'm sure they'll be cheering him along. First run for the new stable. What do you make of this one's chances?
Well, he's on the official ratings, having said that Taj Neom was the one to beat. We haven't seen much of Alula recently, but he does have a rating of 98, so he's a very interesting one. 6 furlong winner, maiden winner at Taif. His best effort probably coming when 3/4 length second to Balbin in the Sultan Ray Al Ghouda Cup. Now, if he finds that form here, that will make him a big player.
Yes, he'd be one of those that you'd be slightly concerned about the absence. We talk about the top horse here, Tabashir, the one that's just in shot now, gorgeous looking individual. Are you slightly concerned about the amount of time this horse has had off, or are they just purposely avoiding Taif altogether?
I think when you see horses who've run here in February or March and haven't been seen since, I'm not at all worried about the layoff. We are, however, seeing quite a lot of horses who haven't been seen this year at all. Maybe missed the last Riyadh season, or maybe ran early and haven't been seen since. That's the kind of absence I worry about. Lots of horses don't go to Taif, so horses coming here having raced in February or March, not really a concern. And we've seen, unlike Taif on this surface, they don't seem to, as long as they've got form here already, they don't seem to take 1 or 2 runs to get back to form if their trainers are good enough to condition them. We saw quite a lot of horses in Taif who had good form in Riyadh. He just took a couple of runs to acclimatise to the slightly different surface there.
Well, we spoke to Jimmy Jerkins and he said it's a completely different surface. It's much cuppier, much deeper, much tougher to get in Taif than it is here in Riyadh. Riyadh is like running on a track, while Taif is like running on a steep sandy beach. So certainly you can understand why some horses have taken some time to adjust. You see a horse getting a little bit warm there. That's horse number 14, Tahiyati, who's one of the more lightly raced runners in this field.
Yeah, she was 6th in the 1,000 guineas, so the equivalent of 1,000 guineas here last season, although that wasn't a big field contest. She was a 9-length winner of a non-winner to 3 over this course and distance last December. Not so good since, but again, a return to that form gives her chances.
Here's Taj Neom in action on the rail, the grey. Rossmore Nation is the horse in the white cap 3 wide. That horse goes on to win this, but it was a close finish.
Yeah, this was a really good contest for the Type Sprint Cup. Rossmore Nation coming down the near side to win the race, but Taj Neom, in fairness, battles really well, having gone hard enough in the early stages, and is actually coming back at the winner near the line. I thought at this time, maybe Rossmore Nation, this is absolutely as far as he wants to go, but he's actually run really well over 7 furlongs last time out, so that makes the run from Taj Neon look even better than it did at the time.
Yes, here is the next horse we'll have a look at, who is Tabashir. This is this win from March last year. This is a long time ago, but look how impressive it is, and the clock doesn't lie.
Yeah, this is a very impressive performance from Tabashir, as I said, and he's come clear of 2 good horses in Rimal Riyadh in second and Final Destination in third. Those horses have gone on to frank the form. The time was very good. He's totally unexposed. I think he's a really interesting runner here. Imbaher
is the other one we'll have a look at as well. Now, this was a really interesting performance last time out because you can look at it 2 ways. Does he throw the race away, or is he just beaten by a better horse?
Yeah, well, we'll let people make up their own mind here. You see him in the red and white hoops colours here in Bahar. He is a 7 furlong maiden winner at type, but here he looks like he's guaranteed to win the race. But just wanders around under pressure. When he had something to aim at, he looked pretty good. He's still going on well enough here, but you see him wandering quite badly.
Just when the jockey changing the stick, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's just running away from the stick here, and he's definitely cost himself a length or so in doing that, and he gets beaten less than that at the line. I don't think he's chucked it away as such, but I think he's lost a winning opportunity by drifting, and that was you put it down to greenness at this stage, I suppose. But he's had 13 runs, so other people will maybe be a little bit more cynical about that run.
We've spoken about 3 very exciting horses. Let's talk about horse number 17, Rebellious Stage for the White Stable, an American purchase and a fascinating one at that.
Yeah, this is a very hard horse to weigh up. He's very well bred by Justify out of a mare called Spark. He was a 6 furlong maiden winner in the US. He has got a very good pedigree. He was unsold as a foal for $400,000, then was sold as a yearling for $450,000, and joined Current Connections in the summer for $200,000. So clearly, although he hasn't achieved an awful lot in the US, I think he's only had a couple of runs.
He won a maiden special weight though, so yes. he wasn't running in dire company.
Oh no, not at all. No, he's won a maiden special weight, and he clearly has. He clearly has a high level of ability. You wouldn't be paying $200,000 for him. But yeah, he represents powerful connections, and he is a very flashy looker, isn't he? Obviously, it's not going to be easy for him to adapt to racing in Saudi straight away. And he hasn't been here that long. If you think about it, you know, he was sold in the summer.
Purchased in November. Am I correct in saying that? Was he in November? Purchased, or was he a year later?
Oh, no, I think later than that.
Later
I think.
Yeah. I get my American sales confused all the time.
Yeah, I mean, he was. The fact that they're still happy to spend that kind of money on him makes him very interesting.
Well, let's look at selections as they begin the loading process. Who do you like in this one, Roy? Are you sticking with Tabashir?
I'm sticking with Tabashir, although clearly this is a high class race with 3 or 4 very, very interesting runners, and it's an above average race of its time.
So Rory's going with Tabashir, who's horse number 1. I am going with horse number 8, Taj Neom. Mark Francis, who do you like?
Thank you, Callum. Thank you, Rory. Yeah, I'm going with Taj Neom here. Just noting down cap colours as Muqtasay and Tahiyati have the same jacket. Tahiyati has the sort of very dark green black cap, if you like, whilst Muqtasay, now drawn in 3, has the white cap. A full field of 17, full field, just one shy of a full field. But Taj Neom, yeah, second last time out in that 3-year-old cup race at the end of the Taif season. It's only beaten ahead, and as Rory mentioned, the attitude was certainly one to remember. Alula, second in last year's Sultan Ray Al Ghadar Cup, again beaten less than a length. He's back from a long layoff, but Tabashir is the one to keep an eye on, as they're just working on Alula, who was outclassed in a Saudi Derby qualifier when last seen back in January, beaten in a Group 3 in December. But back to 6 furlongs for Alula, which he scored over in his maiden, and they look to be all set. 17 runners, 6 furlongs, and they're off and racing. On the far outside, Rebellious Stage just fumbled the start slightly, but not as badly as San Remo, who trails the field by about 6 lengths. But towards the inside, the filly, Lady Mesna, got away smartly and is tracked through on the inside by Tabashir. Also up with the pace early is High Ovation. Further out the course then, the red and white hoops of Imbaha. The red jacket of Alula is up there, and so too Rebellious Stage with a big white face is probably 5 wide as they go through the halfway point. Towards the inside, Lady Mesna, Farwas Wanas has the inside rail and has company with High Ovation in second place. Tabashir will need a little bit of racing room into third. Rebellious Stage now launching a run 3 wide off the turn, and then comes Aluna back to 5th. Staying on from out of the pack is the multicolour jacket of Gar Al Maali, but inside the last 2 furlongs they go, and Rebellious Stage has hit the front. Rebellious Stage now woken up for an effort deep inside the last furlong on a bit, goes on by a length and a half. To in second position, High Ovation. Here comes Tabashir now launching a bid down the centre of the track. Rebellious Stage in front for Camilo Ospina. Tabashir now lunging. Tabashir in second position is not going to get to this leader. Rebellious Stage goes on to win. Rebellious Stage from stall 17 has beaten Tabashir from stall number 1. These were the first 2. It's a very smart performance from Rebellious Stage. Just the 1 run so far has been off the track a little bit of time and got first run, it must be said, on Tabashir, who angled off the rail, is going to come into shot any moment now. High Ovation's run a nice race in 3rd or 4th. We'll wrap that up in just a moment, but Rebellious Stage in a time of 1:13.14, it's not actually a bad time, wins by 3/4 of a length over Tabashir. 3rd position, Miyagi, and in 4th was Atomic Impact. So Rebellious Stage takes the honours in our opener, upsetting Tabashir in 2nd, Miyagi back in 3rd.
Camilo Subina. Congrats, Camilo. The last gate and the first win this week.
You know, the first thing always, I say thank you very much to the Primita. Thank you to Abdullah Bahi. He's doing a very great job with this horse, you know. And, you know, it's a nice horse. Yeah, his first run here in Saudi Arabia, he ran in America, he won and finished 4 in 1 race. But today, thanks God, he has very good race. But the only is the number in the start. He has the 17. He brought a little bit late. But thanks God, he's very good horse. He's a big horse, and he put quickly, you know. And thanks God, he can win the race. Yeah. Thank you very much.
here in the parade ring with Rebellious Stage, who isn't the biggest of types, but certainly an exciting horse for the future. First run in Saudi, first win in Saudi. Camillo Ospina on board as well. We'll grab a word with Camillo because it'll be very interesting to see what he has to say about this runner and just how impressive he was breaking from stall 17 and doing so well. Coming in at a fine weight, just going through now. We'll go and grab him quickly. Camillo, Camillo, don't run away from us now. We're going to grab you very quickly. How are you, my friend? Are you good? Good to see you.
All day long for you.
Too nice, too kind. Now, this horse, first start in Saudi Arabia, very impressive.
Yeah, he's a good horse. You know, he ran in America. He won one race and finished 4 in one or so. He's a good horse. He's doing very good in the morning. He has very good pedigree. You know, he's by Jcsa. And this guy, he ran very good. You know, he brought a little bit late from the starting. I have in the number 17 is a little bit difficult in the 6th furlong, but this guy, he pulled quickly, you know, and I had to go outside a little bit, but in the last meter, he pushing and he can go on the win.
Were you surprised how quickly he recovered, having missed the start a little bit?
Yeah, you know, this guy, he's a good horse, you know. When you have very good horses, you know, the horses, they making everything very easy, you know. And he brought a little bit late, but he put quickly, and I'm very happy for that question. Maybe he play better than this. He's more comfortable, but this guy, he did a very good race.
You came wide and you got first run on a horse, Tabisha, on your inside. Now, he would be one of the more exciting horses on the card today. Were you always confident that you were going to stay in front?
Yeah, because I racing that horse in the morning. He got a speed, you know. I racing from the start. He giving a speed, you know. And this guy, today he do very good, you know.
Will he stay over this distance or could he go further?
We'll see, you know. That distance, you know, you have to brake and go quickly, you know. No chance to wait, you know. But in 7 furlong, maybe he can go, you.
Perfect. Well done and best of luck with the rest of the card today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Well, interesting to hear the thoughts of Camillo Ospina with another winner there. And Rebellious Stage does look well above average. He's saying that the horse is working well in the mornings here, and he's certainly got a very good pedigree, which explains that price tag of $200,000, having gone through the sales ring for twice that as a yearling. He's done well to win this from a wide draw. Was stuck wide early on, showed speed after being a little bit slowly away from the gates. And has won in good style from some decent horses in behind. I can't help thinking that Tabashir was slightly unlucky in that he travelled really, really well behind horses, but it took a bit of time for Abdullah Al Fayrouz to pull him out from behind and challenge, and that may have cost him the race. But we see the start here. The fastest starter is Lady Mesna in the light colours towards the inside. There's also a little bit of speed up from the likes of Inbaher, High Ovation in the black and white colours, and then you'll see on the outside, after a slightly sticky start, the winner comes up very strongly. But he's pushed wide as well, with Alula also showing pace on his inside, so he's 5 wide into the first bend, whereas the runner-up you'll see in 6th place on the inside rail, just tracking those who want to go forward and getting a lovely run through at this stage. Coming round the bend, the early leader, Lady Mesna, is beginning to weaken. High Ovation goes on at this stage with the winner, Rebellious Stage, beginning a challenge on the outside. Travelling well in between at this stage is Tabashir, but you see it just takes a little while for that horse to be switched out wide. He ends up losing a length on the winner in doing so, and finishes strongly to be beaten three quarters of a length. But in fairness to the winner, Rebellious Stage, he did have to travel much further than the runner-up, and deserves credit for doing so, having to go 5 or 6 horses wide into that first bend. So very, very creditable performance from the winner. The runner-up has confirmed the promise of that maiden win last time out, and I think the pair of them can go on to better things. A good time, just over 1 minute and 13 for the contest. 1 minute 13.14 suggests that this is a well above average contest of its type, and I think we can look forward to seeing a few of these horses again, Callum.
Yeah, I think the top 2 in this contest are both very smart individuals. I think you've explained it perfectly well there, Rory. Rebellious Stage just getting first run, but credit where credit is due. This horse was 5, 6, 7 wide coming around the bend, still had to work to get that position, was always flat out. And I think what Camillo says about this horse being able to get further makes a lot of sense, because he's got speed, but he might not have that gate speed to be able to contend in the top races over 1,200 metres.
I would judge his gate speed on his next run, because he was stuck outside in 17 of 17 runners now. I think there was something outside him, wasn't there? Installed.
Muqtasay.
Yeah, but it's not the easiest place to come from. We said before that there's nothing wrong being drawn out wide if you've got the speed to sort of tack across. But on this occasion, there were 5 other horses who wanted to be in the front. And that meant that he wasn't able to ease across gradually towards that rail. He was pushed wider into the bend, and that's a very good performance, all things considered. Clearly shows plenty. But his price tag isn't just about what he shows in his workouts, because clearly he costs an awful lot as a yearling. He is a half-brother to a multiple winner in the US called Energizer. But Jcsa is looking like an absolutely top-notch stallion, isn't he?
He's doing it all over, though.
Both sides of the Atlantic and in Saudi Arabia as well. So he's getting winners worldwide, and some of them are looking like machines, really, aren't they?
They really are looking good. Don't forget, he's also doing bits in Australia and New Zealand. They were one of the first nations to really try and get a hold of him and try and get some mares to him, because they believed he could do it on the turf as well. They were kind of the first people to believe he could do it on turf. So I think much credit has to go out to all 4 corners of the globe really getting into Jcsa, much more than did American Pharaoh, which I think is very interesting, when they both had very similar profiles coming out of their racing careers.
Yeah, remarkably so. But Jcsa, there's no question now about him getting top class winners on turf. He's right up there now with 1 or 2 particularly impressive 2-year-old performances in the UK, particularly this year. And yeah, he looks like an absolute superstar. Interesting to hear what Aidan O'Brien says about the offspring of Jcsa. He said they just keep galloping, you know, they don't stop. And
that's very much Galileo vibe, isn't it? They said very similar things about Galileo.
You do get the impression that Jcsa is well, he's not going to be the replacement to Galileo. That doesn't quite match in terms of profile, but he's going to be a big part of the Coolmore operation in the years to come as well.
He certainly will be. But we move swiftly on to our second contest, and it's another cracker. Small field, Mark, but 2 very nice horses indeed. Take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, which bubble will burst? If not both, just the 7 runners for our second race. It's a 2-year-old contest. It's open grade for fillies and colts. Number 1, Iyad Al-Tarizi rides Somo Al-Ola, the number 1, and then the 2 big guns. Number 2, Sateh Al-Anaya, 1 from 1 for Abdullah Al-Rashid. The same record for King Rise, who is the grey for Naif Al-Anazi. You'd imagine this race is between these 2, but we shall see. The 4 is Major for Abdullah Ajimi. 5 is the second of the 2 fillies, Rahamat for Abdullah Al-Farouz. 6 is a debutant, Kade for Khalid Al-Mamoni. And Mohammed Al-Daham rides the second of 2 greys, Asif, the only one with headgear, the blinkers on, the 7. Mohammed Al-Daham in the very pale blue colours. And the runners already on their way to the Bravery.
They are indeed, Mark, and thank you for taking us through. Small select field, Rory, but 2 horses who we've mentioned already. Bubbles could be burst. Let's start with King Rise. I thought he was mightily impressive on debut. He beat Mostak Mela, who's gone to boost that form since. Had Major, who's in a different county on that day, a long, long way behind. And I just think has got all the potential in the world to be another good horse for the FMQ stable, who we're seeing really sprout wings over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit more of them here. We only saw glimpses of that powerful stable in Taif. But King Rise was impressive from winning a course and distance maiden meeting 45 in Taif, beating Mostak Mela. As you said, he was quite a good winner next time out by 4 3/4 lengths. They in turn were almost 3 lengths clear of Al Abjar in third. The form looks strong. 1:17.35 the time for that. Bear in mind the times for 1,200 metre races in Taif, like 2 seconds slower on average than you'd get here because of the nature of the surface at Taif. So that's a pretty good time for the track at that time of the year. We're seeing a lot of sort of if horses were beating 120 in ordinary maidens, we were thinking that was the the sort of balancing point. If you're doing more than 120, you're nothing special. If you're doing less than 120, then you might be all right. But 117.35 was a pretty good time for him, and he looks to have scope to improve a fair bit as well, doesn't he?
Yes. Yeah, he looks the type that will step forward massively with experience. I remember I was there that day. It was absolutely throwing it down with rain. It was the worst weather we saw whilst we were in Taif over the summer.
It was a passing shower.
It was certainly not a passing shower. It stuck for a while. We had to move sets. It was that bad. So this is Samau Al-Ola, who is one of the, he's had the one run, finished 13th. This looks like a massive step up and still looks quite weak behind in those first shots.
Yeah, doesn't actually catch the eye particularly in the parade ring, and was well beaten on debut. So she's got a lot of work to do, and she'll find easier tasks down the line.
Sitting here live on YouTube as well, so please remember to keep an eye on all the action happening on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays as we see Satay Alanea, who is horse number 2, one of the other unbeaten runners in this field.
Yeah, beat Galasad by 2 1/4 lengths, and of course in distance maiden on his debut here in the opening meeting of the season,
yes,
I believe, wasn't it? Or the second day of the season here. The form hasn't worked out as yet. There's been a few horses come out of that race and run and haven't really set the world alight since. So I think although his time for the 6 furlongs is exactly 2 seconds faster than King Rise, as I said, you do have that differential between the tracks anyway, and I would say King Rise's form just looks a little stronger to me, and he does impress in the parade ring.
Look at the difference between King Rise and some of the others we've just seen. He had that really short coupled back, but he was straight along, strong in behind, just like we see with Major here. Now I'm pretty sure Major is by Acclaim, a stallion who I absolutely love, but Acclaim tends to make his progeny a little bit testy, and Major is certainly that. Sometimes he can throw his toys out the plan, but Rahamat must have a better chance.
Yeah, Major went backwards from debut, went 10th last time out, and Rahamat is slightly more interesting. Runner-up in a 6 furlong maiden and Taif in June. Only 5 runners in that race though, and again that's taken a knock or two since. Was off for a while before running here a week or two ago and finished down the field. So although she has a rating of 70, she does need to improve to get involved here.
Now we've just seen Carday, and this is Arthif, who I'm a big fan of looks-wise. Arthif is really strong in behind. I think this is a great opportunity to just see the strength and build in behind the saddle. Very forward-going type, has had plenty of runs though, and hasn't quite been able to hit the target. Yeah,
disappointing Arthif, because he does look the part, doesn't he?
He really does.
He looks like a proper sprinter, but he's not finishing closer than 5th in 5 runs to date. I thought Carday was interesting on paper, a newcomer by Two Step Salsa, out of a dual winner in the US called High Star. She was nothing special herself, but she's a half sister to Lady Tack, who was a multiple Group 1 winner, 7 furlong Group 1 winner in the States, a Grade 1 winner, I should say. So it's a good family, and Carday could come into the equation here if he lives up to that pedigree first time up.
Yes. Are we both saying this is a battle for third, really? The front two are going to have this between themselves?
No, I think Carday's a floating one. We don't know quite well. Unfortunately, I didn't really get to see him as he came past.
Big Roman nose.
Big Roman nose. I do like a big Roman nose, particularly in a 3-mile steeplechaser. But Carday is certainly interesting on paper, and I'd be quite keen to see how he goes to post, and I'm
we can
trying
just
to get a picture
see
of that.
King Rise is heading down to the start now behind us with the jockey Naif Alanazi on board, just looking very regal, not only in those colours but with that dashing beard as well. He just looks the part, doesn't he, going down to the start?
He does. He's always got half an eye on the camera as well, doesn't he? When he does that, but we'll hear nothing against Naif.
Here is Carday, actually, who you mentioned. He's just going down a little bit on the bit there.
He's behind me now, so I'm gonna keep an eye on him as he goes down, and try to get some sort of idea. I wouldn't quite say Roman nose.
No, he's actually a little bit more attractive than that, isn't he? I think I did him a discredit there.
Yeah. He's got quite a fine head on him, actually. Taking a little bit of a grip going down there, and it'll be interesting to see how he behaves when he gets to the start. But he's interesting enough on paper that you can't ignore him. But it does appear to be a match between Satay Alanea and King Rise. And to be honest, looks-wise, King Rise definitely has it for me.
Yeah, King Rise, gorgeous individual. Not the biggest. We know the FMQ string tend to be quite giant, strapping, powerful individuals. This one isn't one of those. He's built enough. He might grow into himself.
He could be the biggest in this race, though. I mean,
I think Arseef might be having that prize.
Well, no, see, he's a little bull, Arseef. I don't think he's particularly tall, is he?
But neither is King Rise, and we saw him actually coming down loose beforehand. He walked past us earlier on, and he's not the biggest. The lads walking him either side, they weren't the tallest of gentlemen. He wasn't towering over them. You could just see him heading down to post. Now he's a gorgeous individual.
What I like about him is he does look half a hand taller when he's got a jockey on his side.
Yes.
Even if that jockey is Naif, he's quite tall himself, really, isn't he? He does seem to rise up a little bit, and he carries himself very well. Here he is, winning by that 4 3/4 lengths on debut, beating Mustaq Mela. Now Mustaq Mela won by, I think, a similar margin. Next time out in the race, this worked out well.
Over 1400. Although he did beat Alamia, who's famous for coming second quite a few times.
Well, this is true, but the second gets a bit tired late on and ends up less than 3 lengths clear of the third. So he's slightly flattered by the fact that Mustaq Mela got tired late on there, but he won in hand and pretty impressively. And I think, listen, he's going to be my selection. I think he follows up here, although Satay Alanea will be a tougher rival, and here he is.
Satay Alanea with course form. You can't look away from it too much because this is form here in Riyadh. Early season in Riyadh, first meeting, but still worth the second look.
I liked his attitude here. I thought the three in behind him were going to throw down a challenge to him, but he's quickened away from them with about 150 metres to go, and is quite impressive here. I don't think this was the strongest race. As I said, it hasn't worked out brilliantly since, but he did it nicely. He showed a good attitude. He showed a turn of foot when he needed one. So you've got to give him ticks in most of the boxes. It's just a case of who you want to be with in the matchup. And
yes, it really is. Who do you like out the two of them? Or if you like another one, please let us know in the YouTube comments. Nice time to mention YouTube. As I've said before, we're live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. And if you're looking for a little bit of a clue before we get to the Saudi Cup, which is occurring at the end of February this year, there's very important to note that because the date does move around. So if you are looking forward towards the Saudi Cup and you're looking for some clues for the International Jockeys Challenge, which will take place on the Friday, and the Saudi Cup meeting that will take place on the Saturday, this is the place where you want to be, live on YouTube with myself and Rory, looking at these mammoth 12 race cards. But there'll be plenty of clues, and I think it's a perfect time to bring up Making Miracles, who runs in our last race, who was last seen in the Saudi Cup, but not last season's Saudi Cup.
Yeah, season
the one before that.
So he's a massive standout in terms of the ratings. Today, and arguably, I think the highest rated thoroughbred we've seen. We haven't seen him yet, though.
No, we haven't seen him yet. Yeah, I'm very excited. I was like a kid on Christmas Day waking up this morning thinking that I was going to have a chance to see Making Miracles.
Yeah, but never easy making a comeback after as long as he's been off the track. So hopefully all the ability remains with him. And I'd imagine he'd have been ready to go a while ago, but they wouldn't have wanted to bring a horse like him to Taif.
Well, interesting though, who was the FMQ horse they brought to Taif? Who was the Saudi Derby winner?
The Commissioner King.
Commissioner King. Now he's going to go to the Saudi Cup as well, so it'll be interesting to compare those two next to each other, because Commissioner King, big strapping type, and from what I've seen of Making Miracles, typical Mark Johnston, very similar.
Yes, there wouldn't be much between them in the ratings either.
No.
Obviously, Commissioner King's a little bit younger. He'd have been 110, 112, I think.
Yes.
So yeah, there's not a massive amount. Making Miracles rated 114 at the moment. That's a slightly notional rating, given that we haven't seen him for a while. But hopefully he can dispose of some either modest or out of form rivals.
Yes,
in
it's
the
an
finale.
Interesting field. We've got horses rated as low as 46 in there. We've got a horse rated as high as 114. Fascinating to look at. But let's go through our selections for this current race. I'm going with King Rise. I imagine you're sticking with
King Rise for me as well. Yeah.
So both of us are going with horse number 3, King Rise. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
King Rise for me as well, gents. He's a big colt, isn't he? You mentioned the form being boosted with the second, who won next time out 13 days later. King Rise learning on the job. I think he'll get further eventually. Satay Alanea's not done anything wrong. It's just that the horses he beat haven't really come out and done anything. 3 of the top 6 home that day failed to make the places next time out, so see what he produces here. Last one to come forward is King Rise. We're set. Open company for 2-year-olds. They're off and racing. The slowest one away was the debutant Carde, who's already been rousting along for a few strides. But King Rise, as expected, gets to the front and already leads by the best part of 2 lengths over his main protagonist, Sateh Alanea, and these are already the first 2 as they begin the turn. Back into 3rd position is Somo Al Ola towards the outside the pale jacket of Asif. Even further out now is Rahamat, giving a bit of room to Major, and at the back of the field remains Carde in the beige colours. But King Rise has the rail as they go down the side of the course, and there's company for the lead with Sateh Alanea right alongside, and if anything, Sateh Alanea going even better than King Rise, and they've already pulled 7 to 8 lengths clear of the remainder of the pack, being headed by Major, as Sateh Alanea now lays down the challenge to King Rise, who needs to find another gear towards the inside. Major is absolutely flying home into 3rd now, deep inside the last furlong. King Rise just pulling out a bit extra on Sateh Alanea. Major is running around all over the place and might take the both of them here. Major on the outside of King Rise. Major towards the side will get up. Major will upset both King Rise and Sateh Alanea, who surely did a little bit too much too soon. Big smiles on Abdullah Ajimi's face. What a victory for Major. 7th back at meeting 42, 10th at meeting 45, a winner here at meeting 64 in a time of 1:14.46. King Rise towards the far side looked as though he had Sateh Alanea's measure, but Major, who absolutely flew home down the straight. You can see the jockey just keeping this one straight as best as he can. And I don't think Nath Alanazi can really gather his thoughts. And the tongue comes out for Abdullah Al-Ajimi. Wins on Major at a time of 1:14.46 by half a length over King Rise. Sateh Alanea, that bubble burst as well, in 3rd position. And Rahamat a further 6 1/4 lengths down in 4th. Major springs the upset in race number 2.
Well, there you go. Sometimes the horses do not read the script that we're given, as Major turns around some pretty low-grade form behind some of these and has absolutely stayed on best to win our second contest here over the 1200 metres, Rory. A winner for Super Sire Acclaim.
Yes, Acclaim has had a handful of winners here, including Groom, who races in the same colours, who's a useful performer. And Majur has a decent enough pedigree by Acclaim. Sabiq was a winner in the colours of Saif Ali for Clive Britton back in the day.
Oh, there you go.
Gives you an
There's
idea
the name.
how long ago that might be, back in 2005 or thereabouts. And Majur, listen, certainly had the race set up for him, with the fact that Satay Alanea threw down an early gauntlet to King Rise, and they ended up getting involved in a real duel for the lead. So that helped Majur, but this is a big step forward in form. He was well behind King Rise last time out, back in 10th place that day, taking a step back, which was a reasonably promising debut. And no reason, looking at that race, why you would think Majur would turn the tables, unless he's one of those horses who doesn't like the rain.
He could be one of those who didn't like the rain at all.
That race was run in a downpour, so you do get horses who just sulk when it rains, like Frankie Dettori does. And,
hey, that riding a navel, that was in the rain.
Yeah, well, that's true. But yeah, this is probably a half decent performance. 1:14.46 at the time, so it's a second and a half slower than the opening contest. None of these are absolute superstars, although I think the second and third have ended up compromising each other by getting involved in a war. It's not so much that the pace was too strong, it's the fact that the pair of them were at it hammer and tongs.
Yeah,
it's
from a
not
long
simply
way
about
out
speed,
as well.
it's about how you're using that energy, and they really went head to head before the turn. And that has meant that from that point they were going as hard as they could. And at this sort of level, it's hard to go at top speed throughout, even at sprint trips. You know, horses aren't able to go at their absolute top speed for that much longer. And of course, we see the start here. You've got a bad break from the newcomer, Cadet. Otherwise, they've all got off reasonably well. But interesting that Majur drops back to the tail of the field early on. It's already quite a strong pace, with King Rise setting the fractions. And Satay Alanea is keen not to give him too easy a time. And I kind of thought at this stage they'd sit like this and let the race develop in the last 300 meters.
Do you think this is where it changes here? Because if Satay Alanea had just sat on his hindquarters,
that's exactly what I was saying.
Probably would have had a better chance of winning.
Yeah, I'd agree, but he decides that he wants to put... I think it's difficult to read, because Naif Al-Nazi is a kind of jockey who always gives the impression he's not going as well as he is. We talk about jockeys who look like they're cruising when actually they're doing a lot more than you see. Naif's the opposite. He always seems to be busy on his horses, and I suspect that what's happened here is that Abdullah Al-Rashed on the third has thought, oh, this isn't going that well in front. I'm going to get past him and put him to the sword. And once he's got there, then King Rise has fought back very gamely and won that battle. But the pair of them going at each other has definitely compromised the finishing effort of King Rise to some degree. Majur ignored the early pace completely and came off the back, so he was having his own race, and he's ended up probably running a better tempo all the way through to come through and win. You would suspect that if you raced them against each other again, you'd fancy King Rise to turn the tables. But in saying that, this is definitely a step forward from Majur.
Oh, no doubt.
And he's just learning to race now on his third start. And he does, if you just look at him on his own, he does travel very well through the race. He dropped back to disputing last place after a furlong. He's then cut through horses going well, but he's just waiting all the time. He's not in any hurry to set off after the leaders who've gone hard. You see, he takes a breather here, just in a dispute of third place. I thought that was quite a brave thing to do in the circumstances. So the front two have got away from him at this stage, but I would say this is a well-judged ride. If it's not a well-judged ride, it's a very lucky decision to take a breather off the turn when he actually was within 3 lengths of the front two. He's let them get 7 lengths clear of him, and then he's asked for his effort. And I think that's ended up being a very, very good decision.
Could you give a positive for King Rise here in the fact that he did shake off Satay Alanea?
Yes, absolutely.
When they went for home early, and the fact that he's been mugged basically on the line there by a horse who's not been involved in... They've been racing from about maybe 600 metres to go there, haven't they? They've been flat at it from a long way. King Rise has managed to shake off, and then they've just been caught at the finish by Majur, who, take nothing away from Majur, who's timed that to perfection and has clearly stepped forward from those last 2 performances. But I almost think King Rise has run a good race here despite being beaten, and the record will show Bubble Burst, as we mentioned earlier.
Listen, I absolutely loathe that terminology. I cannot stand it, particularly when you're talking about young horses.
Yeah.
And I've blocked God knows how many Twitter accounts. Well, but anyone who tweets pop or writes Bubble Burst, you're gonzo. It's an awful thing to say about a horse having its second career start, who's run a race like this, that a bubble is burst. And again, mostly that reaction is about people who overhype horses. But let's deal with the horses themselves rather than other people's comments about them.
The horse can't control the hype, can it?
No, exactly. King Rise has run a solid race. Listen, he's not a superstar yet. The race he won on debut, he did it nicely. It's worked out well. But if he's going to step up in class, this is probably a helpful race for him to be in. Obviously, these small field opens for the 2-year-olds are a good sort of stepping stone because you're meeting better horses, you're up against other winners, but it's not sort of the white hot heat of proper open competition.
Yeah.
So I think this will aid King Rise's development. He's been in a war. He's won the battle.
Yeah, and lost the war.
He's ended up losing the war to Major, but I think he ends up coming out with his reputation slightly enhanced.
We've got another 2-year-old coming up, Ali Bali, later on in the card, who's quite a similar big reputation animal. Ran a very good race in defeat last time out in a race that I really highly rated. The form hasn't worked out at all, but I'm looking forward to seeing Ali Bali. But again, it's just a learning experience for so many of these young horses, and I think you're absolutely right to be blocking whoever's saying Bubble Burst, because at the end of the day, they don't know their height. They can only come out and do what they've done, and we see yet another horse come from off the pace in Riyadh and come and take the win. It's a completely different course to time.
Yeah, and listen, all the great champions, for me, virtually all the great champions have been beaten at some stage, and the sign of the greatness is the fact that they can get beat and then come back again. Yeah. Obviously, it doesn't apply to Frankel, but you know,
doesn't apply to Baid either.
Particularly as a jumps fan, there are pretty much no unbeaten champions over jumps.
No.
We have one at the moment, but we know historically that those runs don't last forever. The real test of a horse like Constitution Hill, for example, will be if he does get beaten. Will that diminish him, or will that make him come back stronger? And we've seen with all the great champions, when they have been beaten, they've actually come back and shown even better form afterwards. So I know we're looking at a different kind of racing altogether here, but that is still, there's no shame in defeat.
Absolutely not.
The real test is how you react to defeat.
It's not about how you get knocked down, it's about how you get back up. It's not some sort of stage from Rocky there. But yes, we move swiftly on to race 3. This is a cracking contest here, our third race in the card. I'm very much looking forward to it, and Mark Francis can take us through the runners and the riders.
Well, Rory, I promise you, I will never use that terminology ever again. And I assure you, that'll be forgotten as quickly as possible. Race number 3, Fillies Open. 6 furlongs again, so fillies throughout. 13 go to post here, headed by number 1, Yin Yang for Fawas Wanas. 2 is Minwa for Luis Morales, and 3 is Bosouk for Mohammed Al Habib. The cheek piece is on as it was. The 4, Abdulaziz Al Yesh. 5 is Jasmine for Abdullah Al Khridis, and 6 is Hawawaya, probably the most prolific of these, Mohammed Al Sharima. 7, Nobody's Joke, Ahmed Al Sharar, a runner for Jimmy Jerkins here. Bonita B is the 8, Ricardo Ferreira. Felicia Beach is the 9, also with cheek pieces, Mohammed Al Daham. Iyad Al Tarizi rides the 10, Sahim Nayef. The 11, Habibi Go Lucky, Ali Al Mimoni. And again, the big 2, if you like, in our selections mind, if you like, are numbers 12 and 13. Reem Al Riyadh for Camilo Ospina, who was beaten last time out by number 13, Al Fasela for Adel Al Faradi. The winners of 37 races between them. 13 go to post over the 6 furlongs. Gentlemen, what do we fancy here?
Yes, Mark, it is one of those really tough contests where your eye is drawn to so many of them. There's so many stories in this race. And if you look at Jasmine, a horse who likes to be pulled right out the back of the field and then fly home late. You look at a horse like Bonita B, who we've seen plenty entice. Yin Yang, now we've seen an American debutant winner only in our first race. Yin Yang has to get a good mention here. First time up in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I think too many interesting ones here for us not to go through them. I think.
Let's start with number 1 then, Yin Yang.
Yeah, she was a winner of an allowance optional claimer over 5.5 furlongs in the state, second in listed class, and looks like an interesting newcomer here, the daughter of Point of Entry. Really hard to get a handle on how good she might be, but she does have that official rating of 86 based on her US form.
Make one point, she put up better speed figures than our previous American winner, which I think is a key line of form, especially considering she's a filly. She put up some absolutely astronomical speed figures as a juvenile. So I would be looking at that if I'm looking at anything. By speed figures is the only thing about American racing I'm really up on, and she put up some serious time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her hit the lids and go.
Yeah, I mean the one slight caveat there is that she was doing it as a 2-year-old. I don't like to judge 4-year-olds particularly, but older horses purely on 2-year-old form, especially with a change of scenery or with a change of discipline. So, but she clearly was well above average, and she's a really interesting recruit here. So hard to rule her out of calculations at all.
We don't know much about Yin Yang, but we do know a lot about Minhwa.
Minhwa is an interesting one here. It was disappointing last time out in theory, but I say disappointing. She was 7th behind Honky Tonk Man in an absolutely top-notch contest. Honky Tonk Man, I think the best performance we've seen here so far in the season. Obviously an established performer at the 7 furlongs. And there's Jimmy Jerkins. But of course in distance, open winner twice here. Drops in class, and I think that gives Minhwa a really good chance of getting her head back in front again.
And Yin Yang is shot now, but let's talk about Basuk, horse number 3.
Yeah, not a 70 handicap winner over a mile last term. I say, looking through her form, she needs at least 7 furlongs, and she's passed over for that reason.
As it was for the fans of Harry Styles.
Only rated 68, has ability, but largely below form this year, and doesn't have much of a chance in this sort of company.
Jasmine, the type of horse that you fall in love with, just sat out the back and then runs on late.
Yeah, would be a great filly to own for the prize money she picks up, running on. But she doesn't win very well. She's only won 1 from 17. She was 3rd in nominals of 2 over course and distance last time out. She does need more in a stronger race here, but she's liable to be doing her best work at the finish again. Hawawaya
is a horse that does win a lot and now is dropping back to 1,200 metres.
Both Taif wins have come in not to 75 handicaps. On the ratings, she has a chance. I thought she was vulnerable in this sort of company. I think her handicap mark is a little bit on the high side at the moment. And although this isn't a handicap, you're comparing them according to their marks. Really.
There she is. She was the first winner that we saw when we started bringing the analysis to Saudi racing. So she's got a very important place in my heart, and she went and dotted up a week later. She found it tough since, but she drops back to 1,200. Nobody's joke, horse number 7, Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of the Jimmy Jerkins horses winning recently. But he did run Nobody's Joke several times in Taif, and she was a bit disappointing. She was a 6 furlong maiden winner at Taif last September, and she won a 1 mile non-winners of 3 here in January, but she hasn't been at her best, and she needs to bounce back.
Bonita B and Felicia Beach.
Bonita B is an interesting one. She's taken a while to adapt. She was a multiple winner in the UK for Mick Shannon. Taken a while to adapt to racing here, but she ran one of her better races when 3rd to Mahalik over course and distance last time out. She should go fairly well.
She got very close to Mahalik as well on that occasion. Yep. Felicia Beach, you 66 rated.
Yeah, she ran. I mean, we saw her recently. Her better effort here when 3rd to Sophia Cat and Mile Open here last week. This is a much tougher contest, though.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. She's owned by the same owners as Sophia Cat, who only won last week, so that was good to see. Sam Nayev and Hapipi Go Lucky. We're getting into the nice horses now, aren't we?
Sam Nayev won a maiden and then a not to 60 handicap. It was a bit of a good thing in that not to 60 handicap, meeting 29 in Taif. A length of 3/4 behind Jasmine last time out, and I think she will probably struggle to turn the tables. Habibi Go Lucky, has she gone past us already?
Yes, we've lost Habibi Go Lucky. We're already gone.
She's a smashing filly. She likes the big field contest. She's found herself in a couple of tactical affairs fairly recently, but the harder they go from the start over 6 furlongs in a big field, the happier she is. She ran a decent race when 5 3/4 lengths 3rd to Sunset Flash over course and distance last time out. She was 4th in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship before that, and she is pretty much top of the tree here, I would say, in terms of likely winners at the weights.
She is definitely, when you talk about top of the tree, she'd be a very unsexy winner of this, I like to say. When you're looking at horses who could go on to bigger and better things, so Habibi Go Lucky, we kind of know her ceiling.
We do, but in fairness...
it's a high ceiling.
It is. There aren't too many here completely, I suppose. Yin Yang, we don't know an awful lot about. But I think Habibi Go Lucky, she runs her race pretty much all the time, and she's got a rating of 94. So I know she's not as dark and mysterious as some of these, but I don't mind that. We know what we get from her.
Reem Al Riyadh, horse number 12, and Alpha Salea, horse number 13, who we can just see in shot. I think Reem Al Riyadh is a fascinating runner when it comes to the jockey booking. Camille Ospina on board after what I could only describe as a very poor ride last time. Camille is now jocked up. Camille is one of the go-to jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, and I think that's a massively important change.
Yeah, Reem Al Riyadh must be interesting. Won the Time Sprint Championship 2 starts ago, and was a good 2-length second to Al Faisalea, and a non-winner to 3 last time out. As you said, didn't get the best of rides that day. And
we're looking at that race now.
Indeed, you see Reem Al Riyadh coming strong and late on the outside in the Al Mindil colours, and Al Faisalea got first run and keeps on strongly on the rail in the yellow colours with the green cap and sleeves. I think the key thing here is, you mentioned that you thought the winner got a better ride this day. There's a 2 kilo difference between them this time around as well. And I think that will give Reem Al Riyadh a very good chance of turning the tables.
It was just one of those races where Reem Al Riyadh seemed to be caught wide and well off the racing was clear to be seen that the top horses were up front early. Reem Al Riyadh doesn't have a lot of early pace, so she has to get into her races. Even when, if you were with us during our time in Taif, you would have seen that she likes to come home late and flashing home. She did it on the final day at Taif. She was really impressive that day in one of the 3-year-old events. I was just really disappointed by her performance in that last race. This is Habibi Go Lucky. Now, Sunset Flash and Income are the horses in front. Pastime is the horse that we can currently see in third. Pastime with a major dent in this form after running a stinker last time.
Well, she didn't really run Pastime's just a little bit of a thinker.
Yes, she's a tricky
finished
horse.
Fourth last time out, and this was a good enough run. But in fairness, this wasn't a truly run race from start to end, and that doesn't suit Habibi Go Lucky. Habibi Go Lucky wants them to go hard so she can run at them late, and that didn't really happen last time out, but she still did really good late work to pick up the third in the final 200 metres there, and I think this race is going to suit her more. There's bound to be pace on here. Al Faisalea will want to go forward from 13. I don't think Camilo wants to be too far behind that one from stall 12.
I think that's why he's in the saddle.
He doesn't want to be hung out wide behind runners here, so I think they're guaranteed to go forward here. Habibi Go Lucky won't go forward from stall 11. Will happily sit in behind those and hope that they go hard. But whether they go hard or not, she will be finishing strongly, and the harder they go, the more it will play into her hands.
Usually, I would say that Habibi Go Lucky, who we could see in shot, would need a bigger field for a more truer run race. But Yin Yang is going to hit the lids and go. Minhwa is going to hit the lids and go. As it was, it's too slow to do this. Jasmine will go from the back. Harawaya will want to hit the lids and go. There's pace all the way along this, and especially down on the rail. And we've talked about it. If you're drawn wide and you want to come across, you need to hope that those on the inside aren't flying. But if those on the inside are flying, we could see another situation like we saw in our first race with 6 horses going wide on the bend.
Forward. And if that happens, I think Habibi Go Lucky will be laughing in behind. And I think
picking up the pieces.
Yeah, I think it'll really suit her. Listen, I respect the bottom two, Reem Al Riyadh and Al Faisalea, and I very much respect Minhwa. I think Minhwa will bounce back to form today. I've struggled
with Minhwa. I've been bitten too many times by Minhwa now, and I just can't keep going back to the well.
Well, see, that's because you've gone to the well. I've not gone to the well with Minhwa. I think she's ideally suited by 1,200 metres at Riyadh, it was 7 furlongs last time where she was behind Honky Tonk Man, wasn't it? So it's dropping back in trip to her ideal course and distance. She's done 1:12.72 here. I think if she runs to that, I don't think many of these can get her. We saw her walking past us earlier on as well, having been out for a stretch of her legs. Yeah, she's the main danger for me, but I think everything just looks set in stone for Habibi Go Lucky.
Just a quick note on Yin Yang, who you can just see in shot, just went behind the vet tapes and was trotted up. Seems all okay now. We're just going to make sure that horse isn't withdrawn and we'll get a run. Looks like the jockey Fawaz Wanaz is fairly keen there.
My slight concern before I saw her was that she might be a little bit small.
She's massive.
She's big.
she's going to be my selection in this.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by how she goes.
She could be, I was going to say anything, but we already know that she's got a reasonable level of form.
Yeah, so let's go through selections very quickly. I like number 1, Yin Yang. Rory, who do you want?
Habibi Go Lucky.
Rory with number 11, Habibi Go Lucky. Mark Francis are loading quickly. It's over to you.
Reem Al Riyadh for me, gents. Rory's already highlighted it, that there's a 4-pound swing at the weights here, which amounts to about 2 kilos. Last time out in the footage that we saw, Alpha Sailor was drawn in 19, Reem Al Riyadh was in 4, and there was plenty of pace out wide that day. Both fillies are next to each other from the outside. Reem Al Riyadh in 12, Alpha Sailor in 13. Reem Al Riyadh, only once has she been out of the top 2. So Reem Al Riyadh for me. In comes Callum's selection, Yang Yang. The Souk is next. Minwa and Reem Al Riyadh will be the final pair for our third contest. This fillies open for 3-year-olds and upwards. Set for a start, and they're off and racing, and Virtually Refusing was As It Was has already given away about 6 or 7 lengths from the main body of the field. Towards the inside, Yang Yang got away smartly from barrier number 1 and has company for the pace, with Minwa in between horses and further out the yellow sleeves of Basouk. So horses 1, 2, 3, currently 1, 2, 3 up at the head of affairs. Just in behind the pace then, the red jacket of Nobody's Joke. Also there is the maroon colours of Sahim Nayev. Towards the wide outside is Alpha Sailor. Looking for Reem Al Riyadh. Probably has about 7 lengths to make up on the leaders as they are round the far turn. Hawawaya is struggling, and the back marker continues to be As It Was as they come into the straight. And look at Alpha Sailor moving up towards the front duo. Yang Yang towards the far side, then Minwa, but Alpha Sailor is powering on now. Basouk now back into 4th position. Reem Al Riyadh staying on from out of the pack, but surely too late as Alpha Sailor enters the last furlong with a 6-length break now to Minwa in 2nd position. Then comes Reem Al Riyadh, but this is all over. Alpha Sailor confirms form of recent successes and records back-to-back victories. Alpha Sailor the winner. Reem Al Riyadh may have got up for 2nd. It's the same 1-2 from last time out, and it was close for the minor placings. Alpha Sailor got the perfect trip from a wide gate, as she did back at meeting 57, and pushed out by Adel Al Faradi. Didn't really have much of a challenge in the final 200 yards. Alpha Sailor the winner in a time of 1:12.62. That's a very good time indeed. Alpha Sailor now makes it 3 wins from 5 starts. Reem Al Riyadh just got going a little bit too late. 3.5 lengths back in 2nd. Minwa's ran a very good race, back to form in 3rd position, just holding off Habibi Go Lucky. I think the first 4 in this race are very good fillies indeed, all to follow in the future. None more so than Alpha Sailor.
Adele Al-Faradi in the saddle, Alfie Salea on the track, and I think we've seen a very smart filly who has boosted the form that she showed last time out with an even better performance, Rory, and this might be the race of the day because what a classy field, no doubt, but what a classy way to win the race. She wasn't bang up there, but she was there or thereabouts, had to come wide, and she came there on the snaff.
Yes, she wasn't weighted to confirm form with Rimal Riyadh. But what's happened in the race is she's got the speed to be able to sit right behind the really strong early pace set by Yin Yang and Mima. Stalls 1, 2 and 3 all go forward. And they set a really strong pace, which set up this really good time of 1:12.62, which I think is about the second or third fastest time of the season. Amici did 1:12.30 odd in the very first week of the season, but this is a very good time for track and trip, and it was set up by that strong pace. Those who set the pace didn't last home, but they didn't collapse early, so there wasn't. So what we saw here was that we saw about half the field able to go the early pace. Only one of them really able to see it out, that being the winner, and the hold-up horses coming through late to fill the positions, the place positions, but unable to really get involved in the race itself because they had that gap to overcome. Ideally, all of those horses, the second and fourth particularly, wanted the place to collapse a little bit more dramatically than it did. But fair play to the winner, Alfie Salea, the daughter of Raja Singh. He's doing okay, Raja Singh.
He's doing a magnificent job in old Raj.
When I saw him, I mean, he was a good early 2-year-old. He didn't really
Royal Ascot record holder.
Winner. He won the Coventry on lightning fast ground, and he didn't do an awful lot after that.
He got injury. He got injury before he turned 3, didn't he? And then they tried to run him in the Guineas. It all went horribly wrong, and then he was retired.
So I thought, this is going to be a slightly dubious stallion prospect. You knew he was going to be supported.
Richard Spencer supporting him a lot.
Absolutely. So and most of the Rancher things we're seeing on the track in the UK are trained by Richard Spencer in Phil Cunningham's colours. But yeah, he's doing well. He's producing good-looking stock, and they're
he's very good-looking himself.
Yeah.
He is built like a bull. If you've got the privilege to go and visit the UK, visit the National Stud and have a look at some of the stallions there, because they've got some real good lookers. Obviously Stradivarius being the star there, but you've got Time Test, who is, in my opinion, one of the best-looking horses you'll ever see. They've got a few others as well, but take nothing away from Raja Singh as well, who his progeny. She's done a really impressive job here.
Yeah, we're looking at the finish here. We should mention it. The field really broke up. She's gone. The winner's gone clear, and you see the fast finishers just unable to get involved, but really motoring at the end. That's not a case of them misjudging the pace. They were pretty much flat to the boards, going as fast as they were comfortable with from an early stage. You see that Camilo doesn't want to go forward from stall 12 because he knows that Rimal Riyadh doesn't really have the pace to do that. Habibi Go Lucky breaks well enough and is restrained back in midfield. This is their run style, but normally they wouldn't get taken off their feet quite like this.
They were off their feet early, weren't they?
They tried to come with the same run as well, and the door closed on Habibi Go Lucky. Not that she would have been an unlucky loser.
There's a gap there. Look, you can see
exactly.
this. Jasmine is a hold-up horse, and she's ahead of Habibi Go Lucky.
But that's the thing. If we've got horses all the way through here, that helps the hold-up horses. But you do have that 6 or 7 length gap between the leading pack and the hold-up horses, which is never easy to bridge. Everybody wants something else to do the donkey work to bridge the gap so that they can come with their effort later. And that didn't really happen here. So you had Rimal Riyadh and Habibi Go Lucky having to come down the outside. As I said, they're both looking for a run down the middle of the track, and it was the runner-up, Rimal Riyadh, who got the better run through. But that was just for second. The race was over by the time she was coming through with her run, even though she was weighted to turn the tables with the winner from the run last time out. It just shows you how the ability to hold a good track position can be more important than the weight you end up carrying in one of these races. There'll be different races where they won't go quite so fast, or where it'll be a different sort of race.
We talk about the pace. Yin Yang, it was the pace element. She flew out. She was hanging off the bit quite a bit as she made the early running. I think that paid her in the end. She stopped very quickly, and that's
she did, yeah.
No surprise on being her first time up. But I think you're absolutely right with different races. we would likely see maybe a different result there because Riyadh would probably have a bit of a closer opportunity to get to our eventual winner here.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to clash again, to be perfectly honest. But it shows you that you need to get an idea of how the race is going to pan out. When you're trying to work out what the winner is, you're not just looking at the numbers, you're looking at the shape of the race as well. And although the numbers strongly suggest that Al Faisla would just struggle to confirm the form from last time out, the shape of the race was ideal for her, and she wasn't at all bothered by being drawn out in stall 13. She's out of, for those who like the dirt racing and their fibre-sand racing in the UK, she's out of a dual fibre-sand winner called What a Tomboy, who did her winning for Richard Whittaker. She was very ordinary. I think 2 of her 3 wins came off marks in the 40s, but she was. She was a regular on the fibre sand at Southwell, and clearly horses who handle fibre sand would tend to handle dirt as well. There does tend to be a correlation between those. It was rarely tested, in fairness, but horses with US dirt pedigrees tended to do much better at Southwell on the fibre sands than they would on polytrack racecourses or Tappeta in the UK. So that was quite an interesting breeding angle then. Raja Singh, out of What a Tomboy, would not go through the sales ring for more than a couple of grand in the UK, but as you can see, he's producing a well above average sprinter here.
Yes, it's a very exciting horse to have a look at in the future. Talking of the future, we move swiftly on to race 4. This is over 1,400 metres. We step up in trips quite slowly. This is a local bred fillies maiden. It's a cracking little contest too. Mark Francis can take us through all the fillies running.
Yeah, very exciting race here. We step up to 7 furlongs for the first time tonight. In the field of 20, headed by number 1, Nakila for Mohammed Al Daham. Camilo Ospina looking for a double aboard the 2, Istiab. Of course, you should always fear white stable debutants. 2-year-olds. Istiab makes her racecourse debut tonight. Number 3, Lara Alamira for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. The 4 is Sultana Al-Hijaz for Abdullah Akridis. Just in total, by the way, 7 debutants. That's the second of 7. 5 is the only grey, Safwat Lahad for Muhanid Al-Shamari. 6 is Feiruz Al-Nayar for Abdullah Al-Rashid. 7, Falkri for Luis Morales. And 8, Jude Fari for Naif Al-Anazi. 9 is Guanti for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. 10 is Al-Makasib. 11, Usula, North Al-Firuz. 12, Jamiel Kayer for Jimmy Carrion. 13, of course, is going to be the talking horse here, Al Rafea. Adel Al Faradi, who won our last race, of course, takes over here. No Alex Moreno tonight. Of course, the guys will go through the story behind Al Rafea, I'm sure, very shortly. 14, Hiroshima, Iyad Al Tarizi. 15, Motanamiya for Mohammed Al Habib. 16, Farsar for Fawaz Wanas. 17, Lathitha for Ricardo Ferreira. 18, Etidad for Khalid Al-Mimoni. 19, Al-Sakinar for Abdulaziz Al-Massa. And 20, Zarat Al-Red for Eddie Castro. The 1 reserve Siata not required. So a full field of 20 fillies got a post here. Chaps, is this all about the 13 here, or is there something else?
There could be something else, Mark, and it could be in the shape of Istayab, horse number 2 for the White Stable. We'll have a good look at that horse when she comes in. She's just over my shoulder now. She's not the biggest type, but she'll certainly be one to keep an eye on in this race. White Stable debutants are always ones to watch. And Nakila, the first horse we're looking at here, horse number 1, gorgeous individual and very strong filly, isn't she?
Yes, and she's one of the more interesting ones in the race. Looked in need of the experience, won a good second to Rima Lanea on debut. Up and trip here, and is an interesting one. This is the newcomer Istiab, a half sister to Mobatan and also Mustawab, who we saw win a maiden by a wide margin at Taif. So it's a good pedigree. And she makes plenty of appeal on pedigree. She's not the biggest.
She's very light in front, isn't she? She's strong in behind, but she's light in front. Sultan Al Hijaz is horse number 4, but we're looking at Lara Almira, who's horse number 3. That horse was 9th on debut, but Sultan Al Hijaz is a debutant. That's one to talk about.
A daughter of Dramedy, out of Lemon Drop Spirits. Doesn't look too bad. You think she's ready for this?
I think she looks a bit light. Safwat Lahad is the horse at number 5, and this had the 2 runs. And again, another who looks like we might see some interesting shaped fillies in this one, I think.
Yes, she needs to strengthen up if she's going to, but she's been stuffed on 2 starts to date, and it's hard to fancy here.
Here's an interesting horse, Feiruz Alanaya, for connections who do well with their debutants.
Yeah, a daughter of Semper Fortis. She doesn't look too bad. We don't get to see too much of her, unfortunately. Yeah. And we're on to Falkreath in behind.
Interesting one for me, Falkreath. I thought that she had some interest, especially one she had last time where she was up front for a very long way.
Yeah, she was 5th to Taj Alanea in a 7-furlong maiden last time out as meeting 28 in Taif. That's to run up 4 subsequent winners, and Falkreath is shortlisted on that evidence.
She had Moela in behind.
Yeah, exactly. So that is a decent piece of form.
We have Guante, who is horse number 9, as someone's going to get in a lot of trouble with the phone. Guante is horse number 9. That means I slap in Spanish, funnily enough, which I thought was my favourite translation of the day.
Apparently so, a daughter of Almodovar. I don't know whether that's the naming is anything to do with the Spanish film director Pedro Almodovar.
Ah, that would be a link though, wouldn't it? That would be a link. Horse number 12 we can just see. If we just went past Ursula, who I quite like, Jamel Kerr is horse number 12, making 5th start today. Showed very little last time, 20th of 20.
Yeah, and she's had 4 runs and showed little on any of those, to be perfectly honest.
Here we see Al Rafa, who this is the interesting horse after what she did last time. We'll see the video footage of that, but if she can put it all together, she's a class angle here.
She looks really good. She's clearly on very good terms with herself. Been runner-up in both starts today. There were 6 furlongs, but it doesn't really tell the story. She was set to win last time. When swerving and colliding with the rail, she was lucky to stay on her feet, to be perfectly honest. She was ended up beaten 8 1/4 lengths, but her jockey lost his irons in that incident, and she just was allowed to come home in her own time. The fact that she still finished second
shows how far clear she was.
She would have won that race,
yes.
without a shadow of a doubt. And the question is whether you are concerned about what she did in front there. I thought it was almost it was fright as much as anything. You don't deliberately run into the inside rail. So I would, unless that's really affected her mentally, I'd expect her to be very, very competitive here.
Latita is a gorgeous looking filly here. She's a lovely walker too, so hopefully she can run better than she showed in her first 3 starts. And Aetidad is the horse we're looking at now, number 18.
Yeah, not certainly one of the better looking debutantes in the race. A daughter of Grand Salutes, representing reasonably powerful connections. So not an easy draw on stall 18 for debut, but one to bear in mind.
Another one to keep an eye on, good looker, is Al Sakina, making 2nd start today, 12th last time out, would look to step up from that. But we've got another debutant coming from widest of all, that is Zarad Alared. This is the horse who's in shot now. Rory, what do you make of this one on pedigree and looks as we can see?
She looks like she needs to strengthen up a little bit, and I'm not mad keen on being drawn in stall 20. It's not so much a wide draw, it's if you're a newcomer and you're drawn with daylight to one side of you, the tendency is to duck out to that. And if you lose a length, even that little at the start, by going to your left or right, then you're going to struggle to get back into the race.
Yeah, you'd just be slightly concerned about that one's draw position. Falkreath, I think, is a horse that will really catch the eye here. I know we've just spoken about it, horse number 7, but I was really impressed with that run last time, and I think this is a weaker contest. I think this is a drop in class, really.
Well, the race that she ran in last time out has worked out very well. So you'd... I think the bare form is nothing out of this world, but the fact that horses have come out of that and won since is a big plus in a race of this nature. There aren't that many who've got solid form, and Falkreath's definitely one of them. Yes,
Usla, that was a horse that we didn't get a chance to really get a good look at. That's horse number 11 on your race cards. Stepped up from last time, 6th last time out. Flew past beaten horses over course and distance last week. This is a quick return, but should have a fair bit of early pace here.
Yeah, well, she was beaten by Ayat Al Mohammedia, who showed much improved form to win that race by a wide margin, but she was beaten the best part of 21 lengths.
Al Mohammedia was 17 clear.
Well, yes,
she was flying away.
It wasn't 17. No, but she was beaten far enough for me to think that was an improvement on debut, but she needs to improve. And again, the winner had been beaten 4 or 5 times prior to that as well. So although it looked like a a definite improvement in form. The fact that she won by so far suggests that those behind her weren't any great shakes. So I think Osula, she's only had the 2 runs and she has improved. So she might run into the frame. I think she's going to struggle to win.
Nikila, horse number 1, one of the horses we do have to have a big mention to. The owners had a winner here last week as well, so they're clearly coming into form at Riyadh. We hardly saw these colours and types, but they've certainly been far more apparent here in Riyadh. As we'll take a look at the first of our video forms, and this is Al Raitha, who is just in front here and looking to put the race to bed. But what happens next, Rory?
Yeah, Al Raifia looks like she's going to go on to win this race well. She's got involved in a duel with the runner-up. That's Malaya in second, and then she swerved and hit the rail. And again, she lost her back end completely. You'd imagine that can't have done her any good, but she went from looking sure to win to just holding on for second, beating 8 1/4 lengths. Clearly, she's got tons of ability. She's a good looker as well. Yeah. The only question is whether that's left a mark on her mentally.
And she did wobble on her debut as well. She ran about a bit on debut, so that would be my only concern. Nikila, on the other hand, is much more straightforward.
Yes, this is Nikila on debut, the daughter of First Defence. She showed a degree of greenness here, but although she ran very well to be second to Dimal and Nea, looking like she would benefit from the step up and trip. You see her running down the outside in the red cap to go past a couple and grab second late in the day. On this evidence, she'd be worth trying at the longer trip. She's certainly doing her best work in the last 200 metres and closing that gap all the way to the line. So again, she comes into the equation.
The step up and trip makes sense there, doesn't it? Because sometimes we see horses finish quickly and you're very quick to say it doesn't necessarily mean a step up and trip is what they need.
No, it's just often a way the race unfolds and where you were when the race began in earnest. But sometimes with fillies like her, it's a case of them doing, needing that little bit extra yardage to actually unwind. She doesn't want any further than this, I don't think, Nikila. She's by First Defence. I'd have thought she would be on pedigree. She's a 7 furlong horse, so the step up should help her. You're never entirely sure if it does, though, until you see them try it. And obviously, she's only had the 1 run, so you don't want to make too many hard and fast conclusions about what they need based on that 1 performance.
I just look at them going around the circle there, and the only horse that was really catching my eye and a negative was Al Sakina, horse number 19, who's getting a bit jig-joggy around on the outside there. Hiroshima as well was a horse that didn't particularly take my eye. The newcomer from the White Stable, Ittayab, sorry. What would you make of that horse, considering what we've now seen? Got the cheek pieces on, the noseband on, but does come from a good family, and it's very hard to ignore a White Stable runner under Camille Ospina.
Oh, absolutely, and got a good drawn stall too as well. She didn't knock my eye out. I mean,
she was small, wasn't she? She wasn't the type.
The White Stable runners frequently are standouts in the paddock, and I wouldn't have knocked her. I thought she looked fine. She just didn't look like the monster that some of these can be, but she's well bred. She might not be as forward as 1 or 2 just looking at her. That's the one thing I would say. I think she's probably going to do okay given that pedigree, but whether she's as precocious as Mustawab, for example, her half-brother, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they get on. But as the loading begins, let's go through selections here. Rory, where are you going? I'm
still going to trust Al Raifia after that unfortunate incident last time out. She looked above average. As long as she knows that if she runs around later on, she needs to do it to her right, not to her left. Then she'll be all right.
I am going to go with the White Stable newcomer. I do like Al Raifia. I think that horse is the one to go with, but I'm just going to try and change it up a little bit. I'm going to go with Ittayab, who is horse number 2. So I'm going for number 2. Rory is going for horse number 13. Mark Francis, I imagine you're also going horse number 13.
Well, that might be the only winner you've had all night, Callum. Yes, I'm with Al Raifia here. Cheek pieces on, Adel Al-Faradi on. Of course, no Alex Moreno tonight. Surely she's a winner in waiting. If reproducing the form that we saw just a few moments ago, yes, she was swerving up the straight, but she clearly possesses a lot of ability. Callum's made the point for the White Stable debutant. It's very, very hard to ignore. Camillo Ospina, of course, riding at the top of his game at the moment. Already had a winner tonight and has got a fair few chances as well later in the card. As we see coming forward, Al Raifia now into 13. Also Al Makasib there, now just stalling. It's a big field, full field here for the 7 furlongs. It's the full field over the 6 is 18 runners, 20 runners for 7 furlongs. Anywhere further up the back straight, of course, we've got races over the mile and 9 furlongs later on. There's the red and blue hoops of Lara Alamira. Al Rafael now goes in, taking a few extra turns. Istiab will be next, and the final runner forward will be Falcon. Good luck with your selections. Valkyrie comes in, and we're set. 7 furlongs. Long hold. Rearing was Lara Alamira in 3. Settled now though, and they're off. Racing away then for this local bred fillies maiden. A pretty clean break, although there's plenty of pace on here, and Al Rafea is the first to show down the centre of the course. Also up with the pace then is Falkbury towards the inside, and so too is Nikila, now no better than third. The red and yellow silks of Safwat Lahad is next, then comes the purple colours of Motanami Yar. Further out on the course then the white cap of Al Sakinar as company deep on the course with Zarat Al Rayed, but it's Al Rafea who has the overall lead as they pass through halfway. Al Rafea then for Adel Al Faradi, looking for this double, lead by a length and a half to the spotted jacket of Falkbury in second. Being chased along is Nikila in third. Picking off 1 or 2 scouts is Sultanat Al Hijaz, running a nice race on debut. Then comes the grey Safwat Lahad. Al Makasib comes next, and they're already very well strung out here as Al Rafea turns into the straight. Now what drama will unfold here? The cheek beaters are on. She's in front again by 6 lengths. Clear of Falkbury in second. Sultanat Al Hijaz is beginning to run around in third, but Al Rafea now deep inside the last 200. This is unknown territory for her. She's in front by about 4 lengths. The gap is closing to Sultanat Al Hijaz now in second, and Falkbury. Al Rafea clinging on to the lead. It's going to be very close. Al Rafea may have just clung on. Al Rafea, heart in mouth again, but she had maybe finally won her first race. So the closing Sultanat Al Hijaz and Falkbury, who made it very interesting on the line. But Al Rafea, I think, has just hold on. No drama in the closing stages, but she was tying up, wasn't she? She was tiring, but she is confirmed the winner in a time of 1:29.32. The gap was closing, but she wins on start number 3 by a neck over Sultanat Al Hijaz, who's run an outstanding race on debut, to just go down in the dying strides. Valkyrie as well, much more like it from her. Then came Osula, who hardly got a mention, and Fairuz Al Enayar. Al Rafea, though, gains her compensation and wins race number 4.
Adel Al-Fawradi is at the double as he guides Al Rafea to success in our fourth contest of the day. And no drama to do with her running around, but she did stop very, very quickly and nearly left it in the hands of Sultan Al-Hijaz, who ran a corker on debut.
Yeah, we mentioned Sultanat Al-Hijaz beforehand, daughter of Dramedy out of Lemon Drop Spirits, who ran an absolute cracker first time out. But the class act won the race. She did get very tired. You know, you can put that down to the trip if you like, stepping up to 1400 or 2 runs before that when she was second were over 6 furlongs. And I'd expect to see her dropping back. But she just gives the impression that she's got absolute speed to burn. And then a bit of lactic acid build up later in the race. She just looks like she ties up late on. She looked like she was going to be a clear winner last time out, but given how she's finished here, maybe it wasn't all over. But yeah, you can forgive the weak finishing effort with the fact that she was up in trip. And interesting to see she was ridden that confidently.
They rode her like she was the best horse in the race, didn't they?
Yeah, and then I thought he might ride her with kid gloves up the home straight and not reach for the whip, but not a bit of it. But she clearly showed signs that she was tiring a little bit, so she needs to be kept up to her work. And in the end, she's held on by a head or a short head, and she was beaten astride after the line. The time was slow, 1 minute 29.32. We talked about Ayat Al Mohammadiya winning last week when we were here. She did 1:27.65, so this is a second and a half slower, despite the fact that the winners made the running at a decent pace. So you'd be disappointed with the time that she's put up here, and she'll find it harder outside of maiden company. For all she clearly has talent, she needs to be able to find an end product as well. It's not just about early speed. So she's got something to build on here, but she does need to show she can develop her running style a little bit after this. 3
class angles from the race. You see your eventual race winner in front, and then you've got the interesting Valkyrie in second, Nakila Wood in third. If you like the white stable runner, which I did, Ittayab, you knew your fate early on. That horse missed the kick completely, was then rushed up to try and gain a more positive position past a lot of horses, but then, as you can just see, is dripping out of shot now. A couple of interesting runs. One's the debutant, the Fairuz Alanea ran quite a smart race on debut there as well, but nothing like Sultan Al-Hijaz, who I saw with a massive eye catcher on debut under a jockey who doesn't look like the most stylish.
No, Abdullah Al-Kradis on board, Sultanat Al-Hijaz, who, as you said, has run very well. But again, you got to bear in mind
the winner's stopping.
The fact that the winner is stopping, and she's got a nice run between horses. The third again tried to keep tabs on the winner, Valkyrie, backing up the form of her good fifth to Taj Alanea last time out. She's shown that, again, franked that form to some degree. I'd be interested to see what Sultanat Al-Hijaz is capable of doing next time out, because
do you think she'll be flattered by this result?
She might be a little bit flattered by it, but again, it's a big field. She's beaten the rest of them well enough. She's not. I don't know what to make of her. I wouldn't swear she's a winner in waiting, but at the same time, she's run above herself. As you said, there was a good run from Fairuz Alanea, who took a little bit of time to work out what was required and was going on nicely at the finish without getting a hard race.
I imagine she'd stay over this trip. I wouldn't want her stepping up to a mile. I quite liked her over this trip, because it's typical. You see a horse finishing strongly and think, let's step her up to the mile.
She needed the experience.
The penny needed to drop.
Exactly, and so you'd keep her at this. Sultanat Al-Hijaz just had a slightly harder race than Fairuz Alanea has had. But again, it was a promising start. I wouldn't want to make any hard and fast decisions.
You can see Ittayab just missing the kick completely there.
Yeah, she's last out of the stalls. Fairuz Alanea is not particularly well away either. Valkyrie jumped well. She was probably the first to break from the stalls, but very quickly you see Al Rafea get along terms, and she travels very strongly in the early stages. She's got the experience, of course, as well, and has run here recently, so she was always liable to put pace to the race, and that's ended up just holding on. She's 2 lengths clear at this stage. She ends up building that up to about 6 lengths off the home turn. Look like she's going to go right away, but once she's built up that lead, her run has ended reasonably quickly. It's a massive help for your run.
Jockey's very confident there, just taking a big long look round as they come around the turn, knowing he's got everything else under pressure. You said it yourself that they were swinging around the bend off camera. She's got the right ones under pressure, but it's just when she comes under pressure, that was what was the interesting thing.
Yeah, she's built up a winning lead here, but what you really want to see with a filly like this is that she's able to maintain that run to the line, or even gear down a little bit and maintain the advantage. But once the accelerator's been pressed, she's done what's required, but the petrol tank then starts reading empty, and she's clinging on through the last 200 metres of this race, which is a slightly disappointing element to a victorious performance. And obviously she had a bad experience last time. She needed to put behind her, and she's done that. So in that sense, it's job done. But it's going to be harder for her next time, obviously.
Where would you go next with her? I imagine dropping back to 1200.
Back to 1200, non-winners of 2 is the obvious place to go for her. But she
stay out of open company in those.
Well, it depends. I mean,
races.
obviously, we see some of these open races for the 2-year-olds at this stage of the season aren't particularly deep, so that might help her.
Yeah.
But non-winners of 2 is the obvious place to go for her.
The frightening thing would just be to see her in an open race that was widely competitive and had some real freaks who had been very impressive on debut running, and suddenly you're thinking, oh, she's quite exposed almost, isn't she? We know what her level is. We can see her ceiling. I don't think she can be one of the top class fillies, but she's certainly going to be a filly to keep an eye on in the future. Rory, we're flying along here. We're going straight on to race 5. Now, this is a non-winner of the 2 event, just like we talked about only seconds earlier. This is for 4-year-old fillies, and I'll let Mark Francis take you through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, and winning colours in action in our next race, and non-winners of 2, as you specified. Number 1, that filly indeed, Anud Al Mogatara for Eddie Castro. 1 win from 12 so far. Mistrix is 1 from 11. Ricardo Ferreira, number 2. 3, Sahir Al Taif Mohammed Al Rashid. The 4 is Wed Haya for Muhammad Al Shawari. 5 is Helsinki Heights. 6 is the grey Sunny River, making her racecourse debut here. The only debutant, Luis Morales. She goes straight into deep waters. Clearly a case of what connections think of this one. She's a daughter of Arrogate. 7, Pastime, who we seem to chat about every single week, and we've already seen some footage of her finishing 4th to Sunset Flash, and came out and finished 4th again. Camilo Ospina looking for the double. 8 is Tikrit, the maiden, the first of 5 maidens. Thurb Al Timyat. The 9 is Airglow, Jimmy Carrion. 10 is Aure Hajanar for Abdullah Al Rashed. 11 is Sabar for Mohammed Saeed. 12 is Curlin's Jewel, Naif Al Anazi. And 13 is Chelm's Princess for Jose Rodriguez. So we've got 5 maidens, a debutant in there as well. I thought this was quite a tough looking race, but I think the top one here, Anud Al Mogatara, will take all of the beating, chaps.
Thank you very much, Mark. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Sunny River is an American transfer. Actually, has run 6 times in the US. Finished 2nd on her first 5 starts, would you believe? Yes. And then was down the field on her final start in the USA. She cost $250,000 though, so she'll have some ability.
Which was 3rd in her final start, so she hasn't been out of the frame at all. Yeah, she's got, again, you were talking about speed figures. With her previous US runner, she's got good speed figures as well. The question is, she looks like she's been strongly fancied for 2 or 3 of those races as well. The question is, with that those sort of 4 figures, second, third, is she just happy to follow something home in those races? She's certainly finished behind some above average times to be putting up the speed figures that she has, and maybe she's just been unlucky.
And she was running in decent races as well. They were keeping her in high class maidens and claimers where she was running against decent horses. I think she ended up in a conditions event towards the end of her career, which really suggests they really thought she could win a decent race. And for $250,000, you'd be hoping that she can do something in this sort of company.
Yeah, she's joined a powerful stable as well, and you would hope that she can make an impact pretty quickly. We saw with our last race that even with horses who got good form in the US, it's not always easy to acclimatise this slightly different scenario.
Yeah, we've seen 2. One wins and one's finished long last. Anud Al Mogatara though, Rory?
Yeah, she stays further. Anud Al Mogatara, she's placed in a pair of opens over a mile in January. She's been off since. If she's fit, she's competitive of her rating of 78.
Yeah, I thought she ran really well in Riyadh last season. Mistrix, number 2.
Yeah, she's got speed, Mistrix. We know plenty about her. Not disgraced the last twice, but more required at this sort of level, and she's eligible for not the 65 handicaps.
Sar Al Taif, number 3.
Rated 49, and that tells you plenty. Not a good looker, very croup high as well. Soundly beaten both starts this autumn.
Wedhaya running for owners who have already had a big cup winner in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, been disappointing recently, Wedhaya, but with a rating of 70, if she bounces back to her best, she's got place claim. She did win a 6 furlong open here in a time of 1 minute 14:01, so she's got the ability to get involved. She just needs to bounce back to form after a break.
We saw Helsinki Heights last week, and this is the American Raider, Sunny River.
Sunny River looking good, strong. Got the blinkers on.
She's built like a tank, isn't she?
She is.
My goodness.
She is well built. She's got form up to an extended mile in the States. As I said, the form that she showed here is certainly good enough to win this. I'm surprised she doesn't get a rating, given that the runner in the previous race got a rating based on the US form. And Sunny River's form can't be hard to get a handle on. But yes, an intriguing debutante here, and I hope she goes well.
Yes, horse number 7 is Pastime, a horse who bit me last time out. I'm not going to the well again.
She was in a race last time. I wasn't. You had to be with her because everything seemed set up for her, and I thought she dogged it. To be perfectly honest with you,
she got quite warm in behind the saddle.
She wasn't
too.
beaten that far, 3.5 lengths fourth to Sophia Cat, but she had the highest rating in that race.
She had the race at her mercy. She came there so well, but couldn't stay on. 8 is Tikrit.
Tikrit hasn't earned any prize money thus far. Is unlikely to start today, rated 53.
Airglow is horse number 9, making 3rd start.
2 runs here a year ago and finished down the field both times, returning from quite a long absence, and will be better for the run, I would have thought.
Not a bad looker though, Airglow. Just getting a bit warm on the neck, but certainly just quite long backed actually. She's a bit boatish, but she looks fairly fit, so hopefully she'll run a good race. Alaria Jana is horse number 10, who we've missed, so we're going to go straight to Saba, horse number 11.
Still a maiden after 9 runs, well held on return from from an absence here in the first week of the season. I think she's got plenty on her plate.
Yes, we're looking now down the field at horse number 12, who's Curlin's Jewel, a filly by Curlin, who hasn't showed the same ability as her father.
Well, not many do, in fairness. Her best effort wins 3rd in a maiden over 2,000 metres in time for meeting 44. Takes a drop-in trip here.
Chelm's Princess, number 13, rounds up our field.
Has a rating of 38, which gives you an idea of her ability. Just 2 runs here last season. And she's impossible to fancy off her rating in a race of this nature. Those
who had their eyes peeled may recognise our clerk of the course here in Riyadh, who's the ex-clerk of the course at Newbury and Chepstow. Tell us more, Rory.
Yeah, Keith Otterson has come out to Riyadh to take over. I'm not sure whether he's also will be in charge at Taif as well, but he's clerk of the course here at the racetrack here in Riyadh. He was very highly regarded in the UK, was clerk of the course at Chepstow, took over as clerk at Newbury a couple of years ago from Richard Osgood, who was retiring.
He retired with a huge reputation as well, didn't he?
Well, his family had been running Newbury since day one.
Yeah.
I think his father was the original, or his grandfather was the original clerk of the course at Newbury, or
no pressure then.
I say clerk of the course. I mean, he was a general manager of the track, which is when you think about it, one of the newer tracks in the UK. Newbury.
I was always saying that. I always think Chepstow is a real baptism of fire if you're a clerk of the course. There is no course in Britain, I don't think, which gets more extremes of weather.
Yeah,
they could be running on rock hard ground in the summer on the flat card, and then you're trying to get the big races off over Christmas. It's the Welsh National over Christmas, day after Boxing Day. Hard day's work there to get that.
It does seem to oscillate between bottomless heavy and really fast.
Yeah.
On that undulating turf as well, which is not everyone's cup of tea, but yeah, not an easy job.
But hopefully it's a much easier task here, but I imagine he's got a whole different set of challenges now dealing with the dirt and the turf course.
Yes, exactly. The turf course obviously will be a challenge in itself, and that's still not ready to
grow.
But no doubt when it is, it'll be terrific. So we'll get a chat with Keith at some stage during the season. And find out exactly what the role of clerk of the course entails around here. Essentially, you're sort of racing manager as well. You're looking after the horse population and making sure the trainers are happy with everything as well. It's not just a case of making sure the drivers...
there is a race manager whose name has slipped from my memory here certainly in Taif, so I imagine he would have come through to Riyadh as well, who's an ex-Brit too. So there's quite a few big names coming from the British racing scene over here, which just shows how seriously Prince Bandar and the entire Jcsa are taking this run.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at some of these in action. Anoud Al Mukhtara is horse number 1 on your race card. A gorgeous looking individual.
He's more Roman nose, isn't he?
Yes,
than the one
this
you
is
said was
him.
earlier
You
on.
can't miss him because this is him on the inside finishing 3rd. This is last season, you can see, with the turf course on the inside. And he's just unlucky to be reeled in late by the horse in the Khalid Al Mamoni colours and the horse flashing home on the outside in the blue noseband.
Yeah, this was a third over a furlong further here. So this is a mile that Anoud Al Mukhtara was third in, just coming to the end of his tether late in the day. Had been second in a similar race on his previous start as well. Her previous start, again, apologies to her. She's a strapping filly, has managed to get me confused for a second. But yes, she should be suited by the drop to 7 furlongs here, but she is coming off a layoff. That was her last run back in January.
Yeah, who are you liking so far here? Because I think it's quite a short list for this race. I don't know whether you agree.
Well, we'll find out when we run through. We've seen Mistrix there go to post. I don't massively fancy her, I have to say. What would I look at in terms of the short list? Yeah, Anoud Al Mukhtara would be shortlisted.
Wedhea,
maybe. I think she's coming off a layoff as well, and her best ever has come at 6 furlongs so far, and she disappointed in her final 2 starts. So I'm going to leave her off the short list.
Here's Sunny River in shot with
Sunny
the flare
River
strip on the nose.
absolutely on the short list.
Yeah.
Now she will find out whether she's going to be happy to put a race to bed when she does this. But I think she's keeping stronger company in the US. This, I think, represents a drop in class for her, so she must be interesting. Pastime is shortlisted in theory because she's up there on the ratings, but she was clear on the ratings last time and didn't run to her form. And she's the type to flatter. I can see her hitting the frame, but I just don't think she's that interested in winning.
We can just heard that Al Rayajana has been a late scratch, so horse number 10 doesn't go. We did wonder where that horse was in the parade ring. Sorry we couldn't get that news to you sooner, but horse number 10, Al Rayajana, is a late scratch here, which takes our field down to an even smaller 12 runners. But I think Sunny River is the way. You're sort of leaning that way, aren't you? In a race where a few of these have let themselves down quite recently.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd be looking at Sunny River and Anoud Al Mukhtara.
Seen a lot of Helsinki Heights. Clearly, the camera team are keen on Helsinki Heights.
Helsinki Heights looks well, but her racetrack performances don't really measure up. She's dropping markedly in trip from 2000. Yeah, she does catch the eye. Yeah, it's a toss-up between Sunny River and Anoud Al Mukhtara. Sunny River does look ready to go, and I suspect it's not easy to equate the company they're keeping here and there, but I do think she's probably been running in tougher races than the majority of these, so this looks a good opportunity for her.
We talk about fitness with both of them, Anoud Al Mukhtara and Sunny River. From what we saw in the prelims, I thought Sunny River looked rocket fit. She's a big girl, but she looked like she was carrying it well. You can just see her coming into shot here. She's got the visor on and the flare strap, as we can see the lightning flashing around us. So there'll be no surprise if some rain starts to come. It's very different when we're in this cosy studio, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Still away from all the weather.
We'd have been well aware of that in time. And running for it.
You'd
You'd have been running for your life.
I'm terrified of lightning, so I would have been awful.
Yeah, we did get caught in one thunderstorm.
Yes, we did. I don't want to talk about it because the trauma is still very real. You were having a great time.
I've taken a few photos of you looking absolutely terrified. But anyway, moving away from that, yes, it's going to be quite a dramatic race as the lightning continues. But this does look.
Are you sticking with Sunny River?
I'm going to stick with Sunny River. I think those two are the pair to concentrate on. There are 4 of them with a decent chance on the ratings.
Yeah.
2 of them I'm not at all sure about for different reasons. I think Anoud Al Mukhtara will be ready to run on her reappearance and has a good draw. But Sunny River might just be a class apart.
I'm going to join you. I'm going to join you with Sunny River. So myself and you are both going for number 6. Mark Francis, a man in the sky, the voice from above. Who do you like?
Yeah, thanks, gents, for tidying up the 6th runner here. Yeah, Saudi Arabian debut for Sunny River. I should have said Luis Morales in the plate. I'm going with the 1 here, Anoud Al Mukhtara for Eddie Castro. As Rory just mentioned there, should be fit here. Is out of Try Me, produced by Frozen Power. There's 1 or 2 eye-catching pedigrees, as we mentioned, with the Arrogates. 6th runner, postponed. Pastime, daughter of postponed. Killen's Joy has a representative in here. So a decent race here, non-winners of 2, but I'm going with the top one here. Down in trip should certainly suit. Has been off since January, but not finishing out her races. So the trip should really help, if that makes sense, and should take some stopping. If she's fit, of course. Helsinki Heights will be the last one to load. A reminder, they go without the 10 here, so a field of 12 set at the 7 furlong start. And the checks, and they're up. Decent break then from the 7 furlong start. And in the centre, the green colours of Pastime got away smartly. There's not really many hoping for a strong pace here. The blue cap Tikrit deep on the course is just glancing to the inside third Altimyat, and not really anything wants to go on. So Tikrit assumes the lead here, accompanied with Pastime in the green jacket, and towards the inside then we have the grey Sunny River. These are the first 3. Further out of the course then, the red and white colours of Chelm's Princess is in 4th place. Then comes the blue sleeves of Mistrix. Being pushed along for a few strides is Anud Al-Mogatara. Towards her inside is Wed Haya and the outside Curlin's Jewel. At the back of the field is Helsinki Heights' white cap. Also at back there is Sahir Al-Taif. And the back marker is Sabir with the starred jacket. But turning into the home straight then, with 400 metres left to travel, and it's Pastime who lead by about a length and a half. Just angling off the rail then Sunny River. Then comes down the wide outside Mistrix, and plenty of room for Anud Al-Mogatara to work through deep inside the last 200 metres. Pastime still in front. Anud Al-Mogatara now the late challenger down the wide outside. Pastime now inching towards the line. Anud Al-Mogatara will make it interesting, but will lose out by a length in the end. Pastime the winner. Pastime wins, a deserved success for Pastime and a double for Camillo Ospina. Well, there wasn't really much pace on in this contest. Pastime, who was handy and prominent all the way, just assumed command, and rounding the turn, fought off the challengers one by one in a time of 1:27.12. Certainly wasn't going to be any track records in this race. Fends off the late challenge of Anud Al-Mogatara by 3/4 of a length. Sunny Rivers made a decent debut in the Saudi Arabian Peninsula in 3rd, and Mistrix once again finishes in 4th. Pastime the winner of race number 5.
Well done, Camilo. Double today. First time with Pastime. How is it?
Thank you very much, Sally. The first thing, thank you very much to Salman and Mendil. The whole sign, for giving me support, for giving me a chance to ride these horses. Last feeling, I saw the races. She finished 2nd, 3rd in the last races. Today she brought very good. I just waiting the last 300 meters because I know she has short sprinter, But thanks God she put in very good position, and when I asked her, she responded very good and won the race. Thank you very much.
Camille Ospina says, Adele Alfaredi, whatever you can do, I can do better. And he's at the double as well. So both the top jockeys firing in the winners early on in the racing weekend. And he's guided past time to success, taken over from Alex Moreno. And this horse has responded to the jockey change because last time ran a stinker when looking to be in a real prime position to win the race. And this time she's been in hand all the way and she's won this quite easily.
She has. She's. I don't want to say that Camila was a better jockey than Alex Moreno, who was on board last time, but she looked moody last time out. And indeed, given her ability, it's disappointing that she'd only won one race before tonight. We thought the race she was in is a weaker open she was in last time out. It looked set up for the race was going to be run to suit her. We thought, even if you don't really like her, she should win this.
Her class.
Yeah,
should have done the business.
It just looked like everything was going to set up for her. And she's ended up being disappointing. But tonight, in what looked a tougher race, granted, she was up against the horses who didn't have fitness on their side. Anud Al-Motara and Sunny River both coming back from layoffs, and her fitness definitely helped her. But she looked more willing than she has done in the past. And it wasn't just last time out. You know, I've seen a few of her races where you think you should be doing a bit better than you are. You need to focus. Camilo, he knows all his horses, even horses he doesn't ride. He knows all their quirks. He knew that she needs to be asked for an effort reasonably late. She's only got one run, and it's a case of humouring her through the race and then asking her for the effort at the right time, and she'll deliver. She's been reasonably impressive in the end. I'm not sure I trust her to do this again next time. But
she's
having
in
said,
hand here, though. Look at she.
Well, that's the thing. You know,
tanking,
you don't want to be getting after her. She's you know, if you have to be, if she's behind the bridle, come off the bench, she's not going to win. She travelled well enough through the race last time and just hasn't found much for pressure. And I think the key to her is you have to treat her with kid gloves. And Camila was doing that. But the fact she swept to the front, I thought Sunny River was a little disappointing given that the gap was there for her. Camila was happy to leave it open and ask her to come through.
She was always behind the bridle.
Always
though,
a little
she?
bit behind the bridle, and then when she's beaten, you think, okay, she's going to drop away. She actually ran on again
switched,
to regain a place close home. So question marks for her. She's again run to a reasonably high level, but she's now been in the first three on all career starts without getting her head in front, and she needs to prove that she will put a race to bed. She's wearing a hood here, which I'm not a massive fan of the hood.
You're not? I'm a big fan of the hood. I prefer the hood to the blinkers.
Well, the hood's a big help to a lot of horses who would be too keen to do themselves justice. I don't like to see
She missed the kick as well, didn't she? Her and Helsinki Heights, who missed it badly.
Yeah, Helsinki Heights missed it and then switched to the rail. She missed it slightly, but she's still in a very good position. She's where she wants to be, really, I think. And the race, it's open for her. She's got lots of room between the horse on her inside and the winner on her outside. And the winner's happy to hang out wide there past time. I don't think she likes being crowded. And she got a bit crowded last time. Everything has to drop right for her to show her form, but she does have the ability to run really well. And Camila has just humoured her all the way through this race.
It was a bit of a muddling opener. I think Mark Francis mentioned it. No one really wants to take it up, but they weren't going slowly, were they?
Camila was hoping, I think, that someone would just come past him.
Tickrit was right there.
I mean, Tickrit's very, very moderate. He's got a rating of 53. She, rather, has a rating of 53. And she had the speed to go forward early. And Camilo, without really asking for an effort, without asking his filly to lead, he's ended up finding himself in front. You see, he keeps taking a look towards the inside because he's happy to leave enough room if Sunny River wants to come across. But he took a couple of looks there, saw that she wasn't going to challenge on his inside, and belatedly comes across to the rail.
Great shot of Anud Al-Motara as well, who was flat to the balls coming round that.
Well, she was throwing her head around in the early stages and not really settling for Eddie Castro, and eventually, so he's had to spend most of the race trying to get her to settle. She's still a little bit like that in the finish, but she runs on strongly in the end. She'll be better for the run. As I said, she's got solid form over the mile here, but looking like she would benefit from the drop back and trip today, but hasn't really taken hold of the bit until late in the day. But that's a solid enough effort in terms of her overall form. But just a couple of questions to answer for one or two of these. And Pastime, who's looked like a hard filly to win with, just looked at a different one today. But you've only got to watch his body language all the way through the race. If you knew nothing about her, you'd think, oh, she might be a different class to these, and he's just giving her an easy. But really, he wants to make sure he doesn't ask her any questions. He doesn't get her in close contact with anything else in the race. And she looks much more straightforward than she did last time out. And that's no... I don't want to slag off Alex Moreno, who's a very good rider.
No, not at all.
Camilo, he's running away with the championship this year. He's riding with enormous confidence. And it's not just about being dynamic in the saddle. He manages to do an awful lot without looking like he does anything on a lot of his mounts. And that's worth the oracle with her today.
Now, Camillo has done the business in the saddle. That's him at the double. Interestingly enough, we'll have a look at the tables right now because he is running away with the Jockey Championship. But the man chasing him, Adel Al-Faredi, is hot on his heels in second. Let's take a look at those tables now because we've got the jockeys, the trainers and the owners to get through. And remember, when looking at these tables, this was at the beginning of racing. So this was before we had a race today. These were the scores on the door. So let's take a look at those tables. In only a couple of seconds, there we go, and Camilo Ospina, you can see he's in front, and that gap will remain exactly the same because Adel Al-Faredi has ridden a double today and Camilo Ospina has also ridden a double, Rory.
Yeah, so 70-43 as it stands. Camilo Ospina, before we started racing today, 68 wins from 378 rides at a rate of 18%. Adel Al-Faredi, his 41 wins before today came from 322 rides, so not as many rides as Camilo. But the strike rate of about 12.7%. Luis Morales in third there, who's now 11 behind the second in the table after Adel Al-Faredi rode a double. 32 from 249. So as we say with Luis Morales, he tends to turn up more on the Saturdays.
Big day, Louis.
For the big days. But 32 from 249, 12.85%. So a slightly higher strike rate than Adel Al-Faredi, although Adel's improved his strike rate with 2 wins today. It'll be very close between the pair now. Naif next in your list there with 31. That's from a total of 380 rides. Very popular jockey, even more rides than Camilo this season.
He rides for everyone though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a very, very popular lad. Rarely without a ride in these races, but the strike rate is only 8.16%. And Alex Moreno, who's not riding today,
Wigberto
we got Wigberto.
Yeah, Wigberto snuck in there, haven't he?
I had Alex either just ahead of Wigberto or on the same number, but Wigberto in there, multiple champion jockey here, 30 wins this season. A little bit of a disappointing total for him given what he's done in the past.
Yeah, he was multiple champion jockey here, but he is one of the older statesmen in the weighing room, and I think a lot of the jockeys use him more as a teacher and as someone who can really give information and can tell them how to ride these courses because he's done them both so often. Here's the Trainers' Championship though, and this is one of the fascinating contests. I think the owners and the jockeys have sort of been run away with, but the Trainers is still in sight for a lot of these guys in the training ranks.
Yeah, we're going to see changes in this table because a few of the trainers who wouldn't have that many runners at times are going to have a lot more at Riyadh, and we're going to see some people sort of pop up from underneath that into the table who are sort of just below what we're seeing at the moment. Ahmed Mohammed or Mahmoud, depending what you want to say, 25% strike rate, obviously training a lot of those white stable horses, the likes of Kaflahom, Yela Doro, Teba Fail, Jabba Allah, all stars of the table.
Teba Fail and Kaflahom are really, really talented individuals.
Yeah, she was...
Said Mutlak as well, he's doing the things with the Arabian horses, so the fact that he's doing it at such a small amount of runners must be quite impressive.
Yeah, 127 runners he's had for 34 winners, and frequently he's got multiple runners in a race as well in the Arabian races. 26.77% strike rate. Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, obviously the stable star at the moment. You're down to Abdulaziz Al Mosa there in second, 23 from 254 runners. So many more runners for him. A smaller, lower strike rate, 9.06%. Not so many absolute stars in that stable, but plenty of winners. Gaith Al Gaith next, 6.83% strike rate for 22 winners, and Abdullah Al Bada, the trainer of horses like Bamar Allah and Electability. Next on the list.
Look at the Owners' Championship, and it's a white stable with horses like Kaflahom and Teba Fail who are running away with this championship right now. Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. Interesting that he was the owner of Sunny River, who we just saw in our last race there in those really nice colours there. Actually, I've got that wrong, haven't I? I've just realised that's Sultan bin Michel's colours. I should apologise for that. And plenty of other interest in at the Owners' Championship. Rory, it seems wide open in the trainers, but how is it so far apart in the Owners?
Well, you've got those the white stable runners, the sons of King Abdullah, shared among several stables. So Abdullah Al-Bada, who's fifth on the list, also has quite a lot of white stable horses. As does Ahmed Mahmoud, who's top of the table. So those aren't all in one yard; they're spread around two major stables.
And Faisal bin Khalid, of course, is the red stable, who are second in the table. We'll move on to our next contest, and there's only one man who can take us through the runners and the riders, and it's Mr. Mark Francis.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, halfway through the card already. We arrive at our sixth contest, the local bred horses maiden for 4-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by number 1, De Beer for Luis Morales. 2 is Dinar Alanea for Khaled Al-Mimoni. 3 is La Tashawa for Naif Al-Anazi. And 4, Mojdahata Hom for Abdullah Al-Sayidi. 5 is Tawi Al-Thari for Jose Rodriguez. 6 is Julani for Hamza Sad. 7, Saif Al-Jabriya for Iyad Al-Tarizi, and 8 is Ishlay for Ali Al-Batib. Over the page, 5 more. Number 9, Falak Zain is the 9 for Jimmy Carrion, the blinkers on. Ainen Al-Majad for Sultan Al-Mimoni. 11, Moj Hedhar is the second of 3 fillies, the third being Sylvia, the only grey, the number 12. Camilo Ospina looking for the hat-trick, now arriving at 70 winners. And number 13 completes the field, Kebab for Eddie Castro. The runners, I think are already in the parade ring.
In the parade ring, Mark Francis, and they're battling the weather conditions. It's like a normal day in England, this, isn't it, Rory? It's absolutely chucking it down out there.
Yeah, I imagine it's slightly warmer than although it gets
cold
got colder
here
when the sun goes down.
We're in the winter now.
Yeah,
it's jump season time, baby.
Must be Cheltenham soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see where these horses are going in March. But to this 4-year-old horses maiden, we go over 7 furlongs again. There's Camilo Ospina looking for the treble. Plenty of horses to watch out for here. I think we should start with the top one because there's not too many in the field. So Dabea, not from 19, with a rating of 43.
Badly out of form in quite a busy spell in Taif, and even if he does bounce back, he's going to struggle to win this on his current rating, which is 43.
Dinar Alanaya is horse number 2, lightly raced.
Had the 7 runs, bit disappointing on his return to action, but a good second, and of course in distance maiden, on his return. That was the very first day of the Riyadh season. Might be worth ignoring a poor run over a mile last time out, which was disappointing.
He didn't get to dictate last time, did he?
No,
he was able
I think
to dictate on that first
This
start.
is going to be a lot easier here. There was a better race he was in last time out. He's got a rating of 68. He was second to Kadash first time out. So hopefully he can bounce back to form because it's going to be a struggle to find a winner otherwise.
La Shawa is horse number 3.
Yeah, turned out quickly last Shawer after running last week. Better effort in 2 starts here this season when 5 3/4 lengths third to Al-Taj in a 6 furlong maiden last week. Steps up a furlong and trip here and wouldn't be out of things.
Moja Atom is horse number 4.
7th of 16 to Rams in a 1 mile maiden here last week. Was beaten 12.5 lengths.
That was a nice race, that Rams contest.
It wasn't a bad race, and that was probably, as well as Moja Tom has done recently, but I'd struggled to see her winning this.
Tawi Al-Tari is only rated 30, and Jelani comes here without a rating, only had the 1 run.
Only had the 1 run, finished 11th, showed a little bit of ability, but was well behind Dinar Alanea. And of course, in distance maiden 3 weeks ago, so obviously has a mountain to climb to turn that form around.
Saif Al-Jabriya, horse number 7, and Islay, horse number 8.
Yeah, the more interesting one is probably Saif Al-Jabriya in framing a trio of 6 furlong maidens here last winter, and has claims stepping up a trip on his return to action.
Falak Zain, number 9.
Not from 13, ran badly in 2 starts at Taif this summer, and was 10th on his last 2 runs at Riyadh, so does have plenty to find.
Ainan Al-Majd is horse number 10.
Interesting watching him go round. Signs of string halt there from him, but that's not.
Hey, my old boy Rocky had that. He had it going backwards rather than going forward, which was very hilarious.
People often sort of spot that with the standing paddock side and think it's an issue, but it's not. It only really affects horses in the walk when they are in their faster movements. It tends to disappear. It's a nervous condition. He's got a rating of 59. He's been out of form for a while, but if he I'd say if he bounces back, but he's had a long layoff in an Al-Majd, so the question is how much ability retains with him.
Looking at Kabab here, horse number 13, unlucky for some. The bottom horse here surely had a massive chance in this.
Yeah, rated 67. His best effort was when finishing third in a not to 70 course and distance handicap. December 2021 though. So he did run creditably when fourth when last seen, which was last season. He had Dinar Alanea a length and a quarter and 1 place behind him that day. And given Dinar Alanea is the other obvious contender in the race, you'd like to think at least one of those will turn up today.
And you're thinking as well that race fitness is something we just saw in our last race with Pastime, using race fitness to her advantage and beating some of her rivals who were having first start up. Dinar Alanea has race fitness on side. It was a poor run last time, but you go back to the penultimate effort, that was a decent run, wasn't it? And I imagine he'll be able to dictate here as well, the 4-year-old gelding.
You'd hope so. He's got a good draw in stall 2. Should have no bother getting past the bear on the run to the bends. Maybe Lachower on his outside will be more of a thorn in his side. But yeah, you'd like to think he's got a nice setup here, effectively down in class. And it's a case of how ready Kabab is. I didn't get a particularly good look at him in the
He looked lovely.
in the paddock.
Yeah, he looked really good. I mean, yeah, he's been very lightly raced over the last couple of seasons, so he's clearly had his issues. But they certainly wasn't. He didn't look unfit. He looked quite strong in the chest. I wasn't too concerned about him there looks-wise.
Yeah, so he's from a good family as well, Kabab, and he was very consistent last season. So you'd like to think in a race which is pretty weak. 4-year-old maidens do tend to be fairly weak affairs, but there's several of these. Rated in the 60s. Sylvia, we didn't really get a chance to mention.
Camilla Ospina looking for the treble.
She's also interesting as well, Camilla on board. She was off for 14 months before finishing 7th to Kadash on her return to action. That gives her a bit to find with Dinar Alanea. She was 4 lengths behind him that day, but I thought she needed the run, and she's likely to come forward, so she comes into it as well. I think all 3 of those are players here.
It's fairly lashing down, isn't it? Look at this.
Well,
Proper rain.
It does look a little bit worse with the sexy camera footage there. When you look out the window, it's not quite so bad.
Yeah, no, it certainly is wet and windy out there with a little bit of thunder and lightning in the air as well, but don't let that take anything away from the good action we have here. And remember, we are live on YouTube on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. Please
Nate's
remember
enjoying it. Nate's loving the race.
Nate loves it. Nate doesn't get it. Brings out the colour in his beard.
He's still got his goggles wrapped up in plastic here as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that have done that. There's a couple of jockeys who have gone with the old plastic wrap on the goggles. But we are live Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays on the YouTube channel. Remember to like, subscribe, turn on your bell notifications. That's massively important so you can never miss an episode when we're on. It's great to have you alongside with us. It's myself and Rory for the rest of this week, and then Michael and Tom will take it away from next week for a couple of weeks, and we'll bounce back between the 4 of us, which is very exciting. So looking forward to getting plenty more action. And Tom Collins was flying, wasn't he, last week? Plenty of winners.
Oh yeah, lots of easy racing last week. Well, week before last. It's got much more complicated since Tom went home.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when Tom returns, because the racing here is hot and tough to find winners as well. It's not easy, is it? Sometimes you get good days. I remember Thursday last week we had a cracking day, didn't we? But it's not been the same.
A lot of moral winners, I find. A lot of horses that should have won, shouldn't they?
Hey, and you know what? Nothing is better than a moral winner. Here's a horse that you had a good look at.
As well.
Yeah, the horse is getting mug late. It's a very different course to Taif. That was Kabab, who we just saw and shot there. Like I said, not too many negatives for me, and he might be the way I'm going in this contest in a race where I can't have Dinar Alanea. I just thought that horse was so dreadful last time.
But you've already put forward the obvious excuse for him that he wants to dominate.
This is a much weaker contest.
He looks really well. His main dangers are drawn much wider than him, which means that although he's not guaranteed to get loose on the lead, he should be able to lead the inside runners fairly easily. And then he's got to worry about both Sylvia and Kabab, who's running 12 and 13. They've got the ability to lay it down to him, but at least Dinar Alanea should have no excuses. And he looks very well, I thought.
Yeah, he does look in good shape as well. You can just hear a little rumble of thunder as they come down by the side of us. These are all very experienced, although they are maidens and 4-year-olds. A lot of these have had plenty of chances, so no surprise to see everyone going down very comfortably, Rory.
No great surprise. Some more impressive than others. In fact, every time I see Camilo ride one to post, they always catch the eye better because he's Often the jockeys are going down, sort of leaning back and trying to stop them running away a little bit. Camilo always seems to be in control without having to exert an awful lot of control over his. Nice pictures of Tawi Althari going to post there, but
yeah, he got the cross noseband on as well, so clearly pulls a little bit at home.
He doesn't pull very strongly at the end of his races, I can tell you that.
Let's see the brave cameramen out there, braving the conditions, got the coats on. It's amazing because sometimes when we arrive with our camera team, it's hilarious how many don't bring coats because, well, we're in Saudi Arabia, it never rains, and then when it does come down, it really does, doesn't it?
I certainly haven't brought a coat, but I was brought up in the frozen north of Ireland, so this is
the
still,
tundra.
This is still absolutely tropical from my point of view.
Yeah, I'm surprised you've not got the shorts on today.
No,
we saw them whipped out in paddle. I was getting very excited. I thought they'd see more
really
of them.
working in shorts. I mean, I did. Yeah, we played paddle a few weeks ago, and on my last stint, and I didn't even wear shorts for that. I wore
you wore a pair of jeans and a jumper.
So yeah, the fact that I actually turned up in sports gear the other day is remarkable.
And don't take anything away. You did win with Sam and Jose on your team. You were both successful, beating me. It was impressive.
I was hoping that you were going to introduce me by asking what I've been doing since last time. I would say beating you at sports again would be the answer.
As per usual, I had paddle in my advantage, but that's now gone. And we can see Naif Al-Anazi on Lashawa. He certainly have a chance here. But let's look at selections here. Where are you going, Rory? Because I think you already know where I'm heading.
Yes, I am. For all I've been putting up a good case for Dinar Alanea. I am going to go with the man of the moment, Camilo Ospina, and Sylvia, who looks really well as well. The point I made about Dinar Alanea looking well was the fact that if he blew out last time, often horses who run well and then run badly, you think, oh, he's already run up light. He's certainly not running up light. He looks well, but he's not going to be my selection anyway. So
we're going for horse number 12 and horse number 13 because I am going for Kebab. So Rory on 12, myself on 13. Let us know who you're with at home in the comments. Feel free to drop us a message. And Mark Francis, who are you with?
Yeah, I'm sort of going to follow Rory's account here because I was on Dina Alanea. You made the point there, 14th last time out. And you put a line through it? Possibly. She missed the kick, thus was ridden up prominently. Far too much too early on. She emerged from 15, still 15 that day. She's in 2 today. The start before, she was drawn in 6 and she broke well and got into a very nice rhythm. Went through the gears nicely and just found 1 too good on that occasion. She returns to 7 furlongs, which is a big plus. And from that inside gate, we'll be saving all the ground. But, as Rory highlights, Camilo Ospina is absolutely flying at the minute. 70 winners this season, and it's very, very hard to oppose him at the minute. You can see Sylvia there, the grey filly. She does look really well, doesn't she? So I think I am jumping ship and joining Rory with Sylvia here. There you can see the yellow colours with the brown chevron and cap. As it's just ease for a moment, the rain, but there is thunder and lightning around, so hopefully there's a green light for racing to continue with the stalls, of course, but should be no such problem. There we can see Julani, who's in a very similar jacket to Aynan Al-Majad. They're both in maroon colours, but Aynan Al-Majad, it's a big colt, isn't he, as the check sleeves and the red cap, whereas Julani has the white cap. De Beer, by the way, if you don't have the colours, it's a dark blue jacket with black chevrons, black epaulets, I should say, and sleeves, white cap as well, but the distinguishing yellow socks. It's quite a similar jacket to both La Shawar and Tawi Althari, although Tawi Althari, as the guys said, rated 30, should be beaten an awful long way here. You can see La Shawar for Naif Al-Anazi, always smiling Naif. Was Julani as well. Osh Hedhar for Turkey Alofi, Turkey's first ride this evening. 0 from 19, this filly. So you can see Saif Al-Jabriya into the starting stalls. About 4 or 5 loaded. In comes Dina Alanea. Maroon and yellow, burgundy if you like. Tawi Althari or Jose Rodriguez. Next in will be Julani. So 4 left to come forward. Aynan Al-Majad will be next. And the final trio include La Shawar, who goes forward into 3, Dabir into 1, and also Kebab into 13. Sorry, that's not Kebab. Kebab's already loaded. Sylvia into 12. Sylvia comes in, as does Dabir. 13 runners at the 7 furlong start. And they're off. Jumping away then for this local bred horses maiden. Towards the inside, Dabir got away smartly. So too did Dinar Alanayar. And La Shawar is up with the pace as well. So La Shawar probably has the overall lead. The maroon colours on the inside of Dinar Alanayar is up with the pace with a handy position. Just clashing there possibly with safe Al Jabriya. Further out in the course then, the white cap dark jacket of Moj Hedhar is handy. The red jacket of Kebab is probably about 5 wide on the turn, being followed and stalked by Aynan Al-Majad. Further out is Sylvia, just being covered by about 6 or 7 runners at the moment as we look. The back duo include Julani and also Tawi Al-Thawi. Well, no surprises there. Down the side of the course, and they've gone past halfway now. 3.5 furlongs left to go. Pushed along is Dabir towards the inside. Dinar Alanayar now strikes and goes on with Kebab, relegating La Shawar to 3rd position. Picking up from the back of the field is Moj Hedhar as they go inside the last 350 metres. And it's a straight shootout between Kebab towards the near side. The far side is Dinar Alanayar. Staying on from out of the pack into 3rd position is Moj Hedhar. Do not rule that one out as Kebab goes inside the last furlong with a narrow advantage. Digging in for the fight though is Dinar Alanayar, who begins to pull out a little bit more. Down the centre comes Moj Hedhar. It's a 3-way go, racing up towards the line. It's very close again. What a finish to our 6th race. I think Dinar Alanayar towards the far side may have just nabbed it to the fast finishing Moj Hedhar. It's very, very close indeed. Kebab was involved as well. But I think Dinar Alanayar collects the prize over on the far side. Picked up where it mattered and is confirmed the winner in a time of 1:29.18. It's well below standard, but a very good finish here involving 3 horses. Dinar Alanayar the far side, Kebab through the centre, who has just held 2nd, to Moj Hedhar in 3rd. The winning distance is a neck. It's then a head back to the 3rd place horse. Very tight indeed. Best of the rest in 4th position. That was Ishlay. And also close for 5th, Sylvia, who made up ground, but again, too late. Dinar Alanayar just prevails in our 6th race over Kebab and Moj Hedhar. A fantastic finish.
لا ما يبيع يلا يا شباب يلا يلا قرب علينا عقال الرجال يلا يلا
Rory, this game is cruel. There are times where you love this sport, and there are times where the sport wants to make you crawl underneath this desk that we're sat in front of and have a little cry, because how has Kebab not won that race? Seemed to be doing everything right, came past Dina Alanaya on the bend, was in front of Dina Alanaya for a while. There was a little bit because there was Mojaheda, who was right there as well, but then Dina Alanaya, race fitness comes to term and clambers back up to win it on the line.
Yeah, Kebab had seemed to put Dinar Alanaya to the sword with that wide run. Was trapped fairly wide, but did cut in the bend to save a bit of ground under Eddie Castro. He'd never been in front before, had he? And then once he got to the front, he thought, "Oh, this is unusual," and didn't go away. And when you get to the front, and you don't go away from a horse like Dinar Alanaya, you're inviting it to have a second bite of the cherry. And as I said, you can forgive the run from Dinar Alanaya in a better race than this last time out, having not been able to dominate. He's bounced back to form in a pretty ordinary maiden, and gained a deserved victory based on what he'd done 2 starts ago. I got a bit too clever there. I've told you all the reasons why he would bounce back to form, and then suggested that Sylvia, who was behind him last time out, might come on enough from that first run in a long time to go very close, but she got outpaced and just plugged on late in the day to finish about 5th.
It'll be a great race to watch the rerun, because Kebab and Sylvia made a swap of positions very early, as we can see here. So Kebab from 13, 12 and 13, Sylvia from 12, and then it just take us through how it works out for the two of them now, Rory.
Yeah, well, first of all, those two are hung wide early. The interesting thing to notice here is that Dinar Alanaya gets to the front earlier on, but is passed by La Shower after about 100 yards. And interesting that what Khaled Al Mamoni does is switches outside that runner straight away, rather than trying to match strides and go up the inside, going faster than ideal. That's been a good move in the end. He could be in trouble briefly here, because he's amongst horses, but his early speed gets him through again, and La Shower then fades from this bend. At this stage, the Eddie Castro has come up on the outside on Kebab, going well. Was caught wide, had to cut in a little bit to gain positions, and it now looks like it's going to be a match between the pair of them. They're about 3 lengths clear of Mojeda in 3rd. Kebab comes under pressure here from Eddie Castro, and he hasn't asked for everything on Dinar Alanaya at this stage, but when Eddie Castro gets really serious with the runner-up, he finds enough to get him to get himself to the front. But once he gets a length clear, he starts wandering.
Here it is. There it is.
The ears are flicking around. He doesn't know quite what to do when he's in front. And that gives Dinar Alanaya a chance to come back, and he grabs it just in the shadow of the post, while all the time Mojeda's getting closer and closer to the front pair. Heartbreak if you're on the runner-up, who's looked all over the winner in the straight, especially when you know about Dinar Alanaya. But I'm afraid Kebab, your first Kebab, I believe, in Riyadh as well.
Yes, it is, yes.
Already coming back to haunt you, as Kebabs often do. And maybe he'll learn from this. You know, given that he's never been in that position before.
He screams headgear to me.
He could do with something, but obviously
screams a bit of headgear.
He probably wants to find himself in front as late as possible, but the races don't always pan out that way. You can't just hang around waiting for something to happen in front of you. You've got to always have track position. And he's got there, you know, at the turn, really should have been putting it to bed, but curls up late on. You'd give him another chance for having been in that situation once, but it's disappointing.
I'd love to see, I don't know whether we can, but if we can get the aerial view from this, because there's great work with Mojeda, Kebab and a few others early on in this stage, as well as Sylvia. They're all involved in sort of a little mini race amongst themselves out wide, because all 3 of them are drawn in 11, 12 and 13, and 2 of them finish in 2nd and 3rd. But the winner's on the rail, but everything else is happening towards the outside, and Sylvia's switching in and out, hasn't got the pace to go. Mojeda is actually quite unfortunate on the bend, where Kebab, Eddie Castro says, all right, forget you, I'm just going to put it towards the inside.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
I mean, the stewards might have a look at that. You'd want to see you want to see a different angle on the bend because Eddie definitely cut in a little bit. It didn't seem to me like he was cutting horses up.
He gave it away as well because he kept looking. He kept going, look once, look twice.
But the stewards might want to have a look from the scout camera and see what that looks like. He does, cut the nose off Mujeda, perhaps, but it didn't seem to me. There certainly wasn't any contact. But there doesn't necessarily have to be contact for the stewards to decide.
It's just whether Mojeda's momentum was checked.
Yeah, you've got to be clear, and whether Mujeda did have to be checked up at all, I don't know. But it would be interesting to have a look, given that in the end, the margin between those two was probably just a short head of the line. And Mujeda was ahead a stride after the line. So in the UK, that's the kind of placings that would get turned around.
Would it be turned around if it happened so far back?
Well, because
it happened before they turned in.
The further from the line it is, the less significant it is. Although no one's able to exactly produce you an equation to show what that might be. But the bottom line is, Mujeda was in front a stride after the line, and therefore that's when most decisions are made. If the horse who suffers interference is getting past immediately after the line, then that's where races in the UK. I haven't looked at the rules here exactly what the steward's guidance is, but that's where we tend to get them thrown out. But I think, well, obviously they were second and third.
I'm sure if you're the jockey of Kebab, you go in. If you're Eddie Castro, you say, well, look what happened when my horse was in front. He just stopped. It's not like this horse was coming past us. It was that we were stopping in front of him. So but certainly they've got two very different stories of how that race panned out. But I thought
indeed, and of course the fact that it's second and third rather than first and second means
makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
I don't think anyone minds massively.
And I'm not taking anything away from Eddie Castro's ride. I thought he rode that horse to the best of his ability. I thought that horse was put in a position to win, and then it was the horse that
Eddie's ride's absolutely fine. He threw the kitchen sink at him in the straight as well to get past. Did so briefly, but didn't really know how to put the race to bed when he got there. Physically, he should do well. He's quite an imposing sort. It's just a case of how do you find a race that's going to suit him next time, because this was a weak maiden. Yeah,
there won't be many weak maidens coming up. The racing only gets stronger as we get into the Riyadh.
But plenty of you'd have thought he's the handicap mark is, what was he going into the 67? The handicap is not going to be throwing him up without the winner. The winner is rated 68. So you'd have thought they've run to form. Roughly. Mujeda, who split them, is 56. So you're not putting anything up for this race, I wouldn't have said.
Right, so as we see a thrilling finish in our last contest, we move swiftly on to race 7. And Mark Francis, as per usual, take us through those runners and riders.
Well, we've still got some really good racing to come. We've had some great finishes so far and some very eye-catching performances. The first of our 2 Arabian races comes up next with a maiden for 3-year-olds. They're headed by number 1, Kahila Al-Him for Khalid Al-Mamoni, looking for a quick-fire double. The 2 is Shahwahid Al-Khaladir for Ahmed Al-Azari. 3 is Sultana Al-Duray, Rakan Al-Abaid. The 4 is a late scratch, so ignore the 4, straight onto the 5, Saif Al-Libra, Abdullah Al-Saidi. At 6, well, you normally get plenty of greys in Arabian contests, just the 4 here, the first of which, Bayadir Mutad for Thurb Al-Timyat. 7 is Al-Hezabir for Muhanid Al-Shamari. And 8 is also a scratch. Bottom one on that caption is the 9, Angad Al-Khaladir, rated 100, Abdullah Al-Orfi. The 10, Afdal Jasur, Iyad Al-Tarizi. Rad Al-Sengar is the first of 4 debutants, Ahmed Al-Shirar. 12, Sahi Pari, Mohammed Al-Habib. 13, Hammam Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Sidon, or Sidon, whatever you fancy, 14, Ferez Al-Sanaitan. 15, Mufri Al-Dahim, Mohammed Al-Daham. Tag Al-Shabibiyah for Nawaf Al-Farouz is the 16. And 17 is Saklawi Al-Khaladir. 18 is a scratch, so on to 19, Hello Al-Dahab. 20 is Barzan Al-Rayli, Kamal Joaidi. 21, Al-Anud gets a run, goes into 8, Abdullah Al-Kridis. And Wasim Al-Amil also gets a run, number 22. So 23 doesn't get in due to the late scratch of 4. Numbers 4, 8 and 18 are all non-runners. 21 and 22 both get in for the first of our 2 Arabian contests.
Thank you, Mark. It's not easy to get through all those runners and late scratches, but there is a very important late scratch because now Al-Anud, horse number 21, gets a run. I was really concerned that he might not get a run here, but Abba Al-Hizam coming out nice and early means Al-Anud is able to get the opportunity to run today, and he will be hard to beat if we're basing it on the previous race we saw last week.
Yeah, when he was 5.5 lengths second to Al Najm Al Munir over course and distance last week. The winner of that race rated, I think it's 107. He was,
Yes.
So very, very highly rated for a maiden race. And Al Anud, strictly speaking, has the beating of Angad Al Khaladia on that running. But Angad Al Khaladia was fourth in the King Faisal Cup 2 starts back. Again, finishing a couple of places behind Al Najm Al Munir on that occasion. Didn't run the same race last time out, so you supporters of Angad Al Khaladia will be willing to give him another chance. He was trapped wide throughout that race.
Yeah.
I think he was partially the architect of his own downfall.
Not got much pace, has he?
Yeah, so he almost had to keep wide to keep out of the way of slower horses, and then has given the leaders a bit too much rope, and only gradually reeled them in. Doesn't have lacks early pace and doesn't have a turn of foot. It's not an ideal combination. He's seen to best effect in a strongly run race. Where you can sit in your natural place and stay on strongly late in the day, but it was more of a tactical affair last time out, and he was caught out by tactics. You'd like to think in a big field like this something's going to put pace to the race, and that should suit Angad Al Khaladia.
But what will? This is the problem. I've been going through this race back to front.
They'll be drawn
and I
next to each
cannot
other.
find-
They'll be drawn next to each other. Al Anud will be installed.
Yeah, Al Anud in 8, yes. So it'll be interesting. And I thought, so Al Anud has been steadily improving all the way through and looks like all set to win a race. But Angad Al Khaladia, that was fourth in a listed race on penultimate start. So you've got to give that form of a massive effort.
And when we say listed race, I mean that was a 300,000 Riyal
Yeah,
contest.
it was the big race of the night.
It was the big race of the day at Taif, and because in the UK listed races can be, they come in all shapes and sizes. They can be worth 8 to 10 grand. We had a couple of listed races at Newcastle last weekend, for example, that had been rearranged from Doncaster, and you wouldn't necessarily turn the back page of the paper to find out the results of those, with the greatest respect to connections. Connections who won.
I hope they're not watching. That's some black type in the pedigree right there.
A listed race here is a big deal. 300,000 Riyal to the winner tells you all about that. And you'd hope that Angad Al Khaladia can win a maiden, because it's going to be disappointing with a horse with his ability, his pedigree, not to do so. But form figures now read 3-2-4-4-4. Sorry, 3-2-4-4 rather. Mm-hmm. You'd like to think he's not adding another 4 to it, given that there's not much depth to this contest, despite the big field. You've got a full field of 20 going to post, don't you? Even though we've got a couple of. Maybe the late scratching means we get 19.
Al Anud will get the run.
Al Anud is the last one to get in, so that means 19 runners in the race in the end.
Yes.
I believe. Wasim Al Amil might be in as well, but
the only way we'll find out is when we get to look at
Siham Al Azazia, number 4, was a late scratch, so nothing will replace that. So the one who was due to get in was Tara, who we
so Wasim Al Amil will get the run then,
but he
won't
will miss out. So Wasim Al Amil, I think, does get in.
Yeah, so horse number 22 will get a run.
Should have been paying more attention to Mark when he was reading out the runners there, and we'd know for sure rather than rather than guessing about something that the viewers will have seen in black and white.
Trying to randomly guess. There's a few of these who are absolute cheeky monkey. The Verb Bars and Aurelia I couldn't have on any months of Sundays. There's a couple of these that are making debuts. It'll be good to see how they look in the parade ring. But it obviously looks to me, it looks a 2-horse race here. I can't have anything else. Shawahid Al Khaladir, second last time out. That was in meeting 46. Comes here, Riyadh for the first time.
Yeah, got a rating of 65 and was beaten 13.5 lengths with second in that 6 furlong maiden at Taif. So
they changed tactics there as well.
They did. She went to the front there and
she had
showed
lots of speed.
Yeah, and didn't quite last home. So up to the 1400 at a stiffer track. Asked the question, but at least it was a step forward last time out from Shawahid Al Khaladia, and it may well be that she goes forward again. Although she
might get an easy lead here, couldn't she?
She got Kahila Aldon on her inside, and he shows improved form. Sorry, she showed improved form when second of 9 in a course and distance maiden behind Al Dayford Jorda.
And Al Dayford Jorda didn't boost that form. Al Dayford Jorda got pumped last week, didn't she?
Yeah, I mean that was the maiden that she won wasn't the strongest contest. 6 1/4 length seconds, Kahila Aldon, but it is a step in the right direction. So it's a similar sort of profile to Shawahid Al Khaladia, and the top one is rated £5 higher as well. So I'm not entirely sure that Shawahid Al Khaladia is going to get a really easy time of it going forward. But there's a few outside her who you wouldn't have thought would show much speed.
I was interested in the way that she ran that last race back in meeting 46, where she jumped out quite nicely and was passed by a very nice horse who will be running in open races all the way through now. But she didn't fall back into the laps of everything else. She kind of stuck on and held her position and held on for second, which I thought was quite eye-catching for me. And I thought it was a better performance than Khalil Al-Dam, who was second here in Riyadh last time out.
Again, you look at this race and you would say, well, you'd happily give Shawahid Al-Khalidi a chance in a 0-65 handicap. She'd be top weighted in that, but she showed improvement last time out. She'd be much more interesting than most at that level. But in a maiden, she's up against a horse rated 100, so it's, you know.
Yeah. It's hard for them, but it's the lack of opportunity, isn't it?
This is true.
They're going to be filling out these races. And
you've got to run when you're ready, and depending on what the programme is for that week, and you don't. There is less opportunity for you to sort of sit on a good handicap and wait for an opportunity, whereas in the UK, you've just got so many more races for most horses around this opportunity.
Yeah, so it'll be fascinating to see how they go on.
Although not at all for Arabians, fundamentally. Well, very few.
Very few. We have an Arabian series.
I'm comparing the handicap mark conundrum with thoroughbred racing in the UK rather than Arabian racing.
Here's the jockey that will be aboard Alan Nude in this contest, who is horse number 21, who certainly had a big chance as well. We can just see that horse going out to post now. Alan Nude is just in shot. It's a bit of a stack up in the parade ring here because everyone sort of got up at a standstill. So there's a bit of a traffic jam happening behind us, but hopefully everyone will get out nicely.
Yes,
I think they're going to go away right now, actually. We just see a couple playing around, but not too many are yet. We've just got one. I think that might be
I see
horse
Radal
number
Singer,
3,
I think,
Sultan Al-Dare.
I think
it's horse number 3. Sultan Al-Dare, who is playing up a little bit in the parade ring. You can just see there at the bottom of your screen on the left, horse number 3, who was just getting a little bit worked up going, but the jockey is now on board, and I think they're going to head out without visiting the naughty corner, which is always good to see.
Al-Hezabar is also standing alone, not in the naughty corner, but outside of the parade ring and without a jockey.
Yeah, that's horse number 7 on your race cards. 7th last time out at meeting 55. That was first time up at Riyadh, wasn't it?
7th of 9, beaten 21.5 lengths behind Aldev Jorda, of course, in distance 3
So
weeks
by
ago.
the looks of things, we'll keep an eye on 7, because that might be a late withdrawal. So we'll just keep an eye on horse number 7. I can't see any jockeys left in the parade ring, and you always think you need a jockey for a horse. So
That
maybe
tends to
we'll
be,
just
you're looking
wait
you're looking for
see.
chevrons.
Oh no, there is
after
the jockey is in the parade ring. The jockey's in there. I can just see him walking along, and I think they're going to try and get mounted up right at the end.
Are they going to bring the horse back in once everything else is gone?
I think he's going to go down the chute. I think he's going to go right down the chute behind us. But in screen, you can see here in the colours that you famously see aboard jump horses in the UK, trained by Colin Dillard.
I was trying to say that when you rudely you didn't rudely interrupt me. You were saying something else.
I apologise. What did you want to say?
They look at the colours of Brocade Racing. So every time I see that horse or horses who run in the same ownership here, I always think, oh, there's Joe Tizard's horse. He's coming into a bit of form. Oh, we're seeing a little bit of high jinks from Angad Al-Khalidi. Well, I'm hoping that's a good sign. He seems full of himself, whereas I thought he looked a bit lethargic last week.
Yes, and Alan Nude is another one we'll take a good look at as well. And you can just see the horse that was causing some problems down at the start. That's Raccoon Al Abeid on board, one of the talented younger riders here in Saudi Arabia. You just see horse number 21, Alan Nude, heading out to the start as well, as they're all making their way gently down to post for this 1,400-metre contest.
There's a little bit of fun and games going on behind us. You're looking in one direction. That's the 7 now mounted. But we actually had 17 causing an issue or two as well. That's Sakmat Al-Khuladia.
They have to get that name right. That's Al-Khuladia not an Al-Khaladir.
Not to be confused with the dam, who is called, or the sire, I should say, who's called, Saklawi Al-Khuladia. Not to be confused with the sire, who's called Saklawi Al-Khaladia.
Yes, so they're trying to sneak in the Al-Khaladia name, but it won't be spotted. We're too good for that. Horse number 9 just coming in shot.
And when that was mounted and took a real tug, going to post, by the way, Saklawi Al-Khaladia.
Yeah, here is Angad Al-Khalidi. We'll hopefully see some form in this horse. Just got a little bit warm in behind the saddle as well. He's got a very different build. We said this about Lucas Gaitan's Arabians. They just built a little bit different, aren't they? They seem much more rotund, stronger in both the shoulder and the back end.
Yes, they do. And I wouldn't say Angad Al-Khalidi is a typical Al-Khalidi at all.
He's not grey.
Not grey for a start. Obviously, a son of Laith Al-Khalidi as well, but very, very different from that stable, and as you said, getting warm between the legs as he got to the start. I'm not inclined to see that as a negative at this stage. My worry about him last time out was he just seemed to take an age to motivate in his race, and has ended up making a late headway. So you see Alanoud in the blue colours in second. The winner of this race is a smart performer, as we said. That's Al Najm Al Munir, who's gone away to win in good style in the end. But Angad Al Khaladia just plugged on. I thought it was disappointing that he couldn't grab third, even though he got himself in a bad spot. Was running on strongly at the finish, but it just seemed to take forever for him to hit top stride. The fact that he's getting a little bit on his toes and is giving his jockey problems pre-race, you might want to see as a negative given how he ran last time out. I'm almost viewing it as a positive because, as I said, he seemed lethargic and reluctant to get a good position last time out, and the fact that he's on his toes, sweating up, means that he's more likely, in my view, to be forward going this time, which is what he needs to do. You don't want to see him getting too upset.
I think the horse in shot wins this.
Well, he looks really. He's looking well after that run last time out. He's behaving impeccably. He looks in better shape than most of these. Lots of things to like about him. You look at the ratings and say he's got 18 pounds to find. He had
very warm as well.
He had about 25 pounds to find last week, and he still won that particular race. We haven't really mentioned it, but Mufri Aldaham is a really interesting newcomer, isn't he? We shouldn't suggest this is one-way traffic, and obviously these colours were seen to very good effect in the open race last week, and they have plenty of smart performers. So by Shibal Al Khaladia out of Wadad Al Khaladia, so has the right sort of pedigree, looks big and strong as well.
Just a quick line on the colours. It's not exactly the same colours as we saw in the open race. These are blue diamonds we saw with Fudapine, and these are maroon diamonds as well.
Oh, I see.
These are slightly different colours. Slightly different trainer. But again, take nothing away from what we saw about the horse.
I know it's not the same stable. I assumed it was the same colours, although I am looking at them in black and white.
Yeah, that's always going to be difficult. Always going to be difficult there.
But an interesting one on paper. Al Khaladia bred. Looks well, does take the eye, and although you've got a horse who sets a really tall standard, that's a horse who disappointed last time out, and there are two ways of looking at his behaviour today. Still very much on his toes, doing his dressage bit at the moment. As I said, I hope that's a good sign, but you never know.
A few of these have got very warm in the prelims. You're just seeing horse number 1 here, which is Khalil Al-Dam, who's got half-decent form to his name. It just got very, very warm in the prelims here, and it just stood in the middle there and just running his race before he's even got out the stall, so that would be a concern to me. But as they circle down the start, let's do our selections right now. Who do you like, Rory?
I am going to side with Angad Al Khaladia, and I'm going to take his behaviour at the start here as a positive rather than a negative, and then I can say, oh, why didn't I pay attention after the race?
I am going to side with Alanoud, who'll be jumping out from next to him, but has number 21 on the saddle. So it's horse number 21 for me and horse number 9 for Rory. Mark Francis, are you with us or are you against us?
Yeah, Alanoud for me, Callum, as well. Gets a run, as we mentioned earlier on. So the scratchings of 8 and 18, of course, the extra scratch of 4. Alanoud, who broke from stall 20 last time out. Yes, as you mentioned, number 21 on his saddle today, but comes out of 8. Was 10 wide at one stage, Alanoud. Was 3 lengths to the good over Angad Al Khaladia at the end, finishing second. He really is a horse, or she rather, is a horse on the improve. 5 times out of 12, she's finished second best, Alanoud. And she's the one for me. Just a bit of housekeeping as well. A colour change for Sahi Paris in the maroon and white stripes. Not too dissimilar to what you can see in the race card, but maroon and white stripes. Keep an eye on stall 20 as well, furthest out on the racecourse. Barzan Al Rayleigh, who usually misses the kick. And seemingly always seems to be slowly away. Barzan Al Rayleigh rated just 50. And she's the one for me. Just a bit of housekeeping as well. A colour change for Sahi Paris in the maroon and white stripes. Keep an eye on stall 20 as well, furthest out on the racecourse. Barzan Al Rayleigh, who usually misses the kick. And seemingly always seems to be slowly away. Barzan Al Rayleigh rated just 50. As the stalls handlers are working on Afdal Jazor, red noseband. In comes Shawahid Al-Khaladir. Next will be one of the greys, Bayadir Mutad. Slightly paler jacket than the race card. Actually a white horse, really. Circling is Hammam in the spotted jacket of Tag Al-Shabibia. Plenty of these showing they're inexperienced here, as we've already ticked past post time. Angad Al-Khaladir needs no introduction, knows his job. Today be the day. Angad Al-Khaladir, fourth in the King Faisal Cup at Taif not too long ago. A couple of starts back. Thought to go up in trip with this one myself, but seems to work his best towards the end of the race. We'll stick at 7 furlongs today. Just a delay in the loading up process here. Paolo Damoni is staring at the stalls, as though Tag Al-Shabibia is the one causing trouble. Jockey's still on. So final two to come into line now. Big field for our first Arabian contest. This is a maiden for 3-year-olds. 19 will eventually hopefully line up. Tag Al-Shabibia proving a little stubborn, but she's in. And final one to load is Kahila Al-Dahim. Where's that? Stand by. And they're off, and as is expected, the one that was slowest away was number 20, Barzan Al-Rayli, who surely has a mammoth task from there. Plenty of runners looking to gather the early pace towards the inside. Shawahid Al-Khaladir is one of the first to show. Also with a nice position is Sultana Al-Duray. Up with the pace is Angad Al-Khaladir, probably in third position. There's the yellow sleeves of Rad Al-Sengar showing nice pace on debut. And then the maroon stripes of Sahi Pari. Further out on the racecourse, then the big white face, the pale blue colours of Tag Al-Shabibia proved a little bit stubborn to go into the stalls, but has come out relatively smartly. Just in behind this wave, then we have the red jacket with the black crossbelts of Saklawi Al-Khaladir. Towards the inside is Kahilia Al-Dahim, and then the blue colours of Al-Anud is probably centre pack as they go down the side of the racecourse. And Angad Al-Khaladir now strides on by a length and a tail. Chased by Kahila Al-Dahim. Towards the inside, Shawahid Al-Khaladir still prominent. Now Al-Anud is gathering up ahead of steam, widest on the course, and then the maroon stripes of Sahi Pari as they go inside the last 250 metres and over towards the far side. Angad Al-Khaladir still has a narrow margin over Al-Anud, who's flying down the centre of the track. Kahila Al-Dahim no better than third. Angad Al-Khaladir towards the far side of Al-Anud. Al-Anud is beginning to get up down the middle of the course, but Angad Al-Khaladir digs in. Angad Al-Khaladir, the far side of Al-Anud. It's very tight again. Head bobbing finish to our Arabian maiden for 3-year-olds. The far side, an excellent run from Angad Al-Khaladir, matched by Al-Anud. Which order have they finished? Judge will be required to split them. Al-Anud just took a little bit of time to gather full stride, but she's made this very close on the wire. Angad Al-Khaladir was all out at this stage. There's the line. But whose head is in front? Yet to be called. Angad Al-Khaladir, the 9, and Al-Anud, 21. Angad Al-Khaladir has got it. At a time of 1:36.40 again. Strong time. The front two, very good Arabian horses for the future. Al-Anud again finishes second. That's the 6th time she's finished second. Ahead is the distance between that pair, and they're still coming across the line. Yet to confirm third, fourth or fifth. Al-Hezabir back in third. Angad Al-Khaladir, only a matter of time, now gets the head in front.
العافيه يا عبد الله. والله وجهك. مشكور يا عبد الله مشكور.
Well, it was a thrilling finish, but it was a horse who got first run, Angad Al-Khalidi, underneath our well-judged Abdullah Al-Orfi, who has won our 7th race on the card, the first of our Arabian contest, Rory, and that was a thriller in the finish, but you came out on top ahead of me.
Just about. I thought I was going to get mugged again. They say London streets aren't safe, but I feel like I've been mugged about 10 times out here in Riyadh, but all on the race course, not on the streets. Yeah, it looked like it was going to happen again here with Angad Al-Khalidi being sent forward, so not making sure that he didn't have that poor position he had last time out. But the patient ride on the runner-up, Alan Nude, looked like it was going to pay off for a long way. Abdullah Al-Kradis sneaking into contention and then looming alongside. But for me, it wasn't a case of the runner-up not going past. I thought Angad Al-Khalidi, having got a little tired in front, then saw another challenger and rallied a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And close home. You know, we know that he's got the form in his locker with that excellent fourth in the King Faisal Cup. And he's just he's found a little bit extra when challenged. I don't think the second has done anything wrong. I know there are plenty of seconds now in her form card, but the time is a good one for the Arabians in a maiden, and I think the form is okay. We're going to see the full replay now. Be interested to see what Angad Al-Khalidi does very early on from stall 9. Immediately, you'll see that her jockey Abdullah Al-Orfi, his jockey rather, Abdullah Al-Orfi, wants him to go forward and make sure that he's got a strong position. He's got the opportunity to come towards the rail. You do see Shawahid Al-Khalidi also showing speed in the light blue colours towards the rail. She showed speed over shorter last time out, and she was the brief front runner towards the rail, but she had to be pushed along just to be able to hold Angad Al-Khalidi in the early stages. That's told on her late in the day. But here we had a different Angad Al-Khalidi that we saw last week. He was sluggish. He took a time to find a stride. He's if anything, he's over racing slightly here. But as you saw, he got very much on his toes beforehand. He was looking like he was going to be a lot more forward going. Just ducked out slightly on the bend there as well, with the blinkers on. And
look at who's swinging into this though. Khalir Al-Dam, who got very, very warm beforehand. The last horse to get loaded, broke quite slowly, but absolutely cut through this field like a hot knife through butter, and looked to be the real challenger to Angad Al-Khalidi as they turned into the straight.
It did, yeah. Khalir Al-Dam showed improved form when second last time out behind Al-Dafer Joda, and got there easily enough, but didn't quite see it out. Again, over the same course and distance, I think fitness played a big part there, and you see that he sort of wanders and gets lonely in the middle of the track there as the big two fight it out. These were the two we expected to dominate the race. If you'd watched it from this angle, you'd have been convinced that Al-Anud had got up, but I don't think, well, to be honest, I think her head might have been in front a stride from the line. It was very much on the nod, and Angad Al-Khalidi very much had his nose down as they hit the line. It might have been a slightly different result, half a stride before and after the line, but the winner was game enough.
People at home will be watching and saying, how on earth did a horse drawn 9 and a horse drawn 8 finish so wide apart from each other down the straight? One horse was meant to get right to the rail early on, despite the early space throw from Shawahid Al-Khalidi. That was cheap speed, that's gone early. But Al-Anud has had to come via the car park to get into this race, and you have to ask, how did this horse come so wide?
I don't think he had that bad a trip. To be fair, he's
he had a fine trip. It's just a final bend.
Yeah, it's just a final bend. He's ended up having to come wide off the eventual third. Yeah, and then I just got thrown out a little bit into the middle of the track. But yeah, I don't. In fairness, you could say that's probably cost him a length.
Yeah.
But no more than that. And actually, he had a pretty good trip in behind them until then. He just had to duck out wide to get his run in the straight, or her run in the straight, I should say again. And she's looked a massive danger. Everything's happened as she wanted, I think, until the final 150 metres. When Angad Al-Khalidi had dug in a little bit and made it tougher. But yeah, I'd be saying nothing negative about Al-Anud. I know it's not from 13 now, lots of placed efforts, but surely her time will come. She's improved in her last 2 starts for me.
Just a little bit of housekeeping away from this, but same topic. Our next Arabian contest is race 10. Risk Ala Al Khalidi, who I'm already telling everyone at home will be my selection, was due to be ridden by Farhad Al Faradi, but will now be ridden by Adel Al Faradi. So a different brother will be on board, Risk Ala Al Khalidi. That's the jockey change that we've just had through the Jcsa stewards' Twitter.
I assume Farhad Al Faradi is not here because he was off one of the first races
yes,
as well, wasn't he?
He was judged off. I'm sure I've seen him. I always thought
okay.
I've seen
Well,
him around, but I'm not
two
sure.
horses he was due to ride today that he's off. So.
He's been swapped off from, but you can just see here Al-Anud has done everything right apart from get his head in front at the line. I think his head was in front the stride before the line as well. It was just where it mattered. And Al Khalidi keep the head in front. Abdullah Al-Orfi mustard in these Arabian races.
Yeah, and this is a good finish. Again, both horses seem to be giving their all. I know it's easy enough to knock both of them for previous efforts, but I thought they both put it all in here. And if you just watch the pair of them in isolation through the last 300 metres of this race, it's a really good advert for Arabian racing. We're seeing a different angle of the start here.
They both jump out together too, don't they? You can't see one getting a better kick than the other. They both come out pretty quickly.
But Al-Anoud's more than happy to be held up mid-division.
Yeah.
As you can see from the jockey's body language at that stage, where because the winner was hard to motivate last time out, you can see why Connections wanted to be more forward this time and to ask for an early effort, and has it been decisive? I mean, you know, again, strictly speaking on the ratings, the winners should have had £18 in hand on the runner-up, and has only just scraped home. So you can say that the tactics have worked here, but again, we're probably not quite running to the early season form. I would say if this was a thoroughbred at home, I'd say probably time to geld it. Because again, you know, he was a little bit coldish beforehand. He's looking high-mettled, very much on the cusp temperamentally. I think he's been perfectly genuine in the race, but I think in most scenarios back at home, you would say you'd probably want to geld this horse and give him a chance to settle down a little bit.
He was still on his toes afterwards as well, which clearly showed there's plenty more in the tank.
Yes, but he's not quite channeling in the right direction.
No.
That's what you'd look to do with gelding. But of course, that's a different scenario here with Arabian racing.
A lot of them are kept entire, aren't they?
He's got a 100+ rating, and you know, lots of these go on to be sires. I don't see him as an obvious sire, but yeah, it's just a different approach in different countries, and a lot of the even outside of the Arabian racing, a lot of the colts here don't get cut and race on. As older horses, and I think a lot of them get very jaded by it as well.
As we move swiftly on after Abdullah Al-Orfi's cracking ride in our last contest, we move on to race 8, which is for the apprentice jockeys and Mark Francis. You can take us through the runners and riders for this one.
Yes, handicap company for race number 8 looks a bit of a lottery to me. Looks a very, very close heat. Headed by number 1, Aloz, number 1 on the saddle, drawn in 15 out in the car park for Mohammed Al-Shamari. 2 is Karaman, Sultan Al-Mimoni, Meshika Al-Riyadh, number 3 on the side. Number 1, she will emerge from, barrier number 1, Ahmed Al-Sharar. 4 is Ard for Iyad Al-Tarizi. 5 is Haruf, the third Al-Timyat. Ferhan Najad is partnered by Abdullah Al-Saidi, and then runners 7, 8, 9 are all maidens. Escobar for Omar Maki, 8 Kalab for Nawaf Al-Madiani, and turning the page on the graphic, Ashkana for Yasser Al-Bakawi. 10 is Al-Monta Esh, 11 is Al-Ba'ij, the veteran, a 10-year-old now, 62 starts to date, just the 3 victories. Can victory number 4 arrive here today? Number 12, Yosadek. The final 4 are all maidens as well, yet to win a race. Ferris Al-Sanatan. 13 is Danan Al-Shuk, Mohammed Al-Sharima. 14 is Itizam for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. And Turkey Alofi partners Al-Sam Al-Tahabi, number 15. This does, as I say, look the toughest puzzle on the night to solve, gentlemen. Where do we begin?
You know what, Mark? I think it is a very tough assignment, but I was just chatting off camera to Rory, and I think horse 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 drop into this level of company for the first time. I think we might have a few horses that are fairly chucked in at this level, and it may be all about how talented the jockeys are.
Yeah, of course we don't have the jockey claims in front of us either. But we've seen plenty of a lot of these jockeys, and we know that there's a fair degree of talent among the apprentices here. Yeah, so, listen, not to 60 grade, not easy. 4-year-olds and up. No superstars in this race, but as you said, quite a lot of horses dropping markedly in class, having been well beaten in better races last time out, and that could easily be what they need to come back to life.
The biggest drop in class is Aloz. He was running in the Asia Cup last time out. Not the strongest cup race you'll ever see, but a cup race nonetheless.
Not the strongest cup race, and he finished 13th that day. He's 1 from 22 in his career, but I could see him running one of his better races, dropping immediately back into a 0 to 60 after that. Karaman was a 7-furlong winner in Taif last year. He ran an open company on his final start in Taif in meeting 49, and he's also dropping back markedly in class. So although he's been largely disappointing of late, this is a better opportunity he's had in a long time.
Mesoka Al Riyadh course and distance winner.
Yeah, well held in Taif this season, needs to bounce back, but was a course and distance maiden winner last season, so interesting on that piece of form. Here's a good looker as well.
Ard.
Ran okay in his return, 4th, meeting 55. That was the first day of the new Riyadh season, and he's got early speed as well to take advantage of stall 8. Down in class after a poor run last time out, but I can see him bouncing back.
Haroof, not quite as good a looker, but another one who's a course and distance winner last season.
Well, when you're on 60 at times, you're bound to win at some stage. He was a winner in a slightly higher class handicap last season, when not the 65, but he's 2 from 60 a career, and you can afford to pass him over, I think, as a rule.
Yeah, here is Escobar, horse number 7, still a maiden here.
22 starts, still a maiden, not seen since meeting 10 at Taif when running an absolute stinker.
Carlab here never runs a bad race, really, does he?
No, he looks half asleep walking around, but he's a reliable sort. He's still not from 11, but made late headway over 7 furlongs last time out. And I thought the step up and trip looks likely to suit him. And what's his handicap debut? He's been running in maidens all the time, and of course, difficult to win a maiden off his rating of 57, but in a handicap, I think he might be a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, we've seen Ashkana there rated 57, an interesting runner, no doubt. Almonteesh, who is horse number 10.
Returned with a poor effort, looks big and well, but finished 19th on his reappearance, and it's just 1 from 22 in his career.
Alba Ayaj is one of the veterans of this field.
Yeah, he's the winning most horse in the race, if you don't mind that word. Some people do object to it, but there you go. Winning most horse in the race with 3 wins. Those come from 62 starts. He's not quite the force of old at the age of 10, though.
Yasadek came there swinging last time out last week.
Yeah, finished 4th over course and distance last time. Has been running pretty well on balance in maidens, given his mark. And now makes a belated handicap debut, so one of the more interesting ones I thought on that.
Danan Al Souk and Itazam are 13 and 14.
Danan Al Souk, better effort this term, wins 6th in a 2,000 metre maiden last week, but was beaten 16.5 lengths and drops markedly in trip now. And Itazam was 4th in a 0 to 55 over 7 furlongs at Taif in June. Otherwise, he's been pretty well held this year and isn't the easiest to fancy. And the bottom one, Al Sam Al Tabi, still seeking his first win after 21 outings. Not disgraced over course and distance last time out, but not guaranteed to build on that, and is a 6-year-old who's yet to get his head in front.
Plenty of these have had plenty of chances and haven't quite taken it on. Are you looking for a horse more like Carlab with just a reliable form record, or are you looking for something that's maybe dropping into this sort of class or handicap debut?
That's essentially, I'm looking at one of the two. I'm looking for something that's, that hasn't sort of established a losing level here. So something that's run, I don't mind if they haven't run particularly well last time out. The big drop in class is the key. Sometimes what they need is a short, sharp shock in better company, and then whenever they're racing against lesser rivals, they see that it's easier. So you could throw any of the top 5 into that category. One we didn't get a chance to mention, who's got a very similar profile to Kalab, is the one below him, Ashkama. He's a reasonably likely race 4-year-old, only had the 8 career runs, 6th, 7th, 4th and 5th on the last 4 starts here last season. Didn't run in Taif, but generally, finishing where he should do in maiden races, but not quite good enough to win one off a mark of 57. Now makes his handicap debut. My only concern really with Ashkama is his best form has probably come at 1,400 metres, and he's up to 1,600 today, and stamina is a slight question mark, but he's got a nicer profile than most.
Yes, I thought Ard will be of interest to a lot of people. Look good in the parade ring, like you mentioned, but 4th, then 11th last time out. We'd just seen a horse previously with a poor run on last time out, but a good run on penultimate start. And suddenly, Arch has a very nice profile that you want to get involved with.
Yeah, what would you think his best trip is? I wasn't sure that a mile was necessarily his best distance. He's shown.
I've said he's dangerous if he's allowed to dictate, which clearly means he's got speed, but
I think he
might not be able to stay there.
I think he's got a very good chance of leading these, and the question is whether he's got the stamina to last home. He looks well, but he's bred to be a sort of 6-7 furlong horse, and he is built a bit like a sprinter as well. So. Although he does have form up to this trip, I wonder whether he might prove best at a little bit shorter. But obviously, you know, he's a player here in what's a week race.
Are you intrigued by Jcsa getting weight from a lot of these, and then if it's a repeat of the last time effort would be massive?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, far from disgraced in maidens, getting a little bit of weight here from the top ones, and this is again his handicap debut off the back of He's had a fair few runs. He's had more runs than Calab and Ash Karma, but at least comes here off a pretty good run.
Yeah, I thought that run last time was really good. I think we've seen him plenty in Taif, and he's not really shown that level of ability, but he certainly looked to be going the right way. That was over course and distance. He had no problems getting home. So for me, he's one of those that really catches my eye.
Yeah, he's on the shortlist, but I have to say the shortlist is quite a long shortlist.
He's a long shortlist
in this contest.
Caraman,
nice.
lightly raced.
Best turned out there, you think?
Best turned out. Who is that we're seeing there?
That's I'm looking at the black and white.
Oh, that's Al Shaham Al Tabi, isn't it?
That's
the bottom horse.
With the
good luck winning the dressage competition. It's never going to win a race, though, is it? Let's
no,
be honest.
It's a poor performer, but whoever looks after it has spent plenty of time making his mane look nice.
Carlab, again, typical of the Red Stable, they all do look very nice coming out here. And Carlab, again, very similar to the last Red Stable run we saw, has got plenty of form, but you worry that when his head gets to the front, you start to see the panic set in.
Yeah, but
never been there before.
In fairness, the nature of this race means we should see a fairly bunched finish. They're not superstars, but it's competitive enough when horses are rated in the 50s and low 60s. They tend to be capable of running to that sort of mark, and nothing appears to be thrown in, but plenty of them have got form that gives them a chance. So I see this being quite congested. If your worry is that your horse doesn't want to be in front for too long, this should be the ideal race for them.
None of them will be in front for too long.
You know, if you've got a horse that is capable of winning this and needs its head putting in front on the line, this should be quite a nice setup. But it'll be a test of a jockey to find the right spot and then come with a move at the right time. But this appears to be the right sort of race.
Remember, this is a handicap, so Aloz may be number 1, but comes out of 15. Karaman, number 2, comes out of 14. Mesuket Al Riyadh comes out of 1, and Ard comes out of 8. And suddenly, those two suddenly go a little bit higher than the two I've just mentioned.
Yes, I don't think the draw should be a massive, you know.
In this race, where they're all going to be pinned together, where nothing. For me, this is the type of race where the draw will be really important.
Okay, but I think they're not necessarily all going to go to the front. They're closely matched, but they get different run styles as well. So I don't think this is going to be a 1, 2, 3, finish for the draws. I think they'll come from, you know, let's say the first 6 home. I think they'll come from all over the track. But who's going to win it is another matter altogether. It's
a tricky
probably
contest.
the toughest race of the night.
Yeah, Mark Francis made it clear that it is a bit of a lottery, but Jcsa just keeps leaping out to me. But again, I'm struggling to see this horse do well from 13. I think this is the type of horse that needs everything to go his way, as well as the draw gods do their thing as well. And the draw gods just have not been on Jcsa's side recently, and he finds himself out wide again today.
Well, what about jockeys? If you
there's one jockey.
The horses,
one jockey here, Caravan's jockey, Sultan Al Mamoni, is an absolute mustard boy in the saddle. He is the future of Saudi Arabian racing, in my opinion. He went to Deauville, did his thing in France in the International Apprentice Jockeys race. He's tall. He may struggle with weight issues, but we've seen quite a few tall jockeys do the business here in Saudi Arabia. The likes of Naif Al Anazi and Adel Al Faradi as well. They're not the shortest lads on the circuit. No. And I think Sultan Al Mamoni is really talented.
If he makes the difference, he's drawn as Law 14 on Karaman. But as I've said, or as I've intimated before, even if you do have a bit of a pace burn, I think very wide is not the worst place to be. In the middle is sometimes the worst place to be if you don't have lots of early speed, because
you get swamped out
you'll
of things,
find
can't you?
horses are getting driven up the rail to make sure that they get a good position, and horses drawn wide. You know, there's always one or two of those who want to get forward to try to get across, which means that the middle tends to get squeezed more than the outside gets pushed out. And we'll see how that pans out in this race if that's the way it is. So I'd be less worried about being drawn and stall 14 or 15 here than I would say being drawn and stall 8 or 9.
Other jockeys to note, Ayad Al-Tarisi aboard Ard, horse number 4, coming out stall 8. He's a pretty top quality jockey as well. Turkey Al-Orfi, who'll be coming out 4 on Al-Sham Al-Tabi. He's another horse jockey who we've seen doing a lot of work for the White Stable, so they clearly have a lot of faith in him. It's good to see him getting some outside rides as well. So Turkey Al-Orfi, another one to keep an eye on too. So there's plenty of jockeys here who've got ability. Whether their horses are showing the same ability is a different story altogether, but in a race like this, it does tend to help if you're siding with some of the better riders in the group.
Exactly. I think that's a very fair point. Still doesn't make the winner jump out.
Doesn't make the winner jump out any easier. No, I think Sultan's very talented, so hopefully he can ride a good race. But I am going to go against him here. I'll do my selection right now. I'm going for Mesukat Al Riyadh, bouncing out of 1. I think it's been waiting to come to Riyadh. Now arrives in Riyadh on a little bit of a break. Win came over course and distance. I quite like Mesukat Al Riyadh in this one. Who do you like more?
Yeah, I don't know how much she's dropped for those 3 disappointing runs in Taif. But if she come here without running of this mark, she'd look interesting on her Riyadh form last year. I'm going to go with Calab with no great deal of confidence. He did make fairly eye-catching late headway over shorter last time out, so I'm hoping the step up to a mile suits him in this company, and he is a handicap debutant.
So number 3 for myself, Mesukat Al Riyadh, and number 8, Calab for Rory. And as the loading begins in perfect timing, Mark Francis, who do you like?
I'm going to go dual-handed here, Callum. Quite like Rory's selection, Calab, but also Yosadek, which I know you gave a mention to as well. So I'll go with the 8 and 12 against the field here. It's a really tricky race to unravel. There's the check colours of Ashkana and Al-Sam Al-Tahabi into 4. It's a very interesting point you made, Callum, how the top 2 in the handicap are drawn the furthest out on the race course. Sadek's out in 13, number 12. But we have seen that the draw is no hindrance, but maybe this is the race where Rory should take it more seriously. Roof. And a similar jacket of Calab next to each other. Mesukat Al Riyadh has the inside gate in 1. Stalls 14 and 15 currently vacant. Aloz and Karaman will fill those in the next few moments. Race 8 then. We're up to the mile here. Stand by for a start. They're set. Flags are up. Lengthy hold again, and they're off and racing. Jumping away then for this apprentice jockey's handicap 0 to 60 over the mile and up at the pace early on. The lime green jacket of Ard is one of the first to show as they join up with the round course. Also up with the pace early on is the blue headgear of Itizam, and further out on the race course the blue sleeves of Yosadek. This is the first 3. Then just racing behind runners then comes the very similar jacket, yellow with the blue spots of Al-Sam Al-Tahabi. Widest on the race course then we have the white cap of Aloz, who came out of stall 15. The back couple, hopelessly outpaced, is Mesukat Al Riyadh and also Danan Al Shuk as they begin turning left-handed down the side. And in the lead, Itizam shows the way, leading ahead of Fadan Najad, who's made headway, and towards the inside running rail, Ard is just saving all the ground. Very similar jackets for Yosadek, who is being pushed along for a couple of strides, and Karaman too. Aloz still has about 5 or 6 lengths to make up. Haroof and Kalab are beginning to latch on to this leading group as they turn into the straight, and Ard is the one to pass. Ard in front by about a length, probably closing though. So Itazam in second position. Staying down the centre of the track is Haroof, and also furthest out on the racecourse is Karaman. Deep inside the last furlong on a bit though, hitting the front on the far side, the white cap of Aloz. Ashkana on the far side of Yosadek. Ashkana goes on to win. Ashkana, the winner to the late challenge of Yosadek, very close for the places. And Ashkana rather, has won for the first time. Yasar Al-Bakawi wins. It was a race that changed complexion in the last furlong and a half. 1:44.08. Nothing too impressive about the time. I'm just wandering about as they cross the line, Ashkana. Yosadek may have got a bump or two after the line, but nothing to change the result. A length is the winning distance. Danan Al-Shouk was in third. But the winner, Ashkana, coming down all different lanes of the track, look. You don't see that too often. Ashkana the 9 from Yosadek in second, and Danan Al-Shouk back in third position.
Yasser Al-Bakawi is your winning jockey. Ashkana is your winning horse on handicap debut, and did that nicely in a race where we can't wait for the rerun because there are so many different storylines about the finish of that one.
Yeah, listen, not a particularly good race, but the whole point about it is that they were pretty tightly handicapped. So the quality wasn't there. You were bound to have an interesting finish. I said if the first 5 or 6 home would probably come from all over the track. I didn't think they'd finish all over the track as well, but they have, including the horse drawn in stall 2, ending up almost on the outside rail in the closing stages. But yeah, these horses tend to have their quirks, and they were largely on show. But Ashkana was the least exposed in the field, having just his 9th run. I was saying beforehand, he had an identical profile really to Kalab, been largely running well in maidens, not overexposed, and making a handicap debut I went with Calamity. And
Look at those goggles clinging on for dear
finished
life on the
well
bobble
beaten.
there.
It's-
That's
yes.
it. They've gone.
Oh.
There they've gone.
Ended up on the turf, on the dirt eventually. But yeah, Ash Karn has kept on bravely enough, although you can see at this stage he's losing concentration, drifts out into the path of the runner-up late in the day. Made no difference to the result, obviously, and he's just getting distracted, maybe by the camera actually. Jcsa had to take evasive action late on, and we saw back in third place, that was Danan Al-Shouk, who started off in stall 2, got a slow start, and then ended up circling the field and finishing pretty well there, although way away from the other runners.
Yeah, the other horse that got a slow start was Sukat Al Riyadh, who was my selection, and I think there was some interesting jockey instructions that went out, because clearly they said, well, don't worry about taking the lead on Sukat Al Riyadh, let them go in front and let them fall into your lap. I don't always think that's always tough when you've got an apprentice, because judging pace is something that you learn with experience, and they've clearly not gone that quickly.
No, they haven't.
And he's given them 40 lengths. And
But
you can
also-
see he's full of confidence because he's come wide and if he's going to sweep past the field, but he's just given them so much speed in front, so much space in front, it's impossible to close that gap, and he's absolutely miles behind.
Yeah, the horses in 1 and 2 both came out slowly, but seemed to want to come out slowly.
Yes.
And then we're happy to come with wide runs. You saw also that no one wanted to be near the rail. The instruction generally given was avoid the inside rail there, which is not something they've done in earlier races, but no one seemed to want to go there, and they're sort of hanging out wide in the early stages. We did see a Camilo Espino, I suppose, when he led earlier in the day. He kept reasonably wide on the track.
Yeah.
But 1 or 2 of these taking that to extremes. Whether that's been the difference between winning and losing, I'm not entirely sure, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, listen, you'd be reasonably positive about the winner. He did get distracted when he got to the front, but he'd done everything right up to that point. Had always been in the van, led briefly early, and then raced in about 5th or 6th place towards the inside. Just looked like he might lose his pitch briefly before turning into the straight, before rallying strongly and finishing to good effect. And then when he got to the front inside the final 100 metres, he's just got distracted and run around a little bit. Not the best ad for racing in Saudi Arabia, but it made for an interesting race. A few of these showing their waywardness, their quirks in the run.
Yeah, you just see him drifting across
Yeah,
here.
the head on really good, just shying away
Yeah.
from something on the inside there.
Shout out to Jcsa. They gave that horse a really prominent ride and rode it to try and win this time. And I thought that horse would run a belting race to finish second. Mark Francis was the selector on that one. As we can see with the tracker cam here, Jcsa was pinged out and told to get a front rank position early.
Yeah, you do have the intersection shortly after the start here, and that might be part of the reason why the jockeys have been told not to go too close to the inside, because they stayed off it and then come across a little bit later. But those drawn closest to the inside rail have deliberately in for the middle of the track in the early stages. You see the winner with the white face on the inside just showed in front briefly, but he allows others to press on mid-race after there was no real early speed. Jcsa, as you said, was always in the van there and kept on well in the finish to be only beaten a length. The winner's leaning in and just ends up...
There's a lot of running around, isn't there?
Yeah, he's allowed that's Ard on the inside. He's allowed him to get up there by racing a little bit green. Ard then gets a split on the inside and gets himself to the front.
That's good riding.
Yeah, things really open up for him.
He said, I need to make this hole now, and I've got to kind of sacrifice my race to try and get this position. And I wouldn't take anything away from the jockey aboard, Ard, who had just said, I've just got to go here.
Absolutely, and he's had horses hanging off the inside rail who've allowed him to do that, which wouldn't normally happen. He's made quite a big move to get himself to the front, and then it fades late on. As I said before the race, I don't think Ard stays this trip. I think his best form is...
He wasn't allowed to dictate.
Is around 7 furlongs, and he's had to make that big move to get himself to the front, and then hasn't lasted home. He might find a race that suits him a little bit better, although he's ended up fading quite badly out of contention late in the day. So things have worked out well for the winner. Is it the winning post he's shied from? He's definitely caught sight of something.
Yeah.
It's not like you see horses who drift towards the stands late in the day. It wasn't one of those. He's pricked his ears, seen something, and like Like a lot of horses, when they see something
Shy off.
unusual, they just shy away from it. And that's pure greenness on his part. He's not going to find many races as weak as this, but at least he came in here with the right kind of profile. 3 or 4 good runs in maidens from just 8 starts. And this was his first real winning opportunity, and he's taken it.
We talked about the 2 top horses, Aloz and Karaman, being drawn wide, the two highest rated runners in the field. They were drawn wide, and you made the point that they'll be able to get across here because there's not much pace. But they got across, and then they met a wall of horses who also probably thought the same thing, and they ended up coming in very wide on the turn, and it was even wider with those horses coming in behind. So it was a lot of the action happened towards the stand side rail, which we never see here in Riyadh.
Yeah, it was odd. As I said, everyone wanted to move out towards the centre of the track in the early stages of this race, and they didn't really want to go forward either, which meant you had a bit of congestion after that. If those who were drawn wide wanted to slingshot forward, get themselves a really good position, they could have done that. But I think the expectation was, the aim wasn't to go forward early. There seemed to be no designated front runner in the race. That's the
There's
issue.
a lot of riders right into instruction there, and you can totally understand that when you're apprentice. If your trainer says we're going to sit out the back, we're not going to get involved, you expect them to sit out the back and not get involved. You look back at those and go, oh my gosh, I sat so far back, and there was no chance of having a winner. But you have to ride to instructions if you want to keep the ride going forward.
This is the thing about giving apprentices instructions. You've also you get so many trainers who will basically say don't get there too soon, that it becomes it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that everyone ends up sitting too far back, and someone who goes forward will be able to take the race. In a non-apprentice race, you're going to find a senior jockey after 50 yards going, well, my original plan was to do this, but they're messing around in front. I'm just going to take the bull by the horns and go forward. But of course, as you said, if you're an apprentice, you have to ride to instruction, even if you end up getting a better position by ignoring your instructions, it's still going to come back to bite you at some stage.
You have to win. If you ignore the instructions, you just have to win. We move swiftly on to race 9 on our cards. This is a local bred horses maiden. We stay over the mile, I should say, and Mark Francis can take us through the runners and the riders.
Yeah, just the 11 runners here, Callum. We've got a debutant on either side of the starting stalls. Race number 9 here, Thawab heads them. Adel Al-Faradi looking for a hat-trick. 2 is Sahim Tawake Mohammed Al-Habib, and 3 is Palance for Naif Al-Anazi. A rare quiet night so far for Naif. 4, Gaudaran Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 5 is Asdal for Iyad Al-Tarizi. Salam Allah for Rakan Al-Abaid is the 6, and Estihala and Sak for Abdulaziz Al-Masa is the 7. Alabali is the 8 for hat-trick seeking Camilo Ospina. We'll return to that one in just a second. 9 is Wafi Along, Khaled Al-Mamoni. 10, Al-Handawan for Mohammed Al-Daham, and Eshk Alma Eli is the second of 2 debutants for race number 9. I have a question for Rory here. Alabali was second on debut to a horse called Tawi Al-Baid, who was stuffed 20 lengths next time out in a 4-runner race. That said, ran a time 2 seconds quicker. How do we approach a race like this then with Alabali?
The 2, and I'm going to have a look at that. 2 seconds quicker, but at different tracks, or at the same track.
Now, Alabali ran in that cracking
time.
race for the front 3. I all thought were going to do things, but then the winner was well beaten here.
Yes.
At Riyadh. So clearly the time difference is there with the 2 seconds of different courses, as you've pointed out. However, I think that race, and I will bang the drum, that I think that race was the best 2-year-old race we saw when it comes to the front 3. However, 2 of them have really, really let me down.
Well,
They've both been stuffed since, although one of them, the Red Stable runner, was stuffed in a very good race.
Yeah.
Tawi Al-Bayit was beaten, heavily beaten in open company here in Riyadh at the beginning of the season. I think it was just a poor run from that horse, but I really like Alabali in this, and I really hope Alabali can do the business and try and find some level of form from that contest.
I'm with you on that as well. I've written they find a good spot for him here. I don't think he's necessarily. I think if he'd won that race, he'd be hard to place. But I think they find a really good spot for him in this pretty weak-looking mile maiden. So I'd be disappointed if Alabali can't get the job done. Yeah, it's always it's tricky that when you see what look like really good races, particularly where one or two of them end up having a hard race in a battle in those good maidens. They end up turning out in tougher races next time out, and they can go backwards because they've had a hard race on debut. It doesn't necessarily mean the form is no good, but it sometimes takes time for that to actually settle down. It's interesting to see how some of those who are further behind end up running in those races. But we do need something from that contest to prove the point that it looked a good race at the time, and Alibali hopefully can do that here.
Here's an interesting one of Palance, who had some behavioural problems in Taif, but seemed a much better prospect here in Riyadh, fifth last week.
Yeah, he still showed a little bit of his temperament last week, but ran an awful lot better to be fifth, having been right out the back in 2 runs. He was noticeable in both his runs in Taif, but mostly because of his pre-race behaviour rather than what he did in the race itself. So it'll be interesting to see if he's just beginning to calm down with his racing. He's fine at the moment. Keep an eye on him towards the off time.
Yeah, here is horse number 6, Salam Allah, who is rated 42, finished third last time, but that was a small field race and with a long way back.
This is an interesting one. He's now rated 59. The handicap has raised him £17 for that run.
Oh, there we go.
That looked like a clear career best, because that was an open race, beating 11 lengths, went third to Besht Alakim in a 6-furlong open last week. Now, Besht Alakim had been a little bit disappointed. Besht Alakim even disappointing on his previous start when racing a bit too freely in front. There's a question as to how solid that form is, and I'm not sure that Salam Allah deserves to have gone up quite as much as that in the weights, and will struggle to win this anyway.
We just saw Alibali in shot there. That was horse number 8. A horse that clearly has plenty of growing to do into that frame. Still looks very light on top and quite heavy below, so plenty of room to grow. This horse will be better at 3.
Yes, definitely. And that, again, that's part of the issue with that race. That race looked like the race he ran and looked, it was full of future 3-year-olds. But they haven't always been able to frank the form straight away. I'm hoping that Alibali, who's had a little bit of a break since that run in meeting 26, can do it here, because this looks like a very good opportunity for him.
Yeah, so we can see Ishq Alma Ali, who is horse number 11 and the bottom horse here, making debut.
Yeah, makes his racecourse debut, a gelded son of Ecliptical. Not a particularly eye-catching pedigree, and I'd be surprised if he got involved first time.
Yeah, we managed to miss Tawab, horse number 1, Frozen Power from the Red Stable. No surprise there. Looks like a typical Frozen Power from the Red Stable. Big, strong knees too. What do you make of this one on debut?
He's interesting because of the pedigree and the connections he represents, and he looks above average looks-wise as well.
Good mover too.
Is a good mover, better mover than Sam Tawake, who's in behind him, who doesn't make much appeal. Golderon we haven't mentioned. Let's go there. He was beaten 35 lengths behind Fulham 3 weeks ago in what was a red-hot maiden, and Asdal was also well beaten on debut here 3 weeks ago. So the pair of those have got to improve plenty.
Yeah, they'll be interesting to keep an eye on going forward. Salam Allah we've spoken about. Asdal, 13th on debut, that was quite recent, makes a return here, hoping to improve from that.
Which one?
Number 5, Asdal.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I just mentioned him. Yeah, I mean, he was well beaten on debut here 3 weeks ago. Should come forward from that, but needs to improve a fair bit. I thought Galderon, the one with a similar sort of profile, he's had 1 run here and finished 12th. He was well behind Fulham, but that was a really good race.
Wasn't it? Yeah,
so it was difficult for him to get involved, given that the front 2 were really classy.
And they pulled away on that occasion.
Yeah, the race pulled apart. The second won by a wide margin when he ran again here last week. So I'd be more forgiving of that run where the pair of them, where Galderon just had no chance of being competitive in that race and would be better judged on what he does here.
Yeah, it'll certainly be one to watch. I can't go anywhere without Alibali here. I think this horse will probably be one of the better horses we'll see in Saudi Arabia, hopefully, if he can get his act together.
That's a big shot.
Yeah, I was really impressed. The thing about the run last time was the way he was green as grass. It was running sort of in snatches, and then when he worked it out what to do, he kind of got going, then looked the winner, and then just got out sort of run by another rival who I thought was a really good horse, coming right around the outside, a big, strong, powerful type. So I was just impressed by the way this horse did it despite the defeat, and I think, like you said, Rory, this is an absolute humdinger of a race for him to fall into, because a lot of these look like they've got plenty to find rather than him.
Yeah, I mean, the top rated, I don't think we actually mentioned the top rated either yet. Wafi Along is rated at 55. So,
He was
there's
well beaten last time though, wasn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I'm saying is, this looks ripe for an above average type to win. Wafi Along, not completely disgraced in 2 starts here since switching from Taif. Made no real impact on Taif. He'd have been interesting in the not to 60 handicap.
Yes.
I thought. Sorry, no, I wouldn't have been because he's a 2-year-old. But he'd be more interesting in that kind of. I think he will win races at some stage, Wafi Along. But with rating of 55, it's unlikely to be a maiden. Although they've managed to find about the weakest one they could have. So who knows?
Yeah, it's strange being such a weak maiden and only having 11 runners. Do you think that's because Alabali has put off so many of them,
No,
or Tawi puts off some horses?
Possibly. I don't really think so.
It's good to see that Jose Martinez is in the chat, talking about how great the racing is, and great to have you here with us, Jose, and thank you very much for joining us and enjoying the racing like we're doing, and hopefully we can enjoy a good horse here. Are you saying it's a match between horse 8 and horse 1, or is there anything else that you think could get involved?
Well, anything there's either a debutant, obviously the Tawab, you've mentioned there. You've had a couple who've only had the 1 run, and as I said, never judge a horse purely on 1 run, especially when they're finishing mid-division on debut. It shows they've got a bit of ability, and it's easy enough to say, well, you've been beaten 20 lengths, but they can often improve an awful lot for that. So it's a weak race, and I wouldn't want to rule a couple of the lightly raced types out. Ishq Al-Maeli is also a debutant, but I didn't think his pedigree or his demeanour was particularly attractive. We're getting to see Alabali now.
Yeah, it's whether to see Camillo get on board and just having a good old think about it. Don't swing on him.
He looks like he might just. I wouldn't want to be too near his back end at this stage, and he is.
It's nothing worse at this moment than when that head is swinging around. I remember my time doing yearling prep. When these heads start swinging, it is a horrible place to be, because you know that you are the thing that head is going to collide with, and they are very, very solid.
Now the question is, how do you get a horse's head down in that situation? You always see the lad pulling on the horse's head and thinking, that's just making it worse, mate.
No, because what you do there is you just reattach, you're building up that connection with the mouth again. Yeah. So a lot of those horses, they'll be trying to run through the bit, so you're trying to get that connection back. Because my first thought was, when I was riding, when I was leading, sorry, not even riding, was why are we shanking on them? Why are we doing that? And it's because they just completely lose the feeling in the mouth, and they're not fighting you, they're fighting what's in their mouth, because they've got the chains and the bits on. So they're always thinking about
once they get the connection
once they get that
again,
feeling back, it tends to settle them down a little bit. We can just see Alabali here.
So you're not pulling the head, you're just trying to pull the bit.
No, you're trying to pull the bit. That's why you'll never see it being yanked. So because you never want to drag that head towards you. You just want to regain that connection with the mouth. Some horses take more than others. Some are completely mouth dead. And they are hideous to deal with. But this is Alabali in action. The horse that beats him here was well beaten in open company here last time out, but Alabali I thought ran well. The horse that came third ran in one of the really big 2-year-old races at Taif towards the end of the season, was well beaten then. So you're just hoping that this horse can show a little bit more than the 2 horses that finished either side of him.
Yeah, I mean the winner looked quite good that day, but also I don't know. Whether he looked like an open horse immediately, I'm not entirely sure, but he's won it nicely enough. The next 3 have finished in a little bit of a heat, so that's why I'm not really with you in the idea that Alabali might be one of the best horses we see. I think that's a little bit a little over the top.
I was just so taken by that debut, and had he won that debut, I'd have been waxing lyrical about him right now. But he was beaten, and I just think that he's so gorgeous. He reminds me of that. The nice filly that they've got that we mentioned earlier, Tabar Fail.
Yes.
Very much in a similar shape to Tabar Fail. I think quite racy, quite light, not quite as powerful as we've seen, and I think will relish this step up in trip. But again, I think
he's still not helping his jockey here. He wasn't helping his lads walking around, and Alabali just needs to give Camilo a chance.
Yeah, look at the difference between that and Taweeb, who we're just seeing just slowly come into shot here, who just looks completely and utterly like he's done it 100 times before.
Yeah, if anything, you'd expect that to be the other way around. But Tawab, still very, very calm, not sweating up. My only question with Tawab is whether he's absolutely ready for this.
I tell you what, we're getting lots of conversation in the chat here. Apparently, Jose Martinez won the King's Cup in 2001. So welcome aboard, Jose. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Joey Badabing, for letting us know that. That was in 2001, that King's Cup win. It's great to see everyone getting involved in the chat and watching the racing. I think we have stepped up massively here in Riyadh compared to what we had in Taif. And I think the quality is only continuing to rise.
Got to respect the players.
Got to respect the players. Absolutely indeed. And I think it'll be great to see people getting involved in the chat and watching this racing, and I think hopefully we'll see a nice one here. Would you be going against Alabali then after watching these prelims?
Again, I want him to give the impression that he's going to be responsive to Camilo in the race, and he's not yet doing that. He's still throwing his head around a little bit, maybe just beginning to settle down now at the back of our picture. Tawab, now are you happy that he's fit enough?
Oh yeah, the Red Stable first time tend to struggle. I think it's quite easy to see. I'd love to get some data on that. Actually say, rather than just saying our eye test says they tend to struggle, actually put some numbers behind.
They don't have this. They don't have the same first time percentage as the White Stable runners. And the White Stable, they do tend to be really ready to go, and obviously ready to go first time out. Tawab looks good, but I thought he looked big enough, and as if the run would actually do him good.
This YouTube chat's turned into a whole new leaf. Apparently, Joey Badabing is the son of Jose Martinez. We've got family gatherings happening on the chat, plenty of people. Apparently, Joey will be joining us in Riyadh sooner rather than later. He's got an opportunity with the Jcsa, which is fantastic to see. So hopefully, if Joey can get himself to Riyadh and be part of the wonderful racing scene we've got going here, come and say hello to us.
Say hello
and we will try and find him, absolutely.
Always happy to meet people. We're slightly harder to meet.
We're harder to find.
We're very easy to meet in time.
You just had to go upstairs and you'd find us. Just point at the cameras, that's where we were. But we'll make sure we'll be easy to find here in Riyadh as well. And it's great to see a real community building here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. As you can just see Wafi along getting the tack adjusted. But we'll get our selections in nice and quick here. I like horse number 8, Alabali, and I'm going to stick with him here. I just think hopefully we'll see a good performance here. Really settling in as we're getting around.
Yeah, he's now decided to calm down, and that's the big deal. I can still see him taking a tug in the race, but he couldn't have anyone better on his back than Camilo, who's very good at getting horses calm. I do like this horse as well, Tawab, but just looking at him, I think he will come on for the run a little bit. And the fact that he's been so calm, maybe it's because he hasn't been quite so wound up as Alabali, who's the form horse in the race, if you like.
So you sticking with Alabali?
I'm going to stick with Alabali. I wobbled for a while there, and I think Tawab might well be one to put in your notebooks, whatever he does here. But Alabali, if he consents to race, he should win.
So Rory and I go for Alabali. Quick shout from Greg Duke in the comments as well. The amount of talk about Jose Martinez here. He won the 2001 King's Cup aboard Early Warning. Now that was trained by Todd Pletcher for King Abdulaziz. So that was for the White Stable colours as well. So great to see so much Saudi heritage here in the YouTube chat. But we must get back to the course. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, halfway through loading for this local bred horses maiden for 2-year-olds. I think Alabali, of course, is the horse to beat here, so you're probably looking for what finishes second and third. I thought Wafi Along deserved to mention, is the highest rated of those three that do have a number next to their name, and has ran pretty consistently, although struggles to make the frame in big fields. Just the 11 here. Wafi Along was of interest for Khaled Al-Mamoni, who's had the one winner tonight. But there's Camilo Espina looking for the hat-trick on Alabali as Sahim Tawait comes in. Final duo also coming forward, involving Palance. A mile at the head of them. Stand by. And they're off. One of the slowest to get to stride was Palance, braking alertly and pushed along early on is Sahim Tawait to grab the lead, still being niggled at. Down the centre of the course, Estehala and Sak is also problem, and further out, deepest on the course, is Al Handawan, who probably has the overall advantage. So, completing their first furlong and a half, Al Handawan is in front for Mohammed Al Daham. Still being driven every other stride is Sahim Tawait in second position. Alabali now has clear sighting furthest from the running rail with the green cap, white body. probably now moves into second position, and back towards the rail is the Wab, being tracked through by Palance, who was one of the slowest away, has 3 behind, including the white cap of Asdal. Also towards the rear of the field is Galderan, and the back marker is Salam Allah as they turn down the side of the course. They completed their first 800 metres in 50 seconds and 14. Al Handawan in front. Now Camilo Ospina gets to work on Alabali in second. If anything, the margin is growing greater. Rounding the turn, the Wab now no better than third, then Sahim to wake. Looking to stay on from out of the pack is Wafi along, but can they catch this leader, which continues to be Al Handawan. Mohammed Al Daham in front by 4 lengths. Alabali needs to find another gear now. The Wab is no better than third, and then staying on is the black cap of Wafi along, but deep inside the last furlong, and this leader is not stopping here. Al Handawan is certainly not for catching today, and racing up towards the line, Al Handawan and Mohammed Al Daham will run out emphatic winners of race number 1. Al Handawan the winner. Alabali no better than second again today, and it was close for the minors, third, fourth and fifth. Al Handawan got in front and was not for catching tonight. Not from 2 before today. Has turned over a new leaf in his very, very young career. This is a good ride from Mohammed Al Daham, drawn out in 10, which, as we said in our previous race, should be no hindrance. 1:42.35 is the winning time. And Al Handawan just too good for Alabali, whose race was run at halfway, you feel. 6 3/4 lengths, the winning distance. Al Handawan has absolutely bolted in here. Alabali, second again, clear of Sahim to wake in third, who ran very, very green at times. Wafi along fourth, and Palance, after that slow start, came home in fifth. Al Handawan, the winner of race number 9.
You wouldn't know it by looking at him, but Mohammed Al Daham actually suffered quite a nasty wrist injury in a fall he had in work while riding at the end of the Taif season. He missed the back end of the Taif season, which he was really disappointed about. He missed out on quite a few winners, but he's back now with vengeance, and he's ridden Al Dawan to success here in our most recent contest. And Rory, he's dictated that from the front. He came out of stall 10, got the early lead, and has really just added another hole to the form of Alabali's debut, which is looking weaker and weaker by the minute.
It is, I'm afraid, and we were hoping that he'd be able to justify that, but he didn't behave himself particularly well pre-race. He calmed down enough before going in the stalls, but never racing on a particularly even keel through the contest, unlike the winner who got himself into a good position. He was well beaten behind Fulham the winner last time out. As we said beforehand, that was just a really good contest. In fairness, he was in front of Galderan, who was making his debut in that contest as well. That was his second start, and it's easy to be slightly disappointed by the fact that he didn't do any better. But that's just hammering home how good Fulham is.
Yes.
And indeed, the runner-up that day, Jcsa, who was a wide margin winner next time out. 1:42.35 or 53. Not a particularly good time. We had a 0-75 handicap last week, for example, that was run a fair bit quicker.
He had an easy time on the lead, though,
Easy
didn't
time,
he?
yeah. And again, there were lots of negatives about the others in behind the way this ran. Winner got a good ride, has shown a slightly improved form. What did he do? He did 1:45.87 when he was beaten last time out. So he stepped up a fair bit on that. It helped him, obviously, being in such a strong contest last time out. Just put an edge on him, and he's run better. But he's not. He's probably only running to a mark in the 60s here in winning, and the runner-up hasn't channeled his energy in the right direction, it has to be said, since that debut effort, and has questions to answer now, I'm afraid.
I'll be dropping back in trip with the runner-up for sure, back to 1,400 metres.
He wouldn't have won any trip tonight, would he?
No.
But he wasn't strong at the finish, so you might be right that's possibly the thing to do. And there's not much to talk about in this race, to be perfectly honest. You see.
This is the wrong race.
Yeah, we're seeing that.
I was looking, I was going,
first of all,
this is
there
an
are more
apprentice
runners
race.
in this. This is a replay of the apprentices race again, unfortunately. But yeah, there's not much to talk about.
It was interesting from the start.
This because we're joining it now.
Yeah, Alabali at the start jumped and missed the kick, banged himself on the side, but that's no excuse. He's always under pressure. He's always behind the bridle and wasn't closing the gap. Camillo switched him outside to try and get a good run at this and have a good shot, but the lead is not pulling away. He's just staying at the one pace, and everything behind is stopping, isn't it?
He looked like he needed the line, but absolutely nothing finishing in behind. He doesn't. He looks a bit like a rocking horse in second, doesn't he? He doesn't have a very smooth action, and he's clearly got plenty to learn. But I'm not sure he's going to learn an awful lot in the short term. Looking in behind them.
Sam Tawake ran a very steady race. He was all the way through, and he's so ungainly. He's one of the funniest looking horses you'll ever see. You just see him in shot here. He's got no knee action whatsoever. His head is double the size of everything else's, and he just sort of rolls at the one speed. There is no sort of second or third.
Yeah, well, they came past him at one stage, and he was going to drop out. But all he's done, he's just kept galloping at the same pace as he does.
Palance had the handicap written all over him. Now he's got that together in Riyadh. That's one for me that's maybe an eye catcher for lower quality races.
Yeah, that might be. If you're looking for positives to come out of the race, that might be one of them. But yeah, there's not an awful lot to be massively positive about here. Tawab showed up well enough and needed the run. Faded out of it late in the day.
That's no surprise.
Nice low-level camera angle there as they come past the post. That's quite pretty. You'll see Tawab's back in about 6th or 7th place, but he will improve an awful lot for that run. I wouldn't be ruling him out next time he runs in a maiden race. He looked too big, and the fact that he was so relaxed suggests that he's a lazy type at home as well.
Yeah, that was the day at school, wasn't it? He just took it all into his stride, and I'm sure when he's revved up properly, he could be much more dangerous. In behind, you saw a few others that ran interesting races.
Wafia Long ran okay.
Wafia Long, we know Wafia Long's ceiling is so low, isn't it? It's just, that's the concerning thing to me, is that Alabali is the type of horse that, when I look at him, he looks everything like he's going to get better at 3, but you'd want to see some level of improvement at 2 from run to run. And this is a horse, the horse that's beaten him here, it's hard to see this horse being anything rated above 70, isn't it? It's almost impossible to see this.
Even that's probably on the high side, to be perfectly honest.
Because he was well beaten last 2 starts.
He was, but he ran into good horses last time out. I mean, the front 2 are very good horses, Fulham and Jcsa. If you take them out of that, they make up part 13 of the lengths that he was beaten last time out. That looks like a better run. Obviously, this is an improvement on that, but the fact that he was in such a strong race last time out, that's often a help for horses, even though they're just finishing mid-division there. It just helps their development a little bit. He's in no rush to come across to the rail. He's shown a bit of speed out wide, and then nothing else in the race really has the speed after the first furlong where they sort themselves out. So it's easy for him to get himself to the front on Al-Han Dewan, and he doesn't have to exert much energy to get a really good position coming into the bend. You'll see him gradually coming across now, getting into third, into second. Alabali was well positioned throughout, but he's a bit wooden, I would say.
I think he's a bit weak.
Yeah.
That would be my point. I think he's a bit weak and babyish still.
But the question is,
I'm still going to have faith. Certainly still going to have faith in him.
I was going to say, you get horses like him. You see them first time, and you go, "Oh, look at this! Is just going to do so much better with time," because he's kind of the wrong shape, and he's unfurnished. He looks like a big plank, and you think, once that's grown into his frame, he'd be all right. The question is whether the frame is going to be the right shape, and I'm not entirely sure with him whether it is. He gives the impression that his back end and his front end aren't quite working together at the moment. It may well be that it all clicks together at some stage, but with some horses like that, you hope that they're going to come together and everything's going to move in harmony eventually. Sometimes they always end up that shape.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes they're just ungainly, aren't they? And I think, but I'm gonna maintain the faith. He's still the one I like in this one. Palance is the one I'm taking out of this race for the old Saudi notebook. That one in handicap company next year is gonna get a really nice low rating. It's gonna rock up in a 0 to 60, especially here at Riyadh, and will be very, very dangerous. So I think Palance, for me, especially now he's got his act together, is certainly one to keep an eye on. Great to see fellow jockeys praising each other. Jose Martinez says, congratulations, Mohammed, a great ride, which is great to see, because often you see jockeys trying to slag each other off, so it's nice.
Well, not here, the one thing that's really impressed me here quite a lot is the fact you speak to a jockey who's won a race, and they all tend to be. They talk about the we do get this at home as well, talk about the brotherhood of the wing.
Yes, yeah.
But you sometimes feel that that's a little bit of an omerta thing at home, a bit of a Cosa Nostra thing.
I'm not going to let you get on this soapbox again. I'm watching you, and I'm watching you steady climb aboard the jockey room.
You've got to stand up for your fellow jockeys, but they may not be your friends. You do get the impression here that no one's ever saying that through gritted teeth.
No, not at all.
There's a genuine love and a genuine empathy in the weighing room for each other here, and that comes across. Everyone seems to be more than happy to see their fellow jockeys, especially those connected to the same yard, winning races rather than thinking, I could have been on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you can already see behind us that the horses are in the parade ring, so it's time to go to Mark Francis for race number 10.
And the second of our two Arabian contests, this being a maiden for 4-year-olds and upwards. Over the mile again, Naham heads them. Number 1, Iyad Al Tarizi, 0 from 3, was second last time out, in front of Rizq Ala Al Khaladir. Well, we see that form reversed today. Not Farhed Al Faredi, it's Adel Al Faredi now who rides the 2. Hazem Al Khaladir, the debutant, Abdullah Al Lawfi. Amir Al Shadam is the 4 for Ali Al Matib. Hafid Al Khaladir for Khalid Al Mamoni. 6, Shabri Al Hizam for Abdullah Al Rashid. Shrab Al Wadi is the 7 for Turkey Al Lofi. 8 is Jaume de Violetes for Abdullah Al Kridis. And Rasikat Al Khaladir completes the field of 9 for Abdullah Al Saidi. So, Callum, I'm pretty sure I can guess which one you're on here. Rizq Al Khaladir, I'm guessing?
Oh, Mark Francis, you couldn't be more right. Rizq Al Khaladir would be my best selection of the day. I am utterly convinced that had this horse had broken with the rest of the field and not given them a 15-length lead last time out, he would have won cosily. He didn't. He broke terribly, gave them a massive lead and was unable to claw it back. But the way he galloped out past the line, the way he made progress down the straight was all what I wanted to see. So Naham, who is horse number 1, finished ahead of him last time, but I can see Rizq Al Khaladir turning that form around. Rory, do you agree with me or not?
Yeah, I do. I mean, Naham also finished pretty well when second to Faza Al Kusaya in that question. This has been the last time out. But Rizq Al Khaladir came from further back after that poor break, and I thought was doing sterling late work. So yes, I would expect him to turn the tables. I like the way he shaped when he belatedly got going. I think he learned an awful lot from that one.
Here's a debutant, Hazem Al Khaladir.
Yeah, making his debut here at the age of 6. I can't help but think he must have been seen somewhere else before, but I don't know, unfortunately.
Amir Al Sidam is horse number 4, has had the 4 starts in Saudi.
Yeah, and was 8th in that race behind Faza Al Kusaya last time out. So given that he's got the experience and was well beaten there, it's hard to see him getting involved in the finish.
Hafid Al-Khalidiri, the 7-year-old, apparently making debut. That's hard to imagine.
Another one with the Al-Khalidiri background making his debut in Saudi Arabia, but surely has run before. It hasn't won. That's the one thing we know about those two.
Sabri Al-Hazam looks gorgeous in the parade ring.
Yeah, but hasn't shown an awful lot in 2 starts to be of significant interest here. You could say that about the winner of the last race, though, couldn't you?
Srab Al-Wadi is horse number 7.
Was beaten 20 1/4 lengths from 5th of 19 behind Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah on his debut last December, coming back from a lengthy layoff. Beaten a fair way that day, but still beat the vast majority of the field, so could improve on that, and has a rating of 74, which makes him look very competitive.
And finally, the last 2, Jalma Di Vialet and Rasekat Al-Khalidiyah are our last 2, 8 and 9.
Yeah, Jalmal de Vialet, not disgraced in a not to 75 handicap 2 starts back. Could do better after a break last time, but was last of 8 on her return, which does ask questions. Rasekat Al-Khalidiyah was absent over 2 years before her return to action when beaten 21 3/4 lengths. Again, finishing last of 8 over this course and distance. So both of those, although they clearly have ability, have something to prove on the back of poor runs following absences.
Great to hear from Joey Martinez in the comments of 100%. At the end of the day, we're all family of jockeys in the weighing room. We all want to do it and we all want to be successful. So that's great to hear from someone who's part of that weighing room and being a big part of what goes on in racing here in Saudi Arabia. So thank you, Joey, for getting involved, and thank you for watching, and everybody else at home for watching the YouTube coverage of the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast. Remember, we are live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. There is a man who will be responsible for Rizk Al-Khalidiyah, and he will be hoping that Rizk Al-Khalidiyah can step forward from his debut performance. Rory, when you see a horse run such a poor opening on debut, do you hope or expect the horse to do better on second start?
I'd expect it to do better unless... No, I can't think of a scenario where I would think that will definitely do that again. But sometimes you see horses who for whatever reason, stand still or try to anticipate the start and miss it and then aren't sure what to do. The one thing that suggests a horse might do it again, you get horses who have who are disinclined to be in the stalls, who don't like the feel of cold metal, and you can almost see that they try to creep past the metallic element of the stalls when they come out, and they will always do that. You often see those horses with a Monty Roberts blanket in the stalls in the UK, for example. And when they get that scenario, they do tend to just be careful themselves coming out, so they're not going to throw themselves forward. But most horses, if it's just a slow start in debut, 100% of the time, put it down to inexperience. And then when you see it happen two more times, then you start thinking, okay, well, this is a horse to note, always slowly away. But most debutants will be slowly away on debut. You get certain yards who tend to train their horses very well to jump from the stalls, but generally speaking, you'd expect them to show their inexperience right at the start of the race. And they're going to come on from that experience. Have you ever seen Monty Roberts live in action? I have, but not live. I've seen him on TV, but not for quite a while. I used to watch his videos on YouTube religiously. We used to have to watch his loading videos for ways where we can load mares and foals. My wife's not a big fan.
Do you not a big fan of Monty Roberts? It's like the fellow with the dogs, isn't it? Who's the Mexican guy?
Cesar.
Yeah, is it Cesar Ruiz? I could be getting that totally wrong.
No, Cesar Ruiz.
But he does
Cesar Millan?
Could be. If I could be here, I can always remember that a friend of mine who was really big into her dogs, she was She was his biggest enemy I've ever seen. She couldn't stand him. Couldn't stand him. She would say
I thought he looked really impressive, but you get people who with the experience to go, I don't like it.
I was very impressed. I was very, very impressed.
Same with him, for whatever reason. My wife's very much old school in terms of breaking horses in and stuff like that. There, and whereas
she never managed to break you into driving a car, though, did she?
No, but she'd be better with 2-year-olds than she would with 45-year-olds. So there you go. You have to teach them early. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. You were already well beaten there, weren't you? Rizk Al-Khalidiyah, we just saw a shot, and Naham as well. We can see his shot here making the way down to the start. Now, obviously, if you just look at the form angles, Naham finished second, while Rizk Al-Khalidiyah finished fourth when the pair last met. But the story is all about what happened at the start.
Yeah, and again, we expect to get a different sort of start here. The pair of them are drawn next to each other as well. Both of them came from off the pace. And here we go, we're getting the replay. Now you'll see that Naham is running between horses as he sets off in pursuit of Faza Al-Qazaya, and coming very wide and very late is Rizq Al-Khalidiyya. Now, in fairness, I said this, you said this would have won if he broke on terms. I didn't agree with that. I said, actually, he's not really making that much ground in the last 300 metres.
Watch the way they come past the line, and he just keeps going. And if we get, I don't know whether we'll get the close view of the jockey. If we don't, but he comes flashing by, and I just thought he galloped out really nicely. For
I'm with him here, but what I'm going to say is, if you actually look at the ground that he's making in the last 300 metres on those on the inside, it's actually not significant. He's made his effort probably before that, but I think he will improve all round. I think he just looked like he was having his first day at school, to use the most overused cliche, and he will look a different horse this time around.
And remember, we've got Adel Al-Faredi on board instead of Fahad Al-Faredi, so that's a jockey change, which is very important to note. And Adel will be looking for a treble.
Yes, absolutely. He's obviously, it's difficult to close the gap on Camilo, but he's ridden 2 winners. Did that? So Camilo.
Yeah, that was the problem. So, Camilo also rode 2 winners.
When you do have a really good day and you think you're making headway in the jockey's table, it's always slightly depressing to see that the guy in front also getting those winners. But it's great to see.
Do you want to hear some more news about jockeys?
Go on ahead.
Bill Mott, remember trainer Bill Mott?
Yeah.
Now, Bill Mott has had the privilege of having Joey R. Martinez ride out for him, because Joey Martinez, in our chat, who is the son of Jose Martinez, has been very active in the track. He's a jockey in New York, so he's New York Racing Association, which means he's riding, and I think will be Belmont at the Big A when that is doing its thing, and then at Aqueduct now, as they've moved into the Aqueduct part of the season. But hopefully they'll get Belmont back up and running again.
Belmont of the Big A is Aqueduct for the rest of us. Have you been? I've been to Belmont. I haven't been to Aqueduct.
I've never been to either of them, so I can't say I've been to either of them.
They're not. When it comes to sort of luxury, the New York racegoers don't really go for luxury. They go for utility.
Am I right in thinking it's incredibly cheap to get in?
I'd have thought so, yeah. I mean, I went to the British Cup at Belmont, so that's not the best example. But it's a massive. It feels a little bit like an airport car park.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a big old concrete building. The track is really good, but there's loads of space there. And obviously the racing was top quality because it was British Cup when I was there. But it doesn't feel like you're heading into luxury when you go in there. You get on the train and you head out there, and you actually go in through some quite poor areas of New York before you get there. It's in Elmont.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it's a little bit of you're sort of wondering when you're halfway there where exactly you're going to end up.
That's what I feel when I went out to the Curragh.
The only thing I wanted to do when I was in New York was go to an off-track betting shop as well, just to see what the atmosphere was like compared to what it's like in the UK. So that was, I only spent about half an hour.
Is it like that scene from Seinfeld?
It was a little bit. What is mudder is a mudder?
Mother in the mudder. The mudder.
I do. That is a very good scene.
Yes, I imagine very much a dark.
And they got the bug boy on.
Room.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, exciting stuff nonetheless. But yes, great to hear Joey and Jose both in the chat, the father and son combination, both jockeys. Great to see you guys being involved. And it'd be lovely to see you out here as well in Saudi Arabia. And yes, Joey rides some of the Godolphin horses for Belmont, which is fantastic to see. So clearly a very talented rider over across the Atlantic. But to more pressing concerns, we've got a very talented rider aboard Rizq Al-Khalidiyya. I imagine you're with him, or are you looking at?
I am with him, but I'm going to also point out that he wouldn't have won last time, even if he had broken on terms.
You know, he had to make up 15 lengths.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and the other horse had got a big old uncontested lead.
I know.
If he had broken easily.
But that's the whole thing. He wasn't ready enough to do that in the first place.
And a couple of theirs
if that had happened, he would have been a different horse.
Yeah.
But he will be a different horse today. That's the idea. That's what I said at the time. So I do expect him to improve past Naham. But you know, we don't want to do Naham a disservice. He ran a decent race last time out, and I think he will do again. Rizq Al-Khalidiyya has to improve a little bit to get past him, but I think he will do it.
Well, they're already beginning to load, so myself and Rory are going for Rizq Al-Khalidiyya, and we'll leave it to Mark Francis for the call.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, Arabian horses arriving at the 1 mile start. Just having trouble with Naham, I think, in the background there. But 9 runners, 4 Al Khaladirs. Surely we can't have a 1, 2, 3, 4, can we? Working on Rizq Al Khaladir. The one that's way out of shot is Naham. Who's certainly taking his time and making the rest of the field wait here. But Rizq Al Khaladir for me. Didn't see the start in the VT a few moments ago, but I think for the guys to argue between whether he would have won that day or not. Lined up, and they're off. Racing away then for our second of 2 Arabian contests. This is a maiden for 4-year-olds. And there's plenty looking to grab a slice of the early action. Now, wandering off a true line is Hazem Al Khaladir. Although he came out of gate 3, is sort of lined up on the outside now. To the inner is Rizq Al Khaladir with the inverted V, and between that pair is Amir Al Shidam. Also up at the pace is Hafid Al Khaladir to make a line of 4. Back towards the running rail is Naham. Further out on the running rail, or the racecourse rather, is Shrab Al Wadi, who just had to check between rivals. And also deep on the course is Shrib Al Hizam. The back duo are Jaume de Violetes and Rasikat Al Khaladir towards the tail. Turning down the side of the course then, and in front is Rizq Al Khaladir showing the way, and has company with a very similar jacket of Hafid Al Khaladir. Commentator's dream, this same colours rounding the turn. Back in third position is Shrab Al Wadi. Towards the running rail is Naham. And then beating a retreat is Amir Al Shidam. The back four are totally detached. It's going to be an Al Khaladir 1-2 surely. But in which order? Rounding the turn and shredding up for home. Then it's Rizq Al Khaladir, chased by Hafid Al Khaladir. Shrab Al Wadi, though, is going to make it interesting. Down the centre of the course, launching a bid. It's between these three with 200 metres left to travel. The far side, Rizq Al Khaladir. Towards the far outside, Shrab Al Wadi. Between that pair, Hafid Al Khaladir with 150 metres left to go. Shrab Al Wadi for Turkey Alofi, just gaining the upper hand. Responding though is Hafid Al Khaladir and Rizq Al Khaladir, but racing up towards the line, it's Shrab Al Wadi to upset the Al Khaladir pair. Hafid Al Khaladir and Rizq Al Khaladir cross the line together, but Shrab Al Wadi will take first prize honours. Turkey Alofi drawn in 7, allowed the front two to press on, and he picked up the pieces late on. Second start, first victory for this 4-year-old. Decent ride down the centre of the dirt course. Hafid Al Khaladir had nothing more left to give. Neither two did Rizq Al Khaladir, denying Adel Al Faradi the treble. Shrab Al Wadi, in a time of 1:51.48, has fended off the Al Khaladir duo of Hafid Al Khaladir, 3/4 of a length between the pair. Rizq Al Khaladir a further length down in third, and they were some way on from Naham back in fourth. Shrab Al Wadi then upsets the Al Khaladir duo and wins race number 10.
Congratulations, Turkey. Well done. he's going to literally. I know Turkey speaks a little bit of English, but he's done a runner there because he's seen the camera. But what can you say about that ride? He set it up perfectly. We mentioned earlier he's one of the really talented young jockeys in the weighing room, and his ride there just shows that talent, where he's just allowed to sit and wait for the two Al Khalidiyah horses to really fade in front of him and do the business. Now we know Rory is in the studio, so he can take us through a proper rerun of the race. But Rory, Turkey Alofi, certainly a jockey to keep an eye on, and we will get an English interview out of him sometime.
Yes, we know that Turkey is capable, but obviously took one look at Callum and made a run for it here. Always dangerous when you assume the race is going to boil down to a couple, especially when you're looking at ratings in the low 60s. Again, you had a big battle here between two. Hafid Al Khalidiyah proved a thorn in the side of Rizqala Al Khalidiyah from the start. The pair of them are running in very similar colours, although different ownership, both wearing blinkers. And they set things up for Shrab Al Wadi, who actually was the highest rated horse in the race, got a rating of 74 for finishing 5th of 19 behind Hatamat Al Khalidiyah last December. This was his first run in quite a long time, but he'd shown a fair degree of ability, despite the fact that he was beaten 20 lengths in that race. It was a warm enough contest, and he's come back from that absence fully fit and benefiting from the fact that two of his rivals were going hard in front of him. We're going to see the whole race again here. Nothing absolutely determined to get to the lead. The winner's broken well enough, but is happy to settle off them as others have gone to the front. And you see that having broken not brilliantly, Rizqala Al Khalidiyah is pushed through on the inside to get the lead. Naham, who was in front of him last time out, never really on the bridle, immediately behind him on the rail, the other grey with the white cap, but he's actually getting a bit of a nudge along at that stage and never really seemed happy behind the pace. At this stage, Hafid Al Khalidiyah has moved up to join Rizqala Al Khalidiyah in front, and that pair essentially settled down to have a battle from this stage until about 200 metres out. The eventual winner just hanging off the bend a little bit in a dispute of third there, but his rider Turkey Alofi manages to get him balanced, doesn't rush him at this stage, just tries to keep him coming round the bend in a more balanced formation. He now looks a little bit happier now. He's about 3 or 4 lengths off the leaders, but Turkey again not in a massive rush to press the button here, knowing that the first two are getting after each other, and he just wants to keep them in his sights. Doesn't want to let them get more than 2 or 3 lengths clear of him. And now, as they actually straighten up for home, he peels wide and lets his horse come after them. And Shrab Al Wadi picks up nicely in the closing stages. He doesn't have to quicken massively to get the better of these two, who softened each other up in a battle. And Shrab Al Wadi clearly none the worse for his quite lengthy layoff since that Saudi Arabian debut last December. Has come through to win nicely enough. He's got a rating of 74. Whether he's had to run to that to win is open to debate. The runner-up, impossible to weigh up as a debutant. The third had finished behind a 65 rated horse last time out, but has clearly come forward for that. So I think you'd start with an assumption, given how far clear they've pulled, that Shrab Al Wadi has run at least to his rating in victory here. And it's nice to see him run pretty straight. He did hang out in the bend, but when he's asked for his effort, he's run straight to the line, and he's not thrown his head around or done anything awkward, no tail flashing or anything like that. And he looks a horse who should win more races as long as they don't pitch him too high too quickly.
Yeah, I totally agree with you with that. I thought he looked great in the parade ring. We gave him a good mention when we saw him in the parade ring, but I must admit I was nowhere near his selection in this contest. But you could just see, if you get racing a long way out from Riyadh, you are always in danger of being swept up by something in behind. And The eventual winner was just that, just sort of sat in behind, let them fight it out and fall into their laps.
Yeah, and we've seen this a couple of times today. You don't want to be giving them too much rope in front. Because again, you've got to allow the horse you're riding to see the target and to have confidence that they can pull them in. And sometimes if you're too far behind, even if they do stop in front, you've got to bridge that gap, and that's the difficult thing. Whenever the gap is only 2 or 3 lengths, that gives the horse confidence that he can, with a little burst of speed, he can get alongside, and then as the others tire, you get to the front, and he's been given a very good ride here by a fine jockey who is in the shadow of a few others here, but Turkey Luffy more than capable of getting the job done, and a young rider with his future ahead of him.
Yeah, we gave him plenty of pop on the apprentice race, saying he's certainly one of the apprentices to follow him. Sultan Al-Mamoni and others are certainly ones to keep on the right side of. One to stay away from will be Risk Al-Kaladir. I won't be going back to that well again. Clearly a horse that takes a while to come out the gates and get his act together. Had to be rushed up by Adel Al-Faredi, who you can understand has done that, ride him like the best horse in the race, and then just fallen into the lap of the runner and our eventual winner. But hasn't even managed to get second, as that was taken up by Hafid Al-Kaladir. He managed to take second as well on what looks to be definitely Saudi debut.
He's a 7-year-old, so surely he must have been doing something
somewhere else.
But no wins anywhere else. And indeed, I was asking that question about Sarab Al-Wadi as well, because he's got a rating of 74 and he's only had the one run here, and I'm thinking, well, you don't get a rating off the back of one run.
Yes, I imagine he's got some overseas form to the name. He looks lovely as well. He's a good-looking individual.
Yeah, again, not your typical Arabian. He's not the tallest, but he's quite lengthy.
Yes. Yeah, and he's got a very, very thoroughbred face to him. You just see him there. He looks very, very racy there, and he looks very good in the finish. And Turkey Luffy is a jockey to keep on the right side of. Was doing the business in Taif, and he's continued doing it here in Riyadh, and certainly someone to keep on the right side of. And maybe by the end of the season we'll get a sneaky interview with him in English as well, because he'll certainly be a jockey to keep an eye on as we move swiftly on to race 11, our penultimate contest already, Rory.
I know,
we have fairly rattled through them today, haven't we? And this is a nice race for local bred fillies. It's the maiden contest. We go over 1,800 metres, which is the distance for the Saudi Cup, and Mark Francis will take us through the runners and riders.
Ah, you've taken my line, Callum. I couldn't think of many other 9-furlong races, bar the Saudi Cup itself. But yes, this is a local bred fillies maiden, very much at the other end of the spectrum. But we have got 2 pilots looking for that hat-trick, and can they get it here? Number 1, Ovila for Adel Al-Faredi, looking for the 3-timer. Wad Rafa is a debutant for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, and Camilo Espina looking for the hat-trick. Winner number 71 of the season, Iffy Guys, and Mirat Al-Safwa to victory here. Number 4 is Waj Al-Shans for Naif Al-Anazi. 5 is the interesting one for me, Busmat for Mohammed Al-Daham. Alamira Noura is another debutant for Jose Rodriguez. And the third of 3 first-time starters is Mona Bihar for Hamza Saad. Zainat Latam completes that caption. Now with the jockey change, Thurb Al-Tim Yap rides the 8. 2 more, Balea is the 9, Khaled Al-Mimoni. And Yala Yessi Kair is the 10 runner to complete this field. For our penultimate contest over the 9 furlongs, it's back to the 2 in the studio.
Thank you very much, Mike. You can just see what the rain has done to the parade ring. I'm just out there trying to get that interview with Turkey. It's lovely out there. It's nice, warm, that sort of humidity sort of feel. It does feel very nice out there too. It's my favourite kind of weather. And here is a Villa, who could be a lot of people at home's favourite type of horse here. Comes here off a rating of 71. Ran recently, finished 10th. Looks to be the class act.
Yeah, the only question with Avila for me is that she's trying a new trip now. She's in a pretty weak contest. She's got a rating of 71, as you said, and although she's only 10th on her return to action, that was in a much stronger race in a 1-mile open. Steps up a furlong and trip here, but this is much easier than her last task, and she is one of the more obvious ones here.
One who's got very warm is Waj Al-Sams, who is horse number 4 on your race card. Is really over racing.
Yeah, already having his 3rd run of the season here in Riyadh, hasn't shown much in the other 2.
Here's Busmat looking to end a long losing run. This is start 26, looking for her first win.
Yeah, but she did run very well last time out. Clearly hard to win with Busmat, but ran her best race for ages when beaten 3/4 of a length into second. Over a mile last time out. She stays 2,000 metres well, so the step up and trip should suit her.
Mombeya is the horse in shot here, horse number 7. Good looking individual, hard to weigh up the form being debut.
Yeah, does look quite well, but is not badly bred. Her dam was a lightly raced maiden. She's a half-sister to winners Alakfa and Satya, and I thought she needed a paddock look, and I thought she came across quite well.
Here's another gorgeous paddock individual. Balea, horse number 9.
Didn't show much on debut, but did improve when 9 3/4 lengths, 6th of 17 in a 7 furlong maiden at Taif in August. Steps up and trip here. That's not guaranteed to suit on pedigree, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see more from Balea here.
One who's not quite as beautiful mover as some of the others we've seen is Yala AC Care, who is horse number 10. Rory, what do you make of this one? 10 start maiden.
10 start maiden. Hannah's looked very moderate in amongst that, so not easy to fancy here.
Yeah, Mumbai is a nice looking individual there on debut, isn't she? Certainly not too many negatives there, but I am very keen on Balea if I was to look away from Ovilla or Busmat, who I think are the top 2 that most people will be keen on.
Yeah, I think Busmat's, rated 56. She's a 25 race maiden. I think she's probably going to run well, but surely something's got to be better
that's the
in a race
idea.
like this.
Something should be better than the 56
well, there are
that
two,
she is.
Well, we missed another of the newcomers there, Alamira Nora. She is a debutante by Miss You Bonds, UK sire, half sister to local winners Ban Sharkey and Sajat Bal. The dam was a winner once from 8 starts in the US, so that's a nice enough pedigree as well. I wouldn't mind seeing her in the flesh to get an idea of what to expect of her.
Ward Rafa is another debutant here. Horse number 2 comes out of 2.
Not quite as eye-catching a pedigree, a daughter of Connemara. She is the first foal of a lightly raced maiden. Not that many positives to take, but again, you want to see what she looks like in the pre-race parade.
Just having a look at Busmat going down to post. She's very likeable, isn't she? She's danced every dance there is, and she's still looking for that first win, but she ran a really eye-catching race here where the first 2 stayed that way for the whole race.
Yeah, I mean, she had fitness on her side. She was kept very busy in Taif. She ran at meeting 45, meeting 50, meeting 53, and then came here and ran right up to her best recent form in finishing second. Yeah, she does nothing wrong here. They're beginning to close up behind, and there's not an awful lot between the entire field at the finish, so it's not form to go absolutely mad about. But she comes here in form, and she will run her race. You'd like to think she wouldn't be good enough to win a maiden off the form that she's shown so far.
But look who's in the saddle.
well, yeah, listen.
Hamid Al-Daham can ride,
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely.
a big opportunity for him. I think he'd be looking to get a double on the day too.
Indeed. It just, as I said, she comes here in form, but her rating of 56 tells you a story, and it's not, I'm not against. I don't want to not see her win, but if she does win this race, then it's an indictment. It's an indictment of the others, really, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm very keen on Balea. You can just see in shot there, just making her way down to post. She's a gorgeous-looking individual, and hopefully she can improve from that 6th place in Taif. Interesting to see a horse that showed an improvement from debut in Taif and then wasn't seen again. So you either think something's gone wrong, or they thought, oh, we've got a good one here, we're going to favour to Riyadh.
Maybe, although you thought, that would be
6 and a 4-year-old maiden.
Quite a degree of confidence to
find,
think that finishing 6th makes you think that you're too good for Taif. But she does look good. She's got a good sort of UK type pedigree out of by Sleeping Indian. That's a sort of a 7 furlong mile pedigree. We don't know whether Balea will stay this trip, but she certainly looks okay.
Another one we don't know will stay the trip is Ovilla, the 71 rated class angle of this race. She's got plenty of early speed, so she'll be able to be up there early, but whether she can stay there.
Yeah, and the fact that she's up against weaker opposition and a couple of newcomers means that it looks a good opportunity for her. But she does. You do need to stay here. She'll be fine for a mile. It's just a case of whether the extra furlong bothers her. But she is an obvious one on paper. 10th on a return, as we said, which doesn't look particularly good. But that was an open company, and this is a much weaker race.
And the idea that she might just have enough class to get away from them and just be too far clear in the straight, even if she does fall in a hole, she might not be able to be caught.
What you want to do, you want to have her revving slightly under.
Yeah.
Not going at that top speed, but still being able to build up a bit of a lead on the others, and then trying to cruise through the race without using too much petrol.
It'd be surprising to see her not make the running here, I think, despite the fact she's got stamina concerns.
Well, yeah, and it's not a massive stamina. She's up 1 furlong and trip from what she's done before. But you know, if you're looking to say this horse, you know, should be no problem at all, you want to have no question marks, and that is one slight question mark.
The other element is Busmat will probably be up there with the pace too, so it might be quite a strongly run race. She looks like on rating, she's the one that can try and challenge Ovilla, but she's got a lot to find, and they're going off level weights here. It seems like she's really going to struggle here.
Well, the question is whether Ovilla's running to her mark at the moment. I don't, you know, she didn't strictly on her return. Busmat ran at least to her rating last time out. So. And we saw earlier on, we saw in the first Arabian Maiden, the front two rated 182, and they ended up looking like they were very, very closely matched through it. So if these horses are you know, regularly running to the marks, that'd be a big question mark for me. But in a maiden race where a horse is coming from a slightly disappointing run, I think the gap in the ratings is less of a concern.
They've already started circling down at the start. So just see a couple getting the tack adjusted, including Wad Rafa, horse number 2 getting the tack adjusted, and as well horse number 6, Almira Noura.
Yeah, I want to have a good look at her if I can.
So when you're going to have a look at, we're going to have a wait to see that one, because I think, oh no, she is back in the circle now, so hopefully she will come around towards us now. Almira Noura will be in those polka dot colours, and just when you want to see the horse, you lose the horse.
Well, there's a lady.
So still waiting to see Almira Noura. So we'll just hold on before we chuck over to Mark. We'll just hold on and wait to see this horse, because I know this will be important to your selection, won't it?
Yeah, well, I'm inclined to go for one of the newcomers here, because you know.
Staying away from Ovilla. So both of us staying away from Ovilla.
Yes, and we may end up regretting that. But I thought when you get a race that looks this weak on paper, then interesting newcomers who are related to winners are always interesting.
Well, they're loading up, so I'm going to say Balea for me.
Then I am going to go for Mona Bea. She's one of the newcomers I've seen. I thought she looks absolutely fine.
Okay, so it's horse number 7 for Rory and horse number 9 for me, as we hand over to Mark Francis.
Thank you, gents. Yes, penultimate race here. Race number 11. 10 runners, 9 furlongs. Yala Esikayir comes in. Final trio of Balea, Waj Al-Shams, and also Almira Noura. We have 3 debutants in here. This is 2, 6 and 7 in their racecourse debut. This contest confined to 4-year-olds. So 1 or 2 latecomers. Speaking of jockeys, Ado Al-Faradi looking for the hat-trick aboard Ovilla. Milo Espina aboard the 3. Mohammed Al-Daham, whose enterprising ride earlier on, will be matched here with a double. Waj Al-Shams will be the last with the luminous green socks. 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres, set to go. And they're off and racing. Decent break from the stalls. Being chased early is Yala Esikayir to take a prominent position as they go through their first furlong. In the centre, the red sleeves then of Zainat Latam is one of the first to show, being joined by Yala Esikayir, who continues to run wide on the course, and back towards the inner is the yellow sleeves, orange sleeves of Ovilla. This is the leading trio. Also up with the pace is the white sleeves in the centre of Wad Rafa. Over on the far side is Balea. Deepest on the course is the spotted jacket of Almira Noura. The back couple include Mona Bihar and Waj Al-Shams, but they're tightly grouped as they go midway down the back straight. And towards the inside, the red sleeves of Zainat Latam still holds the narrowest of margins. So in second position, Yala Esikayir, who's much closer to the running rail now. Balea is now being pushed along for the first time. Just being smothered is Busmat, and back towards the inside running rail is Ovilla as they are round the turn. 1 or 2 that are yet to get a mention. Amirat Al-Safwa is about in 6th position at the moment. Mon Bihar has made up a bit of ground, and so too wide on the course is Almira Noura. At the back of the field remains Wad Rafa as they come into the straight. And with 400 metres left to go, Yala Esikayir goes for home, in front by about half a length. Chased by Zainat Latam, who has not given up. Flying home from out of the pack is Amirat Al Safwa, just overtaking Ovilla as the leader goes inside the last 200 metres with a 3-length cushion. Great to the good now with Yala Esikayir. The gap is closing. Orange sleeves of Amirat Al Safwa begins to draw alongside and will get up and score here. Amirat Al Safwa, the winner of race number 11. Yala Esikayir didn't really put a foot wrong, but was caught in the closing stages, and the judge will need to split third, fourth and fifth. Amirat Al Safwa, 0 from 18 before today, springs up a bit of a surprise on Yala Esikayir, who got across from stall 10 and has run out a nice race here, but has just been caught in the closing stages below the average time of 1:56.94. 3/4 of a length is the winning distance between Amirat Al Safwa and Yala Esikayir. Ovilla, well, she had every chance for Adel Al Faradi, 2 1/4 lengths further back in third position. Busmat, the same story for the 5 there, and Waj Al Shams was best of the rest in 5th. But the winner of race number 11 is Amirat Al Safwa, and as you can see, a very, very happy Camilo Ospina. A hat-trick for Camilo in race number 11.
Thank you very much, Salman. Thank you to Awas for giving me the chance to ride his filly. And he told me his last filly, she's good, she's doing good. You just try to come close to the pace. And thanks God she brought very good, and I put in very good position. When I asked her in the last 600 meters, she's coming step by step. When she feels clear, she coming very good. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much.
Do you hear it, Morgan? No, you see it? I don't know.
Camilo Ospina in our Woodlands enclosure. Thumbs up for the hat-trick as this man has secured his 3rd winner today aboard Amirat Al Swafa, who is a very interesting rider of our penultimate contest of the day. Not the strongest race we'll ever see, however, he's done well to win. He's come from off the pace as well, so we'll get a good quick word with him as well once he weighs in, and we'll find out all about that ride aboard our winning horse today. Everything seems okay, nods all round. Camilo, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Hat-trick secured, 3 wins today, good day at the office.
Yeah, thanks God, thanks God to the people who support me, and thanks God for everything, when you have very good horses, you can do everything very easy, and that feeling is good feeling, for that race, she was very good, the trainer, he told me, Camilo, try to come close to the pace. Thanks God she put him in very good position, and when I asked her in the last 400 meters, she responded very good.
This track is so different to Taif, where you can come from off the pace and still win, and we've seen plenty of that today, and you've just shown it in this race here.
Yeah, no, it's too different, because here we are and the tie is more high, he was summertime, the horses, you move in early, the horses stop in the last meter and the track is a little bit heavy. And here in Riyadh is different, it's different, the horses he can close and when I ask him, the horses he has a sprinter in the last meter, yeah, it's more different here.
Now, in one of the previous races, you rode Alabali for the White Stable. That horse finished second. What did you make of that performance?
Now, my horse he was very good for that race, but he broke a little bit late, because the another guy beside me, he's jumping and he is scared. When my horse he feels this one, he jumped a little bit late, but after that he's coming in only one pace. I want to go with the leader horse, but it's difficult. We try to do something with this horse and he improved.
Was he disappointing? Would you be looking to see him do more going forward?
Yeah, no, the another horse, the Mohammed Dahan, he ride the horse, he's coming very easy in front, I try to follow, but my horse, he has one pace. Today, he don't have sprinter in the last meter, but I think next time he's going to win, I hope.
Well, we hope so too. Have you got a ride in our last race?
No, I'm finished today, intense guy. No, I going to meet my wife and my daughter in the...
I saw her having some riding lessons recently. She looks like she'll be as good as you in the saddle.
yeah. No, she start riding, but only for ride the horse. I don't want she's gonna be jockey. No.
She's not gonna be a jockey. She'll leave that to her dad.
No, this is difficult, Joe. No. It's better ride the horse, but no more.
So we might see a show jumping or dressage or something like that.
Yeah. That's okay, but another thing, no. I don't like.
Well, congratulations on 3 wins today, and enjoy seeing the family tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kajun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Camilo, as always, and interesting that Callum took the gamble of asking him about a losing ride earlier in the day, which is not always the best way to go with the jockeys. They'd rather speak about their winners than their losers, but Camilo, a gentleman as always there. This was a pretty moderate contest, but typically Camilo got the very best out of his mount. Amirat Al Safwa, she ran okay in her return, went 6th here, but it was disappointing on her most recent start. Turned out pretty quickly the second week of the season. She only had a rating of 60, but then again, with Ovila having a slightly questionable rating of 71, this race didn't take an awful lot of winning, and with Camilo riding at the top of his game, he always had Amirat Al Safwa in a good position, and she's managed to find a little bit of a turn of foot to get the better of Yala Esikere, who was very lowly rated with a rating of 51 coming into. That looked like he might have just got the jump on the others, but I think Camilo always knew what he had underneath him, and Amir Al Safwa has finally got her head in front at the 19th start. We're seeing the replay here. Yala Esikere is kept wide of the others from the outside stall in stall 10, and he takes up she takes up a very good pitch here, and she's always going to be handy. Not an awful lot of pace here. You see Ovila in the mustard-coloured sleeves tucking into about 4th or 5th position on the inside. Seemed to travel fairly well. Busmats in the black cap just tracking the leader. And we saw a little bit of early pace from Balea, who caught Callum's eye in the paddock, but she disappointed in the race, having looked big and well pre-race. She looked fairly rusty in the contest itself and dropped out from the home turn. At this stage, Yala Esikere is still just about holding the lead here, and the winner just biding his time. Camilo is in about 5th or 6th place, but only 3 lengths off the lead. He knows that he wants to ask for an effort pretty late in the day, and Yala Esikere just begins to wind up here, 3 or 4 horses wide off the rail. Ovila is asked for her effort now. She is perfectly well positioned, having tracked the pace, and you'd have thought if she was capable of running to her rating, she would have come through to win at this stage, but she struggles to find an awful lot of her pressure, gets into 2nd place, but has no more to offer from there. And you see briefly Yala Esikere on the rail. Looks like the race might be hers, but here comes Camilo down the centre of the track on Amirat Al Safwa. and she gets the job done. This is very much her day in the sun. She won't find too many easier races than this in the calendar. One of the weaker maidens, you can imagine, obviously a fillies maiden for 4-year-olds. They tend to be fairly shallow in terms of the talent involved. But a good ride again from Camilo. When he brings up the treble on the day, that's really the headline for the race. What Amirat Al Safa is capable of doing from here. Her winning time 1:56.94. Unsurprisingly, nothing special on the clock, but a very well judged ride from the top jockey, who is going further clear in the table with the treble on the day. Always an absolute joy to watch this man ride, and he's got it done again. Callum, he gave you plenty in the interview there. I thought it was very brave of you to ask him about a losing ride earlier on, but I know you were very keen to find out about him.
Always a journalist. Now, I always have to ask those questions because I think it's crucial for everyone at home. If you're a supporter of Alabali and you're suddenly going, well, oh, I don't think that horse ran the best race, and the jockey then says, actually, yeah, we didn't think so either, we were disappointed.
Yeah.
But crucial, he said he'll win next time, so I think there'll be some confidence instilled. I think he'll be hard to support next time, because we've seen now 2 runs where he's shown greenness, and he was very one-pace last time out, so hopefully he can have a better run of things next time. But I imagine he'll be a horse that's just going to get better with age. I'm still convincing myself that he's got plenty of growing to do, and I wouldn't want them to see them try too hard and kind of run him into the ground as a 2-year-old. I want him to do a little bit better and just kind of have a patient build-up.
Well, let's hope he can justify your faith in the long term, Callum, and fair play to put the questions to Camilo. Now, if he'd finished 10th on the horse, that might have been slightly more difficult, but he was coming off a winner anyway, so that was nice to see. Right, well, that was one of our lower key races off the weekend, that fillies maiden. But we're into something fairly special now for the final race of the day.
So our final race of the day, race 12, is over 2,000 metres. It's an open contest for 3-year-old horses and older, and it features Making Miracles, who might be the best horse we've seen yet in Saudi Arabia. Mark Francis, take us through the rest of the runners and riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, catch your breath. 17 runners to go through here for our lucky last. Great to hear from Camilo there, and certainly the night belongs to him, although he doesn't have a ride in this final race, as he said to Callum. Final race, 2,000 metres then, 10 furlongs, a mile and a quarter, however you want to mention. Number 1, Aden Castle. 2, Trancafero for Naif Al-Anazi. 3 is Gain Line for Mohammed Al-Daham. 4 is Land of Eagles for Ahmed Al-Azari. And 5 is Treble Joy for Adel Al-Faradi, looking to get a hat-trick himself. Mukatel is the 6, Ali Al-Mutib. And then the Talking Horse, Making Miracles. We'll leave it to the guys to go through in just a moment. Luis Morales will have a dream ride here, we hope. 8 is Al Nakbawi. Turning the page, 9, Najim Dubai for Iyad Al-Tarizi, and 10, Frank Stella, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 11 is a scratch, so moving on to 12, Fakir Al-Maymaniyar for Thurb Al-Timyat. 13 is Roman Stone from Yasser Al-Bakawi, and 14, On For One, Mohammed Al-Sharima. Final trio, Citello is the 15, Ricardo Ferreira, Ake Mobari for Ahmed Al-Sharar, and 1 over the page, Masrood gets in. Khalid Al-Mamoni rides the 17. But this horse, or this race rather, belongs to Making Miracles, gents. I'm really, really excited to see what he can bring back to the racecourse.
You and me both, Mark, but we'll start with number 1, Aden Castle.
Yes, it looks out of his depth in the balance of form with a rating of 63 in a race like this, Aden Castle.
Got the cross nose band on as well, but not a bad looker. Horse number 2, Trancafero.
He's had a long absence. He's got a rating of 95, which makes him one of the interesting ones, but a 7-year-old now, and not been seen since finishing 3rd in the Okaz Cup at Taif back in September 2021. Gain
Line, the horse with a very different profile, has had plenty of runs.
5th in a not too 80 handicap, of course, in distance. Last week, 2 lengths behind Ibn Habban there. He's got a place shout on that form.
Land of Eagles disappointed last time.
Yeah, well behind Gain Line on that occasion, and he needs to bounce back. He's actually rated higher than Gain Line, but he hasn't shown his form for a couple of starts now.
Treble Joy, number 5. I know you like this one.
Treble Joy got a rating of 81, which gives him a little bit of fine. He was down the field in a 0 to 85 handicap over this course and distance on his return. He is still a maiden Treble Joy, so that's a concern. And obviously he's taken on the likes of Making Miracles.
Mukatel, number 6.
Has a rating of 70 and has been well beaten in 2 Riyadh runs this autumn. Needs to step up and will find easier races than this.
Here he is, Making Miracles, horse number 7.
Well, he's been an absolute star Making Miracles. A dual local Group 1 winner in 2022, and he ended that campaign by finishing an excellent 4th in the Saudi Cup. Now, he does look like he'll come on for the run. He's coming off a long absence, but he's a real class actor.
And Najim Dubai is horse number 9.
Rated 55 and really doesn't have much of a chance. The one above him is a 48 rated horse, Al Nakbawi.
Yeah, Frank Stella, number 10.
Frank Stella, slightly better than those two, but rating of 65 does tell you where he is. He's won 1 from 7. Ran okay in his return, but took a step backwards last time out.
We go without Motabasir, so we go straight to number 12, Fakar Al-Maymania, who is an interesting runner on second start this season.
Yeah, he's got a chance on his best form. Out of sorts in the spring, and he didn't fare an awful lot better in his return 3 weeks ago. He needs to step back towards his best form.
On for One is horse number 14, and we can just see Sotelo in the background getting a bit worked up in the parade ring too.
Yeah, On for One, just a 7 furlong maiden win to his name. He'll find easier openings than this. Didn't run too badly on his return. Sotelo, you see, just getting a little bit above himself. He seems to have recovered a little bit from that now. Has a rating of 76, which gives him place claims. 2 from 7 runs. Disappointing when last seen, but that was week 35, meeting 35 rather, in Taif, and he's liable to bounce back from that, so his place claims.
Akko Mabari, horse number 16, we can see in the red stable.
Akko Mabari is a decent performer in his prime. He hasn't been at his best for a while. His last win came in a 1.5 mile apprentice jockey's race at Taif last summer. He was a bit disappointing in the Africa Cup last time out, but his last 3 races have been in cup contests. You wouldn't swear he's fit looking at him, but he did run recently. He does look a barrel of a horse.
Yeah, maybe that's just how he is. Yeah.
That's just his build, and it may well be that he just takes a bit of time to get fit.
We did see Mathrood 17, and there is Roaming Stone, horse number 13, who I was a little bit concerned about because we didn't see him in the original lineup.
The last time we saw him, I don't have an awful lot of. He must have run before his run last time out. Well held in the Eastern Governor Region Cup last time out, but I couldn't find any more information on Roaming Stone.
Watch him absolutely bolt up here now.
Yeah, well, I'd be surprised. He doesn't have a rating. Yeah, so he's a little bit of a mystery horse to me.
And Mathrood, what do you make of that one? Our colours we see all the time, Khalid Al-Mamoni in the saddle.
Yeah, needs to bounce back from what was a disappointing effort last time out, but ran well in his final start in Taif.
This is the Saudi Cup of 2022. It was the Saudi Cup 2022, so not this year's event, but last year's contest. And this is Making Miracles, finishing 4th with Emblem Road, one of the biggest moments in Saudi racing, flying home down the outside and winning with Wigberto Ramos in the saddle. This was the race that was seen around the world, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was a big moment for Saudi racing. Emblem Road showing himself to be up there with the very best around, and Making Miracles, although not quite up to what the winner did, run an absolute cracker in 4th, just running out of puff in the last 100 metres or so there, having run an absolutely huge race.
It's a strange trip, isn't it, though?
It is.
The distance is he was a dual Group 1 winner over 2,000 metres, which is what he runs over today. But the Saudi Cup's over 1,800, which probably doesn't help him at all, because he probably had to go very quickly early, which is much quicker than he would usually do.
Yes, yeah, I think that's a fair enough point. Obviously, the distance of the Saudi Cup is absolutely in line with the US Challengers.
Yes, yeah.
It's a remarkably popular trip in the States, really, isn't it? The mile and the furlong, which it's a trip that we race over very rarely in the UK, for example.
I tried to call it the extended mile, and you yelled at me.
It's very much not an extended mile. A mile and 70 yards is an extended mile. 1,800 metres is a different kettle of fish. Listen, Making Miracles will probably need this run. He's been off the track since that Saudi Cup. It's a long time ago. But he should be too good for this opposition. Not too many throwing down the gauntlet to him in this Open, and he really should be different class, even if he isn't 100% fit, or even if he's not 90% fit.
Just put yourself in the trainer's shoes for a second, or even the owner's shoes. With this performance, he's running against much lower class opposition. However, if he runs a stinker here, is retirement the only option for him, or would you try again? He's been off the track for quite a while now, and he's making his reappearance. He's not a young horse.
No, he's not. No.
Would you be slightly? That's my only concern here, is the layoff in his age.
Listen, well, my thinking is the connections are working back from the Saudi Cup again and going, right, can we get him back to peak for that? It's not going to be easy. It's very much an uphill task. But you work your way backwards from that race, and you know that you've got to meet all your targets when you go there. So if you run him here, and listen, he can get beaten, and you can make excuses and say, well, he was off for a long time, he will benefit from it, and you give him another run. But if he runs poorly here, then I'd be inclined to draw stumps. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, because he owes them nothing, does he? Really,
no, there's
as a racehorse.
It's easy enough to say, you know, that he'll find opportunities. Of course, he'll find a weak open that he can win. But if he's not up to winning this on his return, even if he isn't fit.
What's the point?
Exactly.
You sit there and go, well, what's the point in him running in bad open races?
There's no point watching him in decline, even if he's capable of picking up another race. And you know, you will if you keep running in open races.
He's also in tyre still as well. That's a key point. So he has stallion value, which for me would scream, if you were going to run him into the ground, that affects his value, doesn't it?
That's what makes it really difficult, having that kind of break.
Yeah.
It's one thing having a gelding off for 18 months and trying to keep them on the go and bringing them back. But when you've got when you've got a stallion who's not been in racing action for 18 months or more,
he could fill out quite quickly,
exactly.
couldn't he? They let down within a year. So.
I mean, in fairness, he's not looking like a stallion ready to go to stud at the moment, but it's clearly a balancing act for them to make sure that that he retains his racing instinct, and it can disappear fairly quickly.
Yes, it certainly can, can't it? It can, and sometimes they'll spit the dummy up straight away, and you'll know. I remember Al-Kazim, when they brought him back, after he struggled at stud, and he just absolutely detested it, didn't he?
Well, particularly if they've been to stud in the first place, then that's an even harder one.
And he had the last line as well. That was an awful story with the last line, because it ended so badly. But even when he came back, he was one of those horses, like he was running in rubbish races at Wolverhampton. I think this is a horse he was a group level winner, and now he's running in these really low grade stuff, and no one wants to see that. And it ended in the worst way possible.
Yeah, it did, and that was a really sad scenario. I can't remember. He didn't come back in the same ownership, did he?
I think he did.
He did. Okay.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he came back to his same. It was funny because he was running against his sons. That was the whole thing. Was he started turning up in races where he was racing against his sons, and no one needed to see it. It was clearly, and it wasn't that he wasn't performing well at stud. It was that the need for him at stud had dwindled. He'd become unfashionable.
Yes.
And they said, well, he was always keen, and he never really let down fully. And they said, well, let's bring him back into training. And.
But there was no massive upside to that. No. I mean, I suppose you hope that maybe a group winner as a 2-year-old might develop into a high-class handicapper, and there's a bit of money in that. But generally speaking, there's it's massively unlikely you're going to get to a higher level after that kind of massive layoff. And sadly, as I said, with him, it all went wrong in the end. I remember a horse called Environment Friend many moons ago, he'd be older than you are, I'd imagine now, who mixed racing and stud duties for Bill Gredley many moons ago, and he still showed a reasonable level of form. He wasn't quite as good after he'd been to stud, but he had limited stud duties. He wasn't a massively popular sire outside of the Gredley family mares.
Well, as they begin loading, let's go through selection. I'm going with Making Miracles. Are you with me on this one?
Yeah, it's more of a hoping to see the old spark here than anything else, but he's so far clear. And those who've got a chance of beating him on the ratings are really dubious. Tranqueferro also coming off a long layoff, and Akko Mobari not showing his form for quite a while. 7-time winner, but not at his best in a fair while. So Making Miracles are nothing really. Yeah,
the one that came with the layoff here, Tranqueferro, looking very warm in the preliminaries. But we can hand over to Mark Francis. Mark, for the big race, it's over to you.
Thank you, team. Yes, ready for our last contest and matching the quality that we had at the top of the programme. Really looking forward to this, and I think you've summed it up perfectly, both of you, that you're really hoping to see something from Making Miracles here. If he's beaten out of the back of the screen, then yeah, surely retirement beckoned, but they brought it back for a reason. 3 times a Group 1 winner, of course a couple of those local Group 1s, but that 4th place effort in the Saudi Cup speaks volumes. Yes, it was back in 2022, but they can come back and win. They can come back and be better. Hoping for that here. Luis Morales. Keep your eyes on stall number 7. White jacket with blue braces and cap. In goes Land of Eagles. Again, sometimes if you're trying to get a horse beat, it's what can beat it. And as Rory just mentioned before the throw, that one or two of these closer to making miracles in the ratings have other things to prove, long layoffs themselves or recent poor form. But we shall see. Using the entire length of the back straight here, a furlong longer than the Saudi Cup distance. Stand by. Final race. This Rearingham full team was on for one. See the horse's head very high. It's just settled down now, but the jockey is also off. It's Mukatel's rider, Ali Al-Matib, who's out as well. So trouble in 6. Trying to get the horse out by the looks of things. Can't see the jockey in that shot, but the horse is being reversed. Wonder if Mukatel will now take part. So the horse seems okay. Looks as though they're given a clear from the back. They're off. Racing away then over 2,000 metres. A reminder, a late scratch to 6, Mukatel. But through the centre, making miracles. Back on the racecourse here in Saudi Arabia. Is one of the first to show. Has company for the lead though. Trang Kafero in the red and blue jacket towards his inside. And further out on the racecourse is Fakir Al-Maymaniya. These are the first 3 then, towards the inside running rail, towards the right of shot. The yellow and blue jacket of Treble Joy also got away well. Has company on the inside running rail with Land of Eagles. To the extreme left, you have the black sleeves of Masrood as they join up with the round course. And tacking across, Trancafero under Naif Alanazi probably has the overall call. To making miracles in the centre. Further out, the orange sleeves of On For One has got away pretty well after playing up in the starting stalls. And the extreme left is Masrood as they are, 7 or 8 across the track here. Hard to see who's in front, probably just Trancafero towards the inside is being tracked through by Land of Eagles. The yellow and black of Treble Joy also handy. Then comes Making Miracles, probably in 4th at the moment. Being pushed along is On For One with the orange sleeves. The one that slipped through is Citello to now take a handy position as they go down the side of the course. Right towards the back of the field, we have Rome in Stone, also back there, Fakir Al-Maymaniya after a good start, and Frank Stella is one of the back markers. But down on the side of the course then, and looming upside is Making Miracles. Looks to lay down the challenge to Treble Joy. Relegated to 3rd position now, Land of Eagles, and then comes On For One as Making Miracles has still got plenty in hand for Luis Morales, but battling on the far side is Treble Joy. At what point will Luis Morales say go? It seems to be now, as Making Miracles moves alongside Treble Joy and hits the front for the first time, deep inside the last 200 metres. Well, it looks as though another crack at the Saudi Cup starts right here. Ease down towards the line. Making Miracles making light work of the opposition here. Making Miracles is back, but Luis Morales goes on to win in game fashion after a lengthy layoff. Treble Joy has run one of the races of his life to chase him down in 2nd, but was passed and fairly eased in the closing stages as his race was run. But Making Miracles, no miracle about this one, oozing class. And hopefully we see him on the final weekend in February. Making Miracles, not the best time in the world of 2:07.09, but the excuses are lengthy layoff and relatively low opposition. That's exactly what Connections would have asked for. 2 3/4 lengths back to Treble Joy, who's run a game race in 2nd. Land of Eagles, another one to highlight, back in 3rd. And then Gain Line, who hardly got a mention, back in 4th. Making Miracles, well, the road back to February starts here, gentlemen. Making Miracles, the winner of our final race here today.
Making miracles is our race winner. He has done the business. He's been off for a long time, but the horse owned by Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz has done it, and he's done it in good style. Rory, I was taken aback by how he travelled into the race, and then when Big Race Louis said go, he did pick up and he found plenty more. It was good to see him do that in the saddle, and good to see him back on a race course and back in the winner's enclosure.
Yeah, that was really important because he's been off the track for quite a long time since that massive run in the Saudi Cup in 2022, and he's run very, very well. He's run well. 2:07.09 is not an absolutely outstanding time, but it's still the fastest time over 2,000 metres this season, faster than Zoran ran a couple of weeks ago. Worth saying that again, isn't it?
I think Zoran might not be of the same quality.
It's only half a second, and he'd be the fastest time from that. Quite a lot of times around the 2:09 mark this season. So although he was beating the maiden and he was geared down, the time isn't bad considering his layoff.
Yes, and you can just see Luis Morales coming into the winner's enclosure now, and I know we've not got much time until we have to leave you, but we've got enough time to discuss how good this horse was in the middle part of the race. I thought the start was positive, jumped out well as if he wanted to be there, but it was the middle part where he just started to show that speed, and when Trancafero started to fade, he looked very, very comfortable.
He did, yes. I mean, obviously, you can knock this run by saying the Treble Joy is nothing special yet to get off the mark here, but that's run the race of his life in second. And listen, it was a really likeable return. We said, they were hiding to nothing in a manner of speaking. If he was beaten, it was difficult to see him getting back to the Saudi Cup again next year. And if he won, there's still a lot of work to do to get him back to where he was. But he's won the race. That means they can take the next step forward. That's the most important thing. It's all about taking steps towards that main goal and working your way backwards from another bid at the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, and I'm thinking when you're looking at this race and you look at how he's handled this and the path that he could possibly go on, we know that he'll probably have one more run, but then you've got the custodians of the Two Holy Mosque Cup. That's a real good trial over course and distance. He won that 2 years ago, and I imagine he'll be going for that race again as a link to the Saudi Cup.
And he was second in the same race the year before that as well. So that would be the next step along the way, you would imagine, and hopefully he can take that in his stride. And I know he's an 8-year-old now, and it's asking an awful lot for him to come back to win a Saudi Cup, I think it's about getting in the frame in the Saudi Cup. It's going to be an exceptionally strong race, again, you would imagine, but it would be wonderful to see him showing himself off again on that big race day.
Yeah, looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to having you with us for the rest of the week here in Saudi Arabia. Remember, we're here on Friday and Saturday, same time, same place, and we look forward to having you right here on the Jcsa YouTube channel.